Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is loyalty in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 40, Act 5. I don't want to wake up yet. Stop crowding her, Ino. She probably can't even breathe with you being that close. She doesn't deserve to. Do you have any idea what she put me through? Stupid pig. You weren't the easiest to get along with either. We're the ones who were carrying you around for an hour while you were getting your beauty sleep, brat. Now you just wake up and start yelling at us about gods and demons and some kind of mission. That's Mitarashi Anko. She hates me. Just sit there and rest a minute while I try and remember how to get out of this damn sewer. And I'm telling you that it's all real. We were there, we saw the old man. He said we have to stop the Shikaka thing. We have to get to the Hokage right now. Screaming at them won't make them believe you, Ino pig. At least that psycho believes me. I'm not a psycho. How could I not believe you when that chakra is following you around? Kabuto? 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 Sakura bolted straight up so fast her forehead plowed into Shikamaru's. The boy hissed in pain, but Sakura ignored the splitting headache she'd given herself. Ino let out a surprised Sakura, but the girl was only looking for one thing. And there, sitting tied up in the corner of the small room, was it. Ah, Sakura-san. Welcome back to the world of the living, Kabuto greeted. Sakura threw herself at him. No need punches or kicks, no artful taijutsu. Just an animal lunge of snarling and curses before anyone could stop her. Her elbow slammed into his face, knocking him over. Sakura landed on top of him and started swinging. He was tied up, but Sakura didn't care. He was still grinning at her through the blood and bruises, and by God she would kill him. Ino tried to pry her off. Sakura! Sakura, stop! All the blonde caught for her trouble was an elbow to the stomach. Help me! She demanded, probably at Anko. Let her have a few more swings. She can't kill him. Ino glared at her and Anko sighed, disgusted. Fine. Fine. She's going to freak out in a minute anyway. Sakura screamed as she felt hands lift her up like a child. Let me go. She screamed. I'll kill him. He deserves to die. She kicked out with her feet, getting a last few hits on the prone teenager, before she was dangling in the air, arms and legs flailing. Let me go, let me go, let me go. Anko scoffed. Yeah, not doing that right now. When that adrenaline wears off you're going to need the support anyway. What was this madwoman saying? Sakura felt fine. She felt powerful, invincible even. She felt tired. Sakura felt the shortness of breath before it really dawned on her, but she was heaving. Like she'd gone a full day of running non-stop. There it is, Anko muttered. Sakura was let down, but Anko kept a steadying hand on her shoulder because the girl could barely stay upright. She felt like she'd just been through one of Kakashi's nightmare training marathons. Ino stormed up to her. What are you doing? Sit down. Sit. She pushed and prodded Sakura away from Anko and Kabuto. Sakura didn't realize how tired she was until the back of her legs hit a stone chair and she flopped down into it, heart beating a mile a minute and her chest rising and falling just as fast. Shikamaru wandered over. He didn't look pleased, holding his nose like that. Welcome back, he rolled. Sakura flushed. Sorry about your nose, Shikamaru, she apologized, only a little bit of a rasp now. Her breathing was starting to get back to normal. Something was definitely wrong. Sakura looked down at her arms and legs, not seeing any of her old scars, and realized that everything Toby had told her in the mindscape was probably true. Her body, her old body, was gone. It had been one of those white monsters. She stared at her hands. Whose body is this now? She wondered. Hesitantly, Ino said, we found it down here in this lab, floating in a tube or something. Kabuto, he said he grew it. Ino glanced at the teenager, who was still laying on his back. I don't know what he meant, though. Sakura clenched her hands into fists. There was a trickle of blood on her knuckles, but not nearly as much as she would have expected. She had been putting her entire weight into those punches. Ino moved to stop her when she got out of the chair, but Sakura shook her head. "I want to know," she said, and the blonde hesitantly stepped back. Kabuto hadn't moved. He was laying on the ground, eyes closed, a little smile playing on his unharmed face. His eyes opened when Sakura stood over him, though. "Sakura-san," he greeted. The urge to stomp his face was there. "Kabuto. What am I? A very interesting 10-year-old girl." Self-control failed. Sakura kicked him straight in the stomach, which didn't seem to bother him at all. All that happened was his eyebrow quirked. "Not the answer you wanted, I take it." Sakura clutched the blanket she'd been wrapped in. "I meant this body, Kabuto." "What is it? Another monster?" "I know you were experimenting with those things. What kind of freak did you turn me into this time?" "Nothing of the sort," he sighed, looking bored. "I needed a soul to mature a special white Zetsu culture, nothing more. It was not personal, Sakura-san. Surprisingly, I grew to admire how you were coping with the situation I put you in, so I started a side project. A scientist is not just someone who is good at taking things apart, but also putting them back together." He suddenly smiled again. "You were an excellent test subject." Before Sakura could think of trying to find some place on him she could actually harm, Ino's foot came down hard on his neck. He made a strangled noise before his mouth snapped shut. "You bastard!" she yelled, twisting her foot. "All of this is your fault. Suna wouldn't have attacked the village if you'd never have made Sakura into that thing." Shikamaru pulled her off. "He can't tell us anything if he can't breath," he told her. The boy did sound regretful, though. He looked down at Kabuto in disgust. "You want us to believe you had a change of conscience? That the body Sakura's in right now is 100% human? A conscience is useless to a scientist," Kabuto growled. "I want to know what the boundaries of the human soul are. What makes us human to begin with? Was your friend still a human, despite being in a completely inhuman body? Was she still human when she was nothing but a soul sealed in a scroll? These are questions that are worth answering." He stilled and took a calming breath. That outburst had been the most emotion Sakura had ever seen from him in over a year. "Regardless of my motivations," he started again, sounding like his usual self, "that body is completely human. Not only that, it is a direct clone of Sakura-san's original body as she was when we met. There is nothing added and nothing taken away." "There's a lot taken away," Sakura countered. "I feel horrible. I can't even cast a Doton. Just trying to hit you makes me tired. Did you think your growth last year was due to your own efforts?" Kabuto asked, a sarcastic expression of shock on his face. "You had an unnatural talent for Doton because the body you were in was the Earth incarnate. It was a living expression of nature. Your natural self, your human self, is no more talented than a civilian child." Sakura rocked back on her heels. "You're lying." Kabuto rolled his eyes. "Ask Mitarashi-san for some Benri tree paper then. See what results you get." Anko looked surprised at being the sudden center of attention and fumbled around with her coat. "I think I have some left," she muttered, checking pocket after pocket. "I used some with the Yamanaka brat, here it is." Sakura snatched it out of the woman's hands, ignoring her gruff complaint, and ripped off a piece. "I'll prove it," she yelled, waving the paper in Kabuto's face. "Just watch." The paper twisted in Sakura's hand as she forced what little chakra she had available into it, and then grew slightly damp. It didn't crumble. "The paper's broken," Sakura screamed, throwing it down. "I'm earth-natured. I can prove it." She pulled all the chakra she could and tried to use a sealless Doton. Nothing. Her chakra didn't budge. Frantic, Sakura actually did the seals. Her fingers cramped at being put into positions they'd never been put in before, but she managed to force it. The chakra in her stomach squirmed like she had a belly full of worms and it made her nauseous, but she tried to push through it. Anko yanked her hands apart, breaking the seal. "We didn't come all this way for you to give yourself an aneurysm," she snapped. Sakura whirled on the woman, but the sudden motion made her vision swim and she collapsed to her hands and knees. Bile raced up her throat and what little was in Sakura's stomach splashed against the stone floor. It's all gone. Everything. Every little piece. All of her suffering, all of her pain, gone like it hadn't existed in the first place. She slammed her fist down and only got angrier at the sharp throb of pain she felt. I find it incredible you believed your rapid advancements had been natural, Kabuto taunted. Nothing about that body was natural, from the way it gathered chakra to how much physical punishment it could take. Orochimaru-sama and I were impressed when he partially dissected it in Tsunagakure, after you were found in the desert. It could even assimilate human organs to repair its own damage. Sakura's hand went to her chest out of habit. Of course the Y-shaped scar wasn't there on this body. Orochimaru knew, Sakura rasped, staggering to her feet. He knew back then that I wasn't human? Of course. He thought it was an interesting experiment so he allowed me to continue. With Suna's supervision, of course. Kabuto's glasses seemed to flash in the darkness and she saw the smile spread over his face. They had to know what he was offering them. All the strength and anger evaporated off Sakura. She didn't feel the shock of what Kabuto had just said, just implied, in a real way, even as Anko's foot plowed into Kabuto's head. You son of a bitch, she hissed, looming over him. You're saying that Orochimaru is double-crossing us? That he was seriously working with Suna this entire time? The entire song and dance he fed the Hokage about telling Suna that this brat was the Kyuubi container was a lie from the start. She demanded, either forgetting or not caring that she was breaking a village taboo right in front of Ino and Shikamaru. Kabuto spat out a tooth. His expression wasn't one of anger though, and he wasn't looking at Anko. He was still staring straight at Sakura. Not at all. I'm saying that the Hokage and Shimura Danzo fed all of you a song and dance about how much they knew of my experiments. Or did you believe that your life mattered to anyone in this village? Several things happened at that moment. Shikamaru had to block Ino from getting a kick of her own in, but the black Gudadama shot out of her fingers, zipping toward the boy's head. Kabuto looked terrified of it and the rope holding him was rapidly coming undone. Anko cursed and jumped at him, her sleeves bulging with something just under the fabric. Yellow eyes peered out from her coat sleeves. All of this was secondary to Sakura, though. Her mind, now operating without her direct input, had decided something, that Kabuto needed to stop. Talking, breathing, living, all of it. It needed to be over. He needed to be over. She raised her hand. Everything seemed to stand still. Anko, hanging in midair, struggled to turn her head. Ino and Shikamaru, still locked in a wrestling match, slowly floated off the ground. Kabuto, crouched on the floor, hands and feet glowing with chakra, grinned rapturously. That's it, he urged. Let go. Let me see what gift the god of all ninjutsu gave you. Let me dash. Sakura pushed. Anko was tossed to the side, her back cracking against the far wall, as something pulsed out of Sakura. The stone floor cracked and shuddered, a spray of rocks kicking up in the bow wave of the invisible something racing toward Kabuto at a breakneck speed. It slammed into him and his chakra did nothing to hold him steady. A terrible snap came from both his arms as the ground under his feet was ripped up at a slightly different speed than his body. In the very blink of an eye he was pressed up against the distant wall, slamming into it with enough force to deform the wall around him, pressing his body into a concave depression a bit wider than he was tall. Sakura let out a gurgle. She collapsed on the spot. Ino and Shikamaru crashed to the floor. They quickly covered their heads as bits of the ceiling started to collapse above them. Doton. Rapid pillar. Stalks of stone popped out of the ground around the two genin, shooting up to the ceiling. Across the room Anko staggered to her feet, forming a snake seal. Made it, she hissed, spitting out a glob of blood as she did so. Ino crawled over to Sakura. The girl was out cold, breath coming out in ragged huffs. Anko, she's dash. She's just out of dem chakra, Anko snapped, not looking at either of them. Ino followed her eyes. Across the room Yakushi Kabuto was somehow already up. His arms were hanging limply at his side, snapped at strange and terrifying angles, but he was still on his feet. His glasses were gone and Ino could see where their glass had cut into his face as they'd shattered in, whatever it was that Sakura had done. But he was smiling. No, not just smiling. Grinning. He was giddy. And he wasn't just looking at Sakura. Ino had his attention and it was terrifying. Two parts of one god, he murmured, not looking straight at her, but rather the good Adama floating over her head. Then he promptly collapsed to his knees and fell flat on his face. Loyalty Chapter 40, Act 5. Papa. Better words Inukai had never heard. He didn't even notice the Umbu at the door give him the all-clear. He knew his daughter more than some Suna genjutsu. Ino leapt into his arms and he whirled her around, shocked but relieved at the sudden, unannounced reunion. An ugly voice had told him he'd never see his daughter again when one of Anko's shadow clones had let them in on where she was taking Ino and Shikamaru a night ago, before they'd evacuated the hospital. Shikaku had been the one to convince him not to go straight down into the Yamato works after them, reasoning that they would be safer down there with Anko than moving with the rest of the hospital group. Inoichi had hated the idea, even though it made a warped kind of sense. The implication that he couldn't protect his own daughter was, well. He let his daughter go after she started squirming, but still wrapped an arm tight around her shoulder. Shikamaru was an arm's length away and Inoichi ruffled his hair for good measure. Shikaku is with the Hokage right now, he told him. Who's that with Anko? The woman was furiously arguing with the Umbu at the door, gesturing over her shoulder to the unconscious teen there. He was bleeding all over the floor. It was Ino who replied. Kabuto. Inoichi paused. Not just because he knew the name, but because of the venom in his daughter's voice. It was different from the usual annoyance she saved for someone like Sakura. He heard real hatred, and a bit of fear, in it. If he touched a hair on her head. Yakushi Kabuto? He's supposed to be dead. Yeah, well, he's not, Ino snapped. She was still furiously glaring at the teen. Does it have anything to do with Sakura not walking herself in here? He asked. Ino had been carrying the girl on her back but had dumped her like a sack of potatoes when she'd spotted her father. One of the Chunin, a medic by the band on his sleeve, was looking her over. Ino rolled her eyes. No. Well, yes, kind of. Sakura did that to him then passed out. That answer shocked Inoichi. He knew that Sakura was technically a Chunin, but he'd thought it was more of a ceremonial promotion. The state that teen was in was extreme. Isn't Kabuto an Otonin? Why would she dash? He isn't an Otonin. Ino declared. He did some really messed up things to her. Inoichi waited for Ino to continue, but his daughter just clenched his arm harder. Shikamaru was the one who stepped up. That's not Sakura's original body, he said. How much do you know about Orochimaru's experiments? I think I should be asking you that, Inoichi countered, growing worried. What do you mean, that's not her original body? Possession? A cage bunshin. Shikamaru seemed to be at a loss for an explanation, which only worried Inoichi more. Shikaku's son wasn't a fool. If he was at a loss to explain something then it had to be a real issue and he needed an expert. Regretfully, he pulled away from his daughter so he could get at the little radio mounted on his belt. It hissed to life in his earpiece. He shot his daughter an apologetic look as he turned away and murmured into his collar-mounted microphone, Tenzo, are you on the radio? A beat. Then, yes. We have a situation at the lobby. I think. Mitarashi found something in the Yamato works. Something to do with Orochimaru's old experiments. Shikaku's son just asked me if I knew anything about cloning. Inoichi knew that would get a response, but he didn't expect it so swiftly. In the span of a heartbeat the number of Umbu in the lobby doubled and the ones at the door, interrogating Anko, fell back and let her through. And the man himself was there as well. Inoichi was a Jounin, one of the most experienced in the village, but even he hadn't noticed the man's shunshin. As always, the special forces were impressive. Your daughter's mission was a success then, he said, cat mask angled down at Ino. I see that you recovered Harino and our escapee. Anko dumped the boy at Tenzo's feet. Escapee. She growled. The Hokage and Danzo implied he was dead. At the time no one was cleared to know of his capture and detainment. His insight into Orochimaru's research is invaluable to the village. But now. He poked the teen with his foot. Kabuto didn't move. His chest was barely moving. Well, he's not dead. That's a start. At a motion of his hand, Tuumbu walked over and picked the battered, bleeding teenager up. Inoichi saw the subtle Umbu signal language being used, but like any of the regular forces he couldn't decode it. They disappeared with Kabuto in the blink of an eye. Tenzo's hand slipped back into his robes. You mentioned cloning. I assume that is how Harano Sakura obtained her current body. Ino stomped forward. You knew. You knew that Sakura wasn't Sakura. We had an idea, Tenzo readily admitted. Why weren't the clan heads informed of this at the Jounin meeting? Inoichi demanded, stepping in front of his daughter, stopping her from doing something foolish. Or at least interrogation. A body possession falls within my authority, Tenzo. The Umbu angled away. Ask the current commander of the Umbu, he said. It wouldn't be obvious to any of the children, but Inoichi heard the frustration in Tenzo's voice. That information was decided to be speculation and not worth passing along. On Danzo's orders. Tenzo said nothing to that, which was enough confirmation for Inoichi. It aggravated the Yamanaka clan head, but there was little he could do now, in the middle of an invasion. Okay, putting that aside for a moment, Shikamaru, explain to Tenzo what you said to me earlier. Why did you ask about Orochimaru's experiments? Because Suna knew about his labs in the Yamato works, Anko interrupted. She was still furious about Kabuto, but Inoichi saw that she was actually trying to be professional. Frankly, it was the strangest thing he'd seen so far today. Whatever her body was, it's now with Suna. Kabuto took her soul and put it into some kind of sealing scroll. Ino managed to put it into a new body Kabuto said he grew. And I think Kabuto was telling the truth when he said it was her normal body, Shikamaru continued. She looks exactly like she did at the academy. All her scars are gone, her chakra nature changed, and she's a lot weaker than she was. Ino made a disgusted noise and pushed her head back under Inoichi's arm. Except for that crazy new jutsu of hers, she growled. A new jutsu? Then this is likely another experimental body, Tenzo said, voice tight. Inoichi imagined that all this was bringing up bad memories for him. We have to take her into custody, for the safety of the village. If the last body was so important to Suna, we cannot let them have another. No. Ino snapped. That jutsu's not because of her body. Inoichi gave her shoulder a squeeze. It's not a real detainment. We're just going to keep her away from Suna until we can figure out what Kabuto did to her. Ino opened her mouth to yell again, but all that came out was a clipped grunt. She looked at Shikamaru and Anko for help. Shikaku's kid looked back at her the way his father occasionally did when he wanted either Choza or him to come up with their own answer, and Mitarashi shrugged. You'll have to tell them at some point, she said. And don't look at me like that. Those eyes don't work on me. I still don't even believe some of it. Anko, what dash? Dad. You need to see something. Inoichi didn't like that. Whenever his daughter said something like that, it usually meant a few thousand ryo in academy damages or compensation payments to another parent. Ino slipped out of grip and took a few steps back from the group. I don't like doing this in front of so many people, she muttered, looking around at the Umbu and Chunin on guard. But whatever. She held out her hand. Her face was a mask of concentration as she focused on her palm. Inoichi didn't know what was supposed to be happening and he looked to Anko, but the woman was intently watching as well. Then Inoichi saw it. Something was bubbling up from Ino's skin. No. That wasn't right. Something was just rising through her skin. A perfect sphere, black as ink and as big as his fist, hovered a few inches up from his daughter's skin. Inoichi couldn't tell if it was rotating or anything because it didn't reflect any light. What on earth is that? Inoichi asked, reaching out for it. Anko's hand grabbed him by the wrist. She was deathly serious when she said, "Don't touch it." She can't control it yet. Inoichi pulled his hand back. Can't control what? What is it? A jutsu? Did you teach it to her? He didn't mean to sound as alarmed as he did, but Anko didn't even seem to take offense like she normally would. Tenzo stepped forward with a kunao. Inoichi immediately tensed, but the Umbu was very deliberately holding the thing by the very tip of its handle. Slowly he reached his hand out and poked the ball. The kunao slid in without any resistance at all. Is it a genjutsu? Inoichi thought. Mentally he checked his chakra flow and found nothing out of the ordinary. A skilled user could fool even his mental checks, but surely not his genin daughter. Even Anko probably couldn't put one over on him, so what? Tenzo pulled the kunao back. Half the blade was gone. Not cut or ground off, either. That black ball had just eaten all the length Tenzo had stuck into it. It'll do that with anything. Rocks, kunao, water, I've tried everything I could down in the lab while we were tying Kabuto back up, Ino said. She sounded equal parts giddy and proud. Watch. She swung her arm around, making Shikamaru jump out of the way. Inoichi saw real fear on the boy's face. Ino pressed her hand into the stone floor and when she pulled it back up there was a clean hole the exact size of the ball. The old man called it a good adama, Ino proudly said. She let her hand drop and the ball zipped around to her back, where it hovered a few inches back from her skull. It's mine. He gave it to me. Isn't it great, Papa? What could he say to that? In all of Inoichi's years, he had never seen anything like that. The only thing that came close was the old Tsuchikage Jinten and even that required seals in more chakra than Ino had in her entire body. Who taught you this, Ino? His daughter's smile became sheepish. You promise to believe me? Inoichi nodded. Ino licked her lips then murmured, with all sincerity, God. This is serious, Tenzo said. I'm being serious. God taught me how to do it. Or he gave it to me, he wasn't really clear about that part. The Umbu shook his head angrily and turned to Anko. Mitarashi. Report. The woman held up her hands in surrender. Hey, I thought she was crazy too. But you tell me if that thing obeys the laws of ninjutsu. She even waited a beat to see if either Tenzo or Inoichi would. Neither did. See? You're mentally where I was an hour ago. Listen to her story. Either she's the best liar in the village or something really did talk to her while she was stuck in a mindscape with Harano. A mindscape. That, at least, made some sense. You went into someone else's mindscape, Ino. It was an emergency, Papa, Ino whined. She knew exactly why he was mad. And it was just Sakura. I know Sakura. Inoichi rubbed his forehead, trying to stave off the stress headache he knew would hit him very soon. It doesn't matter how much you think you know someone, Ino. You know what I specifically told you about going into mindscapes you didn't create. Ino pursed her lips, but she didn't offer the swift apology Inoichi expected from her. Instead, she crossed her arms and turned her head away, not engaging him at all, which shocked Inoichi more than anything. Ino never just ignored him. Between this new attitude and that jutsu he barely recognized his daughter. Anko waded back into the conversation before Inoichi could think about what to do. We're wasting time. The Hokage is the only one who can make sense of any of this shit, so we need to take the brats to him. Both of them. Tenzo asked. Are you saying that Harano Sakura has one of these good adama? Mitarashi went quiet. She has something else, Shikamaru said. Tenzo's attention slid over to him, but he didn't look any more comfortable than Anko. She has some kind of repulsion power. She pushed Kabuto into a wall without touching him and then almost collapsed a room on the rest of us. Pushed him into a wall? He was almost dead. Inoichi wanted to reach out to Ino and pull her back over to him, but that ball. Could it go through flesh like it could matter? Ino didn't seem to be controlling it, or even paying attention to it. She'd nearly hit Shikamaru earlier. Inoichi realized with a start that he was afraid. Afraid of his daughter. We have to see the Hokage, he blurted. Everyone turned to him because he realized he'd interrupted Tenzo's questions, but Inoichi felt sure now. We have to see him. He either knows, or has seen, every jutsu known to the village. If anyone can recognize what happened to the girls it's him. Tenzo mumbled something. It took Inoichi a moment to realize he was talking into his mask's internal microphone. The Umbu were usually much more circumspect about how much they gave away. He's rattled. Of course, he should be given his personal experience with Orochimaru and his cloning experiments, but it was a shock to hear from the ever-professional Umbu who was said to be the second coming of Kakashi. Suddenly Tenzo's attention shifted back fully to the group in the lobby. They can meet with us now. Mitarashi, grab Harino. You're in charge of keeping her restrained. Ino watched Anko as she went to gather Sakura. She's not going to hurt anyone, she said. I know she won't. It's just a precaution, Inoichi told her. He, carefully, put his hand on her shoulder and gave it a squeeze. She stepped away and instead jogged to catch up to Anko. Something happened to her in that mindscape thing. Shikamaru had stepped up to him and he was watching Ino. At that moment he looked very much like his father sizing up a new puzzle. There's a reason we don't go into mindscapes that we don't control or create. We can get trapped if the subject dies, or attacked by mental defenses. Inoichi sighed. That was one of the first things any Yamanaka was taught when they started learning their clan jutsu. You were there for her, though. I appreciate it, Shikamaru. The boy shoved his hands into his pockets. Ino and Anko were walking back over. She didn't need me, he said, not masking his hurt nearly as well as he thought he was. I know the feeling, Inoichi thought as Ino, Anko, and the unconscious Sakura completely passed him by on their way to the big staircase leading up. Tenzo fell in with them and the interrogation's head didn't miss most of the Umbu that had come with him Shunshin on ahead. Not taking any chances, that one. Papa! Ino called out. She was waving at him from across the room. Hurry up! And then she was gone up the stairs. Shikamaru was trailing after her. Oh yeah, he thought, moving to catch up, I know exactly how you feel, kid. Chapter 41. The tight grip of unconsciousness slowly slackened. Gradually, Sakura became aware of herself as she came out of a dreamless sleep, for once not getting a rude wake-up of someone splashing water in her face, or kicking her awake, as had become the norm in her life recently. But something had still woken her up, nearby voices. One in particular that never failed to get Sakura's attention, positive or negative. And that's when we found the old man. That Shikaka thing chased us all the way to him. Ino sounded in her element, confident and projecting her voice. She had an audience and Ino with an audience was usually an annoying thing. He told us that he was the sage of six paths and that he wanted us to do something. I wanted to hear him out right away, but you know Sakura. She caused a huge scene. Because being suspicious of someone calling themselves God was paranoid? Shut up, Ino, Sakura muttered. Her voice was scratchy and weak and she wanted a glass of water more than just about anything. A hand laid itself on her shoulder. It was a soft touch, but still reassuring when it gently squeezed. You're still not fully recovered yet. Take some more time to rest. Sakura knew that voice. Inoichi-san. Wadash. She managed to pry her eyes open. As they slowly started to work, the worried face of Ino's father came into a shaky focus. It softened when he saw Sakura's eyes. You're probably very confused and very dizzy, he whispered. In the background Sakura could hear Ino continue to talk. Acute chakra depletion. I wasn't allowed to give you a soldier pill. Where am I? The tower. Anko brought you here with the others. Tenzo, he's here too, wanted to report on what happened down in the Yamato works. What had happened down there? Sakura's memory was fuzzy after being put in her new body. She remembered Kabuto? Ino and Shikamaru? Then anger, and pain. Sakura rubbed her head, she couldn't remember. But Ino's droning, that was enough to get on anyone's nerves. She's butchering the story. Can you? You two girls, Inoichi muttered, amused. Louder, he called out, if I can interrupt? Sakura is awake. Ino was mid-boast when she was interrupted. Sakura managed to mirror the blonde's look of annoyance for a beat before her eyes flicked around the room. Shikaku, Choza, Tenzo, Anko, there was a large group of people ringing the small room. Sakura immediately felt a bolt of worry looking at Choza. The big man who had saved Shikamaru's in her life was bandaged in a dozen places and one arm was in a makeshift sling. But he was standing on his own, which Sakura took as a good thing. He gave her a small nod, even when their eyes met. Better than the sneer Anko had on her lips as Sakura's eyes passed over her. Sakura's visual tour stopped short a moment later. A single, beady little eyeball caught her eyes and made the blood in her veins turn to ice. Shimura Danzo was standing not a few dozen feet away, looking as he always did, evenly bored. He was standing behind someone sitting, though, the third Hokage. Inoichi had to steady her again when Sakura quickly scrambled to her feet. She only noticed she'd been laying on a makeshift cot of blankets when she lost that comfort. Hokage-sama. Sakura sputtered. No wonder Ino looked pissed at the interruption, she was getting to show off for the Hokage. Sarutobi started to answer her, but someone else, something else, interrupted. Sakura had missed it at first, but now she saw a small, coiled snake on the table the Hokage was sitting at. Its head shot up, tongue flicking out in Sakura's direction. She knew that snake. Harano-san. You survive against expectations again. Orochimaru. You, Sakura hissed, sounding like a snake herself. You did this to me. She screamed. Inoichi put a restraining hand on her shoulder, but Sakura squirmed away from it. You knew. Kabuto told me that you knew. The snake was quiet for a long moment. The room seemed to shift, people glancing at each other, as the silence dragged out. I knew, Orochimaru evenly confirmed. The admission hit Sakura like a thunder strike. Kabuto. Orochimaru. Tenzo. The village itself. How many people knew that I wasn't human? Sakura looked around the room, breathing hard. Her eyes locked onto the Hokage. Did you know? Sarutobi sighed. We have known since your return to the village. He seemed so old now. Weary. The life was draining out of him with every word, the wrinkles on his face growing longer and deeper. The only thing still animated about him were his eyes, which were staring down at the table. I thought it was a ruse by Orochimaru, or some sort of infiltrator. I did not truly believe you were still yourself until I read the reports from Tenzo, but by then your situation had become dwarfed by Suna. Without Inoichi behind her, Sakura would have fallen. All of her indignation and rage seemed to drain away, leaving nothing but a smoldering anger that had no outlet. She turned to the snake. Am I really human again? Is this body just another experiment? Without being there to examine you in person, I shouldn't be able to say either way with certainty, he hedged, voice growing sly once again, but I do not believe that the Sage of Six Paths would bestow gifts to anything but a human. Sakura's eyes shot wide. The sage. He had said that it was her body waiting on her, hadn't he? He was God. He wouldn't lie. This is ridiculous. Danzo clicked his cane against the floor, lips sneering, single working eye glaring at the snake, transmitting Orochimaru's voice. The Sage of Six Paths is a legend. He is a myth. He turned to the Hokage. We can't base military strategy around such insanity. Harano Sakura should be imprisoned, immediately. She is another ruse of Orochimaru's to infiltrate the village in this chaos. His attention went to Ino and the blonde flinched. And that one as well. Clearly something has been done to her during her contact with Harano. I won't agree to that. Choza yelled out. Shikaku put a calming hand on the big man's shoulder, but he still stomped forward. If anyone here is trying to use this invasion as a way to grab more power, it's you. Inoichi stepped around Sakura. You will not put my daughter in a cell, he said, deathly serious. Danzo's eye narrowed. We are at war. Your daughter, and Harano, could be security risks. The air thickened when Inoichi took another step forward. The Umbu behind Danzo shifted, angling themselves toward Inoichi. You clan heads have no say in this matter. Village defense is under my authority. The moment dragged out. Ino was rooted to her spot between her father and Danzo. Sakura struggled to stay standing, the Hokage continued to stare miserably at the table. The silence broke. But I have a say, Shikaku called out, stepping forward. His face was drawn into a tight scowl as he stared down Danzo. I was appointed, by the Hokage of the village, as the head of Central Command. All of the village's resources, including Umbu, genin in training, and allied personnel, are under my control. He turned to the silent Hokage. That can only be changed by the one who gave me my authority. Has that changed, Hokage-sama? Hokage-sama. Sarutobi. The Hokage held up his hand. Inoichi, Choza, and Danzo all fell silent. His eyes came off the table. He looked at Ino for a long minute. The girl squirmed, fidgeting, and then the old man's attention shifted away from her. He looked at Sakura. It wasn't a kind look. The Hokage was sizing her up like a threat, and suddenly all the wrinkles, cracks, and blemishes in the world couldn't make the man look anything other than the leader of the most powerful ninja village on the planet. It was a look that pinned Sakura to the spot, shaky legs be damned. Goosebumps picked up and down her arms, her muscles shivered. The thought came unbidden, he could kill me in an instant. It was some small part of her evolutionary leftover reptile hindbrain that housed the last scrapes of animal instinct that told her that. And then it was gone. The Hokage closed his eyes and let out a sigh. It is said that the Sage of Sixth Paths created our world. That he created peace from an ancient history of mindless bloodshed. It was a miracle. A small, tiny smile tugged at the old man's lips. Maybe it is foolish to believe, but I can only hope another miracle can take place in our village. Shikaku, I do not rescind your appointment. Danzo's face twisted. Sarutobi, you cannot be serious. This one, he pointed at Ino, who shrank back, has spun us a childish fantasy for the last hour and you are listening to her? You believe in gods and devils and other nonsense. You have forgotten the lessons of our master, Danzo. The words, softly delivered, rocked the Umbu commander back like a punch. You dare? He gasped. It was the most emotion Sakura had ever seen from the man, and looking around the room it seemed to be a rare occurrence for the rest of the audience as well. Danzo's eye blinked and his hand started to creep up to the bandage around his head. The snake on the table hissed loudly. It seemed to be a laugh. Sarutobi-sensei, you can surprise me even now. What a flowery sentiment from the man once called, the professor. Sarutobi cracked a wider smile, all teeth. You three children never knew me as well as you thought. He turned to Danzo, whose hand had stopped moving when Orochimaru had spoken. Danzo, I hope you learn one day that this world isn't as physical and static as you believe it to be. There is a space in between where truly fantastic things dwell. Danzo's hand fell back to his side. I will protect the village, he said, glaring at the Hokage. Even from itself, if need be. He vanished in a puff of smoke. The two Umbu behind him followed a moment later. Tenzo moved away from the wall, hands making a seal, but the Hokage shook his head. Let him go, he said. Danzo has always preferred to work in the shadows. At heart, he has the village's best interests in mind. Shikaku let out a breath. Well, at the very least we can't count on Root for now. What's our plan? He asked, drawing everyone's attention. Let's say we take all of this at face value, that Ino and Sakura were visited by the Sage of Six Paths and given certain gifts. Ino, what did he give to you two and how are you supposed to use them? Ino blinked. She was suddenly the center of attention again. Well, I was getting to that before Sakura interrupted, she said, smoothing out her clothes. She was back in her element. She held out her hand. She focused intently on her palm, and even though Sakura had seen it before, it was still creepy to see the black ball of darkness bubble up through her skin. Good Adama, the Hokage muttered, looking at the thing with frank astonishment. We were hoping you knew what this was, Inoichi said. I've never seen anything like it. It can eat anything it touches. Ino, show him. Ino pulled a kunao out of her pouch. I can touch it just fine, she said, but anything else. She pressed the tip of the dagger into the ball. It seemed to sink in, but when Ino pulled it back out it had been cut cleanly. It's similar to a jutsu I have seen before, Sarutobi said, still staring at the ball. Onaki, the Tsuchikage, has a similar technique. but it requires a great amount of chakra and concentration to perform. This is something different from his dust release. But I do know the ball itself. Gaudama, the truth-seeking orb. The Sage of Six Paths is often depicted with 10 of them, floating around his body. He gave me one of them, Ino said proudly. I can even control it. Watch. She held out her hand. The ball zipped straight out at the wall, sinking in a small way, before going back to Ino. It spun around her body and aligned with the crown of her head. It wants to stay there, she explained. I have to move it anywhere else, or make it go back inside my hand. Eyes turned to Sakura, expectant. I don't have one of those, she said, defensive. She can control gravity. Sakura hadn't even noticed Shikamaru, wedged as he was between Choza and his father. It's why you were unconscious. You almost killed Kabuto and then you passed out from chakra depletion. He looked at the Hokage. She pushed him into a wall hard enough to crack it and almost caused the ceiling to collapse. Right before it hit him, everything in the room started to float in the air. It was like floating in a lake. The Hokage scratched at his goatee, deep in thought. That sounds like another trick of the Tsuchikage, Shikaku said. He calls it Keijigen no Jutsu, the lightened boulder technique. It's not the same, Sarutobi interjected. I thought it could be that as well when your son mentioned gravity manipulation, but Oniki cannot use that jutsu for attack, and he has to physically touch the thing he wishes to lighten. But I do think it is significant that both of these jutsu are similar to ones he uses. How so? Shikaku asked. Oniki is unique among all Kage, Sarutobi explained. Like the second Tsuchikage, Mu, he can mix 3 different chakra elements into new techniques, such as his Jinten. It is called a Kekii Toda. Sakura caught what the Hokage was hinting at. You're saying that these abilities might be combinations of elements? But I can't cast a Doton anymore. I'm water-natured now. I tested it. Likely because that was your original affinity, Tenzo told her. The body Kabuto used your soul to mature is closely tied with the earth affinity. That is one reason you had such a singular talent with Doton, besides your natural talent for chakra manipulation. And you would know that body's affinity inside and out, Orochimaru said. Wouldn't you, Kino? It is no wonder you have a certain affection for my precious subordinate. The Umbu visibly bristled. My name is Tenzo. So it is, Orochimaru chuckled. And your guess is well reasoned. Those bodies, those cursed remnants of ancient jutsu, are supremely gifted in earth-nature manipulation. That, and other reasons, make it a perfect vessel for a tailed beast such as the Shukaku. Can someone explain to me what that Shukaku thing even is? Ino interjected. The old man said it was a friend of his, but it's a giant raccoon monster thing. And it talks. Sarutobi had fished his pipe out from his robes at some point in Tenzo's back and forth with Orochimaru and he flicked a spark of fire into it. It's a walking natural disaster, he said, taking a few puffs. The smell of tobacco wafted throughout the room. You learned of the Kyuubi attack in the academy, did you not? The Kyuubi is but one of 9 beasts scattered throughout our world. Many are sealed due to the destruction they can cause. Suna has, historically, been in possession of the one-tailed Shukaku. It was sealed into the Kazekage's son, Gaara, which is why I tasked the Jounin with capturing him. You mean he's like Naruto, Sakura said. Heads jerked toward her, some furious, but she managed not to flinch too hard. You're saying that Gaara is like Naruto. That Tsunagakuer put the Shukaku into him like you did the Kyuubi to Naruto. Ino and Shikamaru both looked supremely confused. The Hokage frowned at her, actually looking angry. That was classified information, he said. Did Orochimaru? You continuously underestimate her talents, Orochimaru replied to the incomplete accusation. She has known since the night Naruto-kun stole the second scroll of Forbidden Jutsu. She tracked him. Be that as it may, it is a village secret. He turned to Shikamaru and Ino, the former looking like he'd begun to catch on. You are sworn to secrecy, under the same pain of death every adult in the village is. Naruto is the jailer of the 9-tailed Kyuubi, and deserving of our gratitude. Sakura scoffed. Gratitude? You turned him into a science experiment. My teammate. And you hid it from everyone. Sarutobi let out a cloud of smoke. Measuredly, he met her eyes. And you spied on him, and Uchiha Sasuke, your other teammate, for a year, going so far as to tell his secret to a traitor of the village. He didn't smile when Sakura deflated, only taking another deep drag from his pipe. None of us are blameless, he said, leaving it at that. Sensei is slow to anger, Harano-san, but he can hold a grudge, Orochimaru taunted. I would be careful in the future. Sarutobi gave the snake a flat look through the smoke of his pipe. So we can assume that Gaara is no longer the container of the One-Tails, Shikaku said. His son gave him a look, but the elder Nara shook his head. It wasn't the time to talk about what they'd just learned. We need to focus on that. If Suna has as much control over it now as Orochimaru says that they should, why haven't they used it yet? We're already beginning to regain lost ground in the village. Now is the time. Anko scuffed the thin carpet with her foot. Maybe something went wrong with the body? Orochimaru's experiments rarely go well. I should know, she added under her breath. We can't count on that, Shikaku said. They put considerable effort into securing that body. No one was eager to share a thought. Even the Hokage was silent as Shikaku's words sank in. But Sakura had an idea. She caught Ino's eyes from across the room. The blonde seemed uncomfortable as well, shifting her weight from foot to foot. There was something else we didn't mention about the Sage of Six Paths, Sakura hazarded. The Hokage nodded. Please. He gestured over to Ino, and Sakura reluctantly walked over to the other girl. Now both of them were the centers of attention, and unlike her former friend, Sakura was uncomfortable with it. In the mindscape there was someone else. Some other outside actor, Ino supplied. He called himself Toby and tried to get us to make a deal with him instead of the sage. We should have led with this, Sakura hissed. Ino returned her angry look with a sneer of her own. It knew everything. About Kabuto and the body he stole from Orochimaru. He said it was perfect for him. That it gave him access to powers greater than anyone else in his organization. The Hokage leaned forward. What organization? Sakura nodded her head at the snake sitting on the table. The one Orochimaru left. The one he stole the fake bodies from. Silence from the snake. It simply flicked its tongue at them with no way of knowing if Orochimaru had severed the connection. I knew he was hiding something. Anko shouted. All of this is his fault. He was the one that convinced Suna to invade. His pet spy was the one that ripped Harano out of her body. It's his past that is catching up to all of us. That does make some sense, Shikaku agreed. Behind him, Kozo nodded. The snake twitched. I certainly didn't teach you to be so suspicious, Anko, Orochimaru said. Good of you to rejoin us, Sarutobi said. I had a matter to attend to. Orders to give. The work of a cage is never done. The snake turned to Ino and Sakura, ignoring Anko's apocalyptic fuming. Organization, you say? I'm unsure exactly which one this Toby could be referring to. Ino crossed her arms. Right. And I guess the name Madara doesn't mean anything to you either? The old man said Toby was the will of Madara and that everyone will suffer if Madara's plan goes off. Madara. Sarutobi repeated, shocked. Are you certain the sage said that this was the plan of Madara? What could that possibly mean? Shikaku asked. He looked incredibly worried. The Hokage shook his head. His pipe was dangling from his lips. I don't know, he admitted, and for Sakura that was more frightening than anything else that had been said so far. Madara, Uchiha Madara, was one of the original founders of Konoha. But he turned against the village and died fighting the first Hokage over 80 years ago, when he was already a grown man. It's impossible for him to still be alive. Although, it is said that Madara had a unique control over the Kyuubi and even used it in battle. If that power extended to the other tailed beasts. He turned to the snake. Anything to add, Orochimaru? Anything you wish to confess? The snake flicked its tongue. Not unless you wish to confess some things as well, Sarutobi-sensei. Should you call Danzo-san back? The old man grunted and took a long drag off his pipe. We'll leave this Madara person aside for now and focus on what we know for sure. At the very least, this Toby stated that he has control over the One-Tails. Assuming that, why hasn't the Shukaku already attacked the village? It could be that whatever Toby is, he underestimated what it needed to control such a power, Shukaku offered. Sakura thought about that. She thought about the way Toby could effortlessly control the mindscape, how afraid of it the Shukaku was, how insistent the sage was that it needed to be defeated. Ino was looking at her, dubious as well. She remembered. It definitely knows how to use Shukaku's power, Sakura said, confident. The sage said that we had to stop it. That's why he gave us these powers. A small ball of something like a Jinten and an unconfirmed gravity control that completely drains you of chakra when you use it. Shukaku shook his head and turned to the Hokage. Even if we believe the story about the Sage of Six Paths, I don't know how to plan for this. If Shukaku is anywhere as powerful as the Kyuubi, he will tower over the village. I don't see how two genin can stop it, especially with no training with these gifts. That thought hung in the room for a moment. The third didn't immediately answer. His eyes were closed and he was puffing slowly on his pipe, deep in thought. No one else looked like they had any ideas either, judging by their expressions. Except for Choza. The man frowned and then let out a grunt as he stepped forward. If we don't know how to use these powers, why don't we ask someone who might? The Hokage opened his eyes. What do you mean? We need to get Asuma in here, Choza replied. Shukaku blinked. It took him a moment, but his eyes widened in recognition. You're right, Choza. Hokage-sama, your son was one of the Shogunin Junichi, the 12 guardian ninja, along with Chiriku, the head monk of the Temple of Fire. Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of smoke. It is true that they worship Ninshu and revere the Sage of Six Paths, but do you believe they would have any knowledge of these powers? And would they consider the story of these two to be blasphemous? We can ill afford any new enemies at the moment. It's the best idea I've heard so far, Hokage-sama. If they do believe the story after seeing the good Adama, then we could potentially have a new ally to help repel Suna, Shukaku said. A hawk could be sent to the temple within hours, but Asuma would have to write the message. The Hokage was silent, mulling it over. He obviously didn't like the idea, but he eventually did nod. Then we shall do it. Akimika-san, inform Asuma of as much as you deem necessary. He should be at one of the outposts. Outpost A5, Shukaku provided. He gestured to the northwest wall of the room. It's in the original market district. He's the commander there. It's close to a signal post, so you won't need long to find a falcon. The Hokage nodded. He pushed up from the table and everyone else crowded around in front of him, but not too close, considering the floating ball behind Ino's head. Sarutobi looked out over the handful of ninja. He smiled, and even if it didn't reach his eyes, it was good to see. We have a plan of action, then. Rejoice, we may have a miracle in this very room. Tenzo, I have a mission for you and your newest member. The man stepped forward, along with Anko. The woman didn't bother hiding her distaste at being that close to Sakura, a sentiment that Sakura returned with a childish sneer of her own. She didn't know why Anko had it out for her, but that woman wasn't going to get under her skin. What is your wish, Hokage-sama? Tenzo asked. I'm creating a new cell as of now with you at its head. Your goal is to discover what you can about the whereabouts of this Toby creature in the village and, when you feel you have an opportunity, to destroy it. These two, he gestured at Ino and Sakura, will be under your care. Take whatever resources you need. Shukaku will see to it. Tenzo took such a charge with his usual aplomb. And their powers. Discover as much as you can about them. If the Temple of Fire responds before the appearance of the Shukaku, then all the better, but I want you to plan as if we are rapidly losing time. Use whatever you feel appropriate to help them discover what the sage wished for them to do. He turned to Anko. You will be their direct commander. Anko blanched. Me? I've never Harino as dash. They are both your charges now. I have faith in you to do your best. Yes, Hokage-sama. She closed her eyes tight, like she'd just taken a very bitter medicine. The old man smiled again. He looked at the assembled group. Good. I realize that I'm asking many of you to accept things on faith, but I truly believe what I told Danzo, that there is the physical world, but also a less defined current running through it. I won't ask you to believe in gods or legends, but I do ask you keep an open mind. Shikaku, he said, walking around the table and putting a hand on the tall man's shoulder, I leave the rest to you. You have the Fourth's plans. There is no one else in the village I trust with them. Support Tenzo as much as you can. Of course, but what are you dash? I am going to go and make sure Danzo isn't getting up to too much trouble. And then I'm going to see if I can't even our odds on the ground. The snake on the table raised its head. Going to go do your own dirty work, Sarutobi-sensei? Are you certain you won't rethink the terms of our alliance? I'm growing a bit nostalgic for a return to the battlefield. If you set one foot in this village, Orochimaru, I will finish you, the Hokage replied. Though, he sounded more amused than angry. But is that worry I hear in your voice, my former student? The snake's eyes flashed. Sakura wondered if it really was just a transmission technique. Surely that is just your hearing going in your old age, the Sunin snapped. The reptile hissed as the Hokage chuckled to himself. Must be, the Hokage chuckled as he walked around the table. Standing in front of them, the old man suddenly didn't seem quite so scary. He was old, bent with age, only a little taller than Sakura was. But his eyes sparkled. Some small flicker of fire had been kindled. We're laying a terrible burden on you both, he said, thankfully not huffing on his pipe. I wish it were not so. The Fourth wished to create a world where we would not send our children to do our fighting, but we are not there yet. Think of your families, of your friends, and find the strength to deliver us. If the Sage of Six Paths truly spoke to you both, you are our best hope. No pressure, Ino grumbled, but Sakura heard the hitch in her voice and saw the goosebumps on her arms. The Hokage smiled at her like he didn't notice either. It shouldn't be for the most talented kunoichi of her generation. Sakura tried not to flinch when the old man turned to her. His face was still kind, but it seemed forced. Wistful? Sakura couldn't place the expression. And Konoha has its fate in your hands as well, even after failing you so completely. I cannot say that you will be rewarded for it, or that people will remember your efforts, but you do have my gratitude. He held out his hand. It took a moment before Sakura realized he was shaking her hand. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I dash. The old man pulled her in with a shocking strength. She smelled the tobacco on his clothes as he leaned to her ear. Konoha will stand with you, whatever your future plans, he whispered. Shocked, Sakura just dumbly continued to shake his hand. The moment was over in an instant and Sakura would have wondered if she'd imagined if Ino hadn't been looking at her suspiciously. The Hokage dropped her hand and clapped her on the shoulder. Consider it, he said, walking away. Sakura just shrugged helplessly when Ino looked at her expectantly. Sarutobi stopped at the door. You have your orders, he said to the room. I trust that we will all perform our duties to the best of our abilities. The god of shinobi himself could be watching over us and our actions. Let us not disappoint him. There were various snaps to attention in the room. The Hokage looked at each person individually, nodded, and simply opened the door and left, closing it softly behind him. His departure sucked whatever fortifying emotions right out of Sakura. Her legs shook and she slouched down into a nearby chair. Inoichi stepped up and gave her a pat on the shoulder. He can be intense sometimes, the Jounin completely understated. Ino crossed her arms. She still seemed shaken. He was downright scary, Papa. It's like he expects me and Sakura to save the whole village. Because you two might have to, Tenzo said. He was in the center of the room, looking over everyone else. He finally turned to Shikaku. We are going to need a hardened facility to base ourselves out of. And I'll need to pull some of the tower's umbu for our cell. Shikamaru's father scratched at his pointy beard. Well, if the Hokage isn't staying in the tower we can probably spare them. The war is going all right in the village, all things considered, but if you're looking for absolute security, the Forest of Death is probably your best bet. You want us to go somewhere called the Forest of Death for our safety. Sakura asked. Ino mirrored her incredulity. I thought you were supposed to be one of the sharpest kunoichi of your class. Anko scoffed, making Sakura flush. The Forest of Death was going to be a stage of the Chunin exam, so it's been fully stocked with dangerous animals and plants. And there's a full suite of surveillance equipment strung up in there. Shikaku nodded. And Anko was going to be the proctor of that stage of the exam, so she knows the area inside and out. It's the perfect place for you two to try and get some kind of grip on those new jutsu. Ino looked back and forth between Tenzo and Shikaku. Wait, you actually want us to go and train? In the middle of a war? We don't have time for that. We have to get Suna out of the village now. And how are you planning to do that? Ask all the Sunanin to politely line up in front of you so you can throw your little ball at them. Anko demanded. You couldn't even defend yourself out there in the village. If you think you can actually beat a tailed beast, you're more insane than the snake. You have such a way with words now, Anko, Orochimaru purred. The Umbu stepped right up to the table and caught the coiled reptile by the head. It squirmed in her hand but she didn't show any fear of it. If I catch one whiff of you around the forest, I'll show you how much I've been training to kill you. It was the most serious Sakura had ever heard the woman. Sheer hatred dripped from her lips. Shikaku saved the poor beast by putting a restraining hand on Anko's shoulder. He's our ally, Anko, he reminded her. For now. Until he does something to incline us otherwise. Anko dropped the snake. It snapped at her, but she didn't flinch, only glared at it angrily as it coiled back up on the table. I do enjoy pragmatism, Orochimaru said. The snake didn't seem any worse for wear at the treatment. But I will have you pull your weight. You won't get the political protection you're after if Konoha falls too low on manpower, saying nothing if the village falls completely. I want direct help from you. He stared at the reptile and his eyes had flickers of that all-knowing stare the Hokage could give a person. You're nearby, aren't you? All the Jonin in the room spoke at once, Anko the loudest of all, but Shikaku held up his hands. I'm not going against the Hokage's orders, he said. Orochimaru will not enter Konoha, but Suna has supply lines that are stretched from here to the Land of Wind. And I'm sure he has some forces in place around the village, treaty or no treaty. He turned back to the snake. Am I right? You are correct, Orochimaru replied after a long moment. I can ensure that Suna will have to pull some forces from the village to further protect their supply lines. Pragmatic of you to use me for that, Shikaku-san. Sensei never thought to ask. Shikaku tugged on his goatee, worriedly. That's why he left things like this to me, he said. Clearly he wished he didn't have to resort to asking Orochimaru for more direct help, but Sakura didn't see how he had a choice at this point. Truthfully, Sakura didn't sit well knowing her cage would be so close to the village. She didn't trust him, not anymore. Orochimaru had an ulterior motive and it probably wouldn't help Konoha in the long run. But, just like Shikaku, she was stuck until the war was over. Konoha will stand with you, whatever your plans. Konoha had to stand itself for the Hokage to make good on his promise. Sakura looked at the snake, what it represented. Orochimaru, she wouldn't let him destroy the village. She promised herself she wouldn't. As if it had sensed the attention, it turned to her. And for my precious little subordinate, I have something to provide. Something that may help you all with your little training mission. Before Shikaku could even ask what the snake meant, there was a heavy knock on the door. Tenzo's head jerked sharply, as did Anko's. They hadn't noticed, or been told via radio, that anyone was approaching. Shikaku let out a quiet sigh. This isn't going to blow up in our face, is it? He asked. The snake was silent, waiting. Shaking his head, the Jounin shuffled toward the door, ignoring the hissed warnings from Anko. After a heartbeat, he opened the door. Chapter 42. The Jonin commander's hand paused on the doorknob. A glance at Inoichi and the man's eyes slid shut. Sakura felt the sharp rise in tension as chakra swelled around him before it dissipated into the air like a popped soap bubble. Sensing chakra, she thought, Inoichi was one of the greatest sensors in the village. But he shook his head, face drawn in confusion. Whatever was on the other side of the door confused him. No chakra, he murmured. That didn't seem to calm Shikaku's nerves, but he did open the door. He opened it in a single pull and the rush of incoming air teased Sakura's hair. That's a bit anticlimactic, Orochimaru said, breaking the silence, and he wasn't wrong. It wasn't an enemy ninja behind the door, or some kind of trap as Tenzo's tense posture might have been expecting, it was a young boy. He was younger even than Sakura or Ino, dressed in tattered, dirty civilian clothes. His eyes were moist with tears, but he seemed to have a determination in him as well. Shikaku knelt down, but Sakura certainly didn't miss the way Inoichi didn't immediately lose his guard. Where did you come from, child? The Nara asked. The boy sniffed and leaned around him, looking at everyone he could see in the room. When his eyes fell on Sakura's they widened and he pointed. Her! He exclaimed, a smile finally breaking on his face. Pink hair. I gotta give this to her. He tried to dart in, but Shikaku's arms caught him around the stomach. The boy squirmed, but he couldn't do much when the man lifted him up in the air. You've got to give what to her? Who told you that you had something to give to her? This. Shikaku held out his hand and the boy dropped something shiny and white into it. It seemed to confuse Shikaku enough that he held it out for Inoichi to look at. The blonde shook his head as well, so Shikaku held it up in the light. A tooth. A long, curved, gleaming white tooth as long as one of Sakura's fingers. The boy seemed proud of himself for delivering it because he puffed himself up a bit. She said she would find mommy if I went in and gave the tooth the pink-haired lady. A strip of childlike worry crossed his face. Did I do good? You took it. Will she still find mommy? Dimly, Sakura was aware of the conversation going on around her as she stumbled over to Inoichi. The man's attention was split by the child asking again about his mother, so he distractedly handed over the tooth to her. What is it? Ino asked. The blonde had followed her over. Bear tooth? Do bears have teeth that big? It could be. Sakura. Your hand. Sakura blinked as Ino pried her fist loose. A small trickle of blood was coming from a cut she'd just inflicted on herself from clenching the sharp tooth too hard. You know what this tooth means, Tenzo stated. It wasn't a question, because Sakura knew she was far too late to try and hide a reaction. And indeed she did. It's from the river country. There's only one person who would know what this means to me, Kuratsuki. Inukai looked up from the young boy. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter. He turned a fatherly smile back on the child. What did the lady look like? The one that gave you that tooth. His little face scrunched up. She was tall, he said. Sakura had to hold in the groan. To a tiny civilian child everyone probably seemed tall. Did she have pink eyes? She asked, trying to sound calm and not snappy. It didn't seem to work because the boy shrank back into Shikaku's arms. Sakura let out a sigh. She wasn't good with kids. Eyes looked like your hair, he mumbled into the Jounin's sleeve. Can I go see Mama now? The lady promised I could after she saved me from the scary people. Shikaku smiled down at him. I'll have someone take you somewhere safe. He looked to Tenzo when he said that and the Umbu nodded. In the heartbeat it probably took him to talk into his radio another masked ninja showed up outside the door. The little kid was initially scared, but the Umbu leaned down and cocked his bird-masked face at him. Like any little kid he reached out and tried to grab at the mask, which let Shikaku hand him over. Get his family name and hand him off to one of our evacuation centers, the man said. The kid asked again about his mother, but Shikaku reached out and mussed his hair. It might take a little more time to find her, so you're going to have to be brave. Can you do that? I guess, he said with a sniff. The Umbu awkwardly nodded at the commander and walked back into the tower, rather than the normal Shunshin. It would have been funny if the alligator tooth didn't seem to be gaining weight the longer Sakura held it. The thing felt like a sword hanging over her neck, only held up by a very frayed cord. The thought that Kurotushi was in Konoha and knew enough about her movements that she could send her a message was enough to make Sakura break out in a cold sweat. The teen had it out for her in a way few other people in her life did. It was a personal thing between them. Shikaku sighed. I won't even ask how an Uegaku or ninja got close enough to the tower to pull a stunt like this. There are so many holes in our defenses right now, a whole street full of civilians could probably walk in. I don't have enough men to keep a secure radius around the tower, Tenzo said, agreeing in his own way. Command should move to a more secure location. I know, and I have a few thoughts. Pull men from here if you need to, Tenzo. I want the Forest of Death to be a dead zone for Suna, the Jounin ordered. Then, his attention turned to Orochimaru. Was this your surprise, Orochimaru? IWA. The snake on the table hissed, a sound Sakura had begun to mentally think of like static on a radio. I expected a less roundabout way of communicating, the Sunin admitted through the connection. White-hot rage burned away whatever fear of the distant Otokage Sakura had. You said that would be helpful to my training. She shouted at the snake. How is someone who wants to kill me being in Konoha a good thing for me? More diplomatically, Shikaku added, granddaughter of the Tsuchikage or not, I doubt she could have gotten that boy into the tower. She has to be here with a team. What is your angle, Orochimaru? The snake was quiet again. It took him a few heartbeats to answer. Iwagakure was interested in what was happening in Konoha, he finally said. Not exactly hostile, but interested. They approached me 2 weeks ago, after encountering my subordinate in the river country, and reopened the line of communication with Oto. You're collaborating with IWA? Anko hissed, sounding like a snake herself. Nothing so explicit, he calmly responded. They simply wanted information on a common neighbor and I obliged. It only took Shikaku a moment to pick up the thread. You mean Kyumo? Iwa's entire foreign policy is built around keeping parity with them. Sakura could see exactly where Shikamaru got his insight from, the man didn't even look surprised. If Kyumo moves, so must IWA. Exactly. According to my spies, Kirigakure has already occupied the neutral territory of Whirlpool. If they go much farther, Kyumo is sure to act. That new piece of information cast a pale over the room. As if a raging war with Suna, the systematic destruction of the village, and a mysterious mission from God weren't enough, now Kiri was breaking treaties from the last war and Kyumo and IWA were threatening to intervene. It would be the Fourth Shinobi World War. Is IWA reaching out to us? Inoichi wondered. Maybe having a civilian deliver a message was a sign? The boy said that the Tsuchikage's granddaughter helped him. That could be a statement, Choza added. Shikaku was quiet, looking pensively at Sakura. The scrutiny made her squirm. Well, clearly that message was meant for Sakura. He was told specifically to look for her here in the tower. In this very room. So, what does that tooth mean? Sakura's eyes darted around when the attention was suddenly on her. We tried to kill each other, she tried to explain, hoping she didn't sound as unnerved and frightened as she felt now that her little personal drama had taken a national tint. She nervously rolled the tooth over in her fingers. The last time I saw her, she was fighting off a whole swamp full of alligators. I thought she'd died. So she could just be saying I'm alive to you. Maybe they want to talk, but couldn't find an official channel, Shikaku guessed. Do you have an official way of contacting IWA, Orochimaru? You knew that they would be reaching out to us. A message was sent to one of my ninja operating in Konoha for the exam. There is a want to establish contact between an advanced IWA team operating in the Land of Fire and Konoha's leadership. They said that one of their members knew a former Konoha genin, so I made a simple deduction. The snake's tongue flicked out. I do not know what they intend to do with such a contact. Everyone was silent for a heartbeat, thinking about that. Sakura's breath quickened as possibilities played out in her head. If IWA joined the war on Konoha's side. Inoichi hummed. Sakura, let me see the tooth, he said, crossing the room. Without reluctance Sakura turned it over. Whatever Iwa's intention was, she didn't want to hold that reminder of Kuratsuki any more than she had to. The Jounin studied the pearly white tooth with a critical eye, turning it over and over in his hand. He hummed again and closed his eyes. Sakura again felt a charge of chakra being molded in a pale glow surrounded the Jounin's hand, tooth, and all. His eyes popped open after a moment. I thought so. It's not a real tooth. This is ceramic, probably porcelain, created by a Kekii Genkai. It's acting like a chakra tracking bug. Like the Mokuton seeds I can make, Tenzo provided. Sakura didn't know what he was talking about, but Shikaku seemed to understand. Can you stop it from transmitting? He asked. Inoichi nodded. I already did. But, it wasn't disguised very well, especially if they knew I was here with Sakura. I think. He paused, eyes showing their wrinkles as he thought. I think it could be an invitation. While that information was being digested, Orochimaru interjected, if my opinion has any weight, I believe they are genuine. Or as genuine as that Tsuchikage can be. The old man is rather cagey. I could be convinced to provide my subordinate to Konoha for this meeting. Inoichi and Shikaku shared a look. That's a little. We can't know their true intentions. Sakura's skin crawled. Subordinate. Orochimaru had happily treated her like a science experiment, knowing for who knows how long she was Kabuto's guinea pig. Was he ever going to tell her, or would that have ruined the results he wanted to see? He would have let her die. Sakura knew that without a shadow of a doubt. Orochimaru didn't hold a grudge, nor was he needlessly cruel, but he didn't think of people as people. They were things. Assets, maybe, to be pushed around and manipulated. The team that had been his guardians in Suna had been afraid of him, and Kakashi didn't trust him at all. Konoha will stand with you, the Hokage had told her. But if he died, if the village died, all she would have in the world would be Orochimaru and Oto. And she would never leave that place alive. Sakura swallowed a lump in her throat. I'll go, she said. Her voice cracked at first and only Ino noticed her over the adults arguing, but Sakura took a solid step forward. I said that I'll go, she said louder, interrupting them. I'll go meet her. Or let her come to me. Whichever. The snake on the table flicked its tongue at her. And so you shall, when we've worked out some kind of compensation for risking one of Oto's finest assets, the Sunin explained, voice sharp with a hint of annoyance. Until then you will be dash. Sakura ignored him. She walked up to Shikaku and Inoichi. I'll do it. I'll meet with IWA and see what they want. She ignored the warning hiss from the table behind her and held out her hand to the Yamanaka. He grimaced. The Hokage would never agree to that. You are one of our special assets now, Sakura. Inoichi looked to Shikaku for some support, but the other man's face was neutral. Considering. Sakura gestured back at her friend. Ino's better at using her new jutsu than I am, and she didn't just get a whole new body. If I can help now, with IWA, then I have to do it. Tenzo stepped up beside her. I can track her easily if IWA tries anything. And Anko will be there with her, as a guard. I will. Anko questioned, but a glance back from Tenzo stopped that line of thinking. I mean, sure. Of course I will. I'm just itching to throw myself in front of a kunao for her. Why not? She grumbled. Ino pushed past Sakura, nearly knocking the girl over to get to Shikaku. Didn't you hear what Sakura said? This Kuratsuka girl tried to kill her. I just spent the last day making sure she didn't get herself killed. She whirled on Sakura. You're not going anywhere, Forid. The old fire started to flicker in Sakura's stomach. You don't get to tell me what I can or can't do, pig. Sakura fired back, easily falling back into a pattern almost as old as she was. IWA wants to talk, so I'm going to go and talk to them. She turned back to Shikaku. He still seemed undecided, but Sakura set her jaw and straightened up. I can handle Kuratsuke, she lied. Shikaku's lips quivered into what might have been a smile. Because you have such a great track record of that so far. His eyes flicked to Tenzo. He didn't say anything, but he was measuring the man. Then to Anko. She's your responsibility, he finally relented. Before Anko could grumble any more, Inoichi and Ino both started arguing, but the Nara clan head held up a hand to stall them. We're out of options. If it was just Suna, the village could deal with it. They're being pushed out of sensitive areas as we speak, in fact. But if Kiri and Kumo get involved, the entire Land of Fire could be a battlefield. If IWA can counterbalance all of that, we have to at least hear them out. Tenzo, you take Ino to the Forest of Death and begin trying to train her for whatever it is she is supposed to do. You can take the tower's Umbu team and any of the supplies from the emergency stocks here and relocate out to the forest. Ino stomped her foot. You're letting Forad just walk into an IWA ambush, Uncle Shikaku. The old man wanted both of us to stop that Toby thing. It's an order, he reiterated, looking at both daughter and father. Inoichi, I'm going to need you with my team for coordination. If Kiri is moving, we have to be ready for advance parties. Falcons won't be fast enough for our coastal outposts. The man stiffened. My daughter will be with my son in the Forest of Death. Tenzo will watch them both. He gestured to Shikamaru to come over. Reluctantly, the boy came to the center of the room with Ino and Sakura. You three are going to be a temporary team. When Sakura returns from meeting with IWA, I want you all to stay close to Anko. Try and understand those new jutsu as much as you can, but don't risk yourselves. This sounds like too much trouble, Shikamaru muttered. The Kyuubi is a force of nature, right? Like a living disaster. And this Shikaka thing is supposed to be just like it? Can any kind of training work against that? The boy groaned when Shikaka ruffled his hair. The fourth didn't leave us completely helpless against a tailed beast, he answered, not elaborating. Choza pushed himself off the far wall. Well, I think I should go find Asuma and get word to the fire temple. Are we relocating after? Shikaka gave his boy one last ruffle before pulling away. His smile was gone. We'll go to interrogation, he said, sounding like a village commander again. It's hardened in case things get out of hand. Orochimaru, your summon is coming with us in case we need to coordinate on those supply line hits. The snake in question didn't immediately answer. It was just sitting there, coiled, not saying a word. Orochimaru. Shikaka questioned again, but his expression didn't hold much hope. The Sunin had gone quiet. I warned all of you, Sakura heard Anko hiss. You can't trust him. Shikaka caught the coiled snake behind its head and coaxed it into one of his pouches. He could have ran into issues with Suna if he's based nearby, he said. That means we shouldn't stay here any longer, either. Suna is probably planning something for the tower. The sooner we leave, the sooner they lose all that effort. All of the important documents have already been destroyed or evacuated. It's just a building now. The large Akameki head made for the door. I'll meet up with you at interrogations once the fire temple gets their letter, then. Good luck. Shikaka nodded. Good luck, Choza, he returned as the big man slipped out the door. Tenzo, do you have a plan for moving to the Forest of Death? 2 groups would be best, since there are 2 assets. Harano will be escorted by Anko and a few Umbu to a place where IWA could meet with her while I take Yamanaka Ino straight to the Forest of Death. We can secure the central tower and ensure all of the surveillance and warning equipment is active. Ino bumped Sakura's arm as the 2 adults talked about the logistics of such a thing. What do you think IWA really wants? She asked. Sakura had been thinking about that. Isn't IWA one of the poorer villages? Maybe they want us to pay them for their help. Or send them food. I read once that they don't have much farmland. Lots of people, but not a lot of domestic food production. They imported almost everything edible and didn't export much other than raw materials. You remember that from the academy, right? Ino rolled her eyes. Only you would remember all that junk. You really think all this could be about food? No way. They have to want some kind of jutsu or Kekkai Genkai we have. Dad told me once that Kumo tried to steal one from us, so maybe IWA wants the same thing. She thought about it a second longer and winced. Don't tell anyone I told you that. I think it was supposed to be a secret. Yeah, I'll make sure I run right to Orochimaru and tell him, Sakura sarcastically shot back. I'm not on his good side right now, in case you didn't notice. Ino poked her again with her elbow. What was up with that, anyway? I've never seen you so. She searched for a word. Assertive? He sounded mad before he stopped talking. Why did you dash? But Sakura didn't get a chance to answer because Shikaka walked up to them. It seemed like all the planning was done. Ino, you're going with Tenzo. Sakura, you're with Anko. She knows a place where IWA can easily meet you. Sakura hadn't noticed her, but the woman had gotten beside her and caught her by the collar of her baggy shirt. Come on, brat. We're burning daylight. Ino grabbed Sakura by the arm and tugged her, painfully, back. Where's the other Umbu? Ino demanded, looking around. No other Umbu, Anko growled. Just me and the traitor. We'll move quicker that way. She gave Sakura a sharp tug and tore her out of Ino's grasp. Now stop holding us up. It's going to be hard enough for me to drag this talentless bag of rocks through the village when I can still see. Sakura couldn't resist the woman as she pulled her along, and she was forced to walk with her if she didn't want to trip. Before they hit the door, though, Ino caught Anko by the sleeve. You owe me still, Anko. She hissed. This time the woman did stop, but she didn't look happy about it. Sakura's suspicion was already starting to fire, but the way Ino wouldn't look directly at her only added fuel. Ino was keeping her face deliberately neutral as she stared the woman down. And, amazingly, it was Anko that looked away first. Fine. Fine. I'll keep an eye on her. But that's all you're getting. And we're even. You hear me? Even. Ino let her hand fall away as Anko pulled Sakura through the door. Sakura, be care dash. But the door closed before Ino could finish her thought. Chapter 43. Stop making so much damned noise. Anko hissed. She'd stopped in a shop's back door stoop, watching the rooftops above their heads. They were only a few blocks from the Hokage Tower, but it had been a solid hour since they'd left. This was the third time Anko had made them stop to complain. How are you being any quieter than me? Sakura furiously thought, but she bit her tongue. Arguing with Mitarashi Anko was, as she had discovered the last half-dozen times she'd tried her hand at it, impossible. Anko did and said what she wanted and no logical arguments could persuade her. But just because Anko got mad at her, that didn't mean Sakura could suddenly make her body be silent. The latest issue was that Sakura couldn't muffle her steps by putting a thin layer of chakra on the bottoms of her feet, so every time she would run, or be pulled by an angry Umbu, she would make a racket scuffing and kicking her way down Konoha's cobbled streets. Sakura didn't think she was making too much noise, but Anko was furious at each little plink of a pebble she kicked. That was what made her stop the last time too, and they'd waited 10 minutes until Anko was sure no Sunanin were waiting to ambush them the next street over. It wasn't as if Anko was blind to the problems, either. Sakura had told her she could hardly mold chakra before they'd even gotten to the street. Anko had tossed her dark Umbu cloak at her then because it roughly matched the color of the wood used for most of the village's construction, but other than that she'd just ordered Sakura around and got annoyed with her. She wasn't sympathetic at all, and while Sakura didn't exactly want sympathy, she at least wanted the woman to be realistic. Tell me how to mold chakra like you want. Sakura furiously whispered back. I'm doing you a favor being out here. The least you can do is teach me something. Sakura had to bite her tongue when Anko whirled and slammed her into the shop's back door. Listen to me, you little brat, my only job is to get you to IWA in one piece and then dump you at the Forest of Death. If you think I'm going to do anything past that, you're crazier than that bastard you betrayed Konoha for. She ground Sakuras back into the door for good measure. Got it. I got that you're a complete psycho. Sakura snarled, squirming out of the woman's grip. Just get ready to move, Anko griped, standing. And if you get us caught, I'm going to leave you there to deal with it. Sakura had no idea if that was one of the woman's constant threats or if she were serious. She got up to move with the woman anyway, resolving to try her best to stay silent. The alleyway was quiet as the woman edged out from under the overhanging awning. Anko was in the lead and she darted from hiding place to hiding place, behind dumpsters and crates, until she was at the far end. She looked up and down the street before waving her arm out behind her for Sakura to follow. Sakura had never thought she was bad at moving silently at the academy, and Iruka-sensei had never taught it with chakra, but now she was hyper-aware of every noise she made, scurrying down the alley as fast as she dared. Suddenly, halfway to the end, Anko held up a fist, a universal symbol for stop. Then, in the blink of an eye, Anko was gone. Sakura's initial confusion gave way to the absolute terror of being alone. Anko wouldn't have just left me, Sakura thought. I didn't make any noise. She'll be back. She's scouting. She has to be scouting. Maybe she heard a noise, or saw something down the street. Logical thought wasn't nearly enough to push down her terror, though. She was alone, unarmed, because no one had given her a weapon pouch, and without any jutsu. Sakura realized with even greater dread that she hadn't tested whether or not she could even do basic academy jutsu. The hairs on the back of Sakura's neck stood up, like she'd just touched an electrical current. With all her might, she twisted and punched out at whoever had shunshined beside her. Anko caught her in her bloody hand. "You're already dead," she said. Sakura jerked her head away and wiped the blood off on Anko's cloak. "Oh come on, that thing's brand new. You deserve it," Sakura told her, jumping to her feet. Anko didn't rise to the argument. She just walked down the street without caring about cover or subtly, and Sakura ran off after her. "There was a Tsunechin in watching the street," she said. "Gone now. We have a straight shot to the base of the monument." The monument? Sakura wondered. Her eyes went to the only monument she could easily see, the Hokage Monument, looming over the village. Only the fourth's face was clear through all the smoke and dust in the air. "We're going up there. It's the best place for IWA to meet us," Anko said. She walked out into the street as confident as anything, but she didn't linger in the open more than she needed. Sakura scurried across much quicker. They passed 3 more streets without any issue besides an explosion a few blocks over that rattled them both. Along the way, Anko explained that they couldn't take the easiest way, around the side of the cliff, because it was in an area of the city Suna still controlled. Going straight up in the fading daylight would keep them hidden enough to have a good chance at reaching the top. But Anko hadn't anticipated one thing: the 100-yard cleared space that separated the base of the wall from the rest of the village. No buildings came up to the wall, and it ran for a mile in either direction. A perfect kill zone if anyone was watching. It was a daunting gap to cross. Anko stopped at the edge of it, lurking in the shadows of the last alleyway that dead-ended into it, considering. She didn't look confident. But Sakura stepped forward. "Do you know about the underground drainage ditches?" she whispered, surprising the woman for once. Anko confusedly looked back at her, and then followed Sakura's outstretched index finger to one of the metal grates that opened up right by the wall. She squinted at the little black dot in the distance. "The monument needs drainage ditches." "Lots of them," Sakura answered, feeling more in her element. "There are channels carved all over the cliff to direct water. I guess it was built like that to keep the faces from eroding. You can crawl through a ditch to get to the base without crossing this open piece. You can even use the channels to climb up to the top without chakra." Anko followed the line of the barely visible channel all the way up the cliff face. From the bottom, the enormous stone faces looked like natural rock formations jutting out of the wall of stone. "Too damn exposed," the Umbu muttered. "They're recessed. You can only see into them straight on. I climbed them myself all this year." Anko glanced over her shoulder at the girl with a nasty look. "You mean when you were being a traitor? Climbing up the monument like the piece of trash slug you are. It helps us now, doesn't it?" Sakura asked, not rising to the woman's bait. She didn't need the Umbu's validation or acceptance. Sakura had survived, she was at peace with that. But now Sakura wanted to do something more than that. She stepped around Anko and carefully toppled a mound of trash bags and other restaurant refuse that had been piled in the alleyway. As she did, a small iron grate, maybe 2 feet across, revealed itself. "Locked," Anko noted, poking the thing with her foot. "Move back. I'll bust it." Sakura held up her hand. "Now who's being too loud? Just wait a second." She angled the lock up to get a look at the bolt. It wasn't a ninja lock, one opened by chakra manipulation, which meant it would be easy. Sakura fished a flat bit of metal out of the trash pile she'd moved and slipped it into the bolt. With a little finessing, she had the tumbler turning and it popped open. She carefully set the thing aside. "This all ties into the civilian drainage system," she explained. "The civilian council is responsible for it, so they use regular locks. A ninja could just walk up the wall, you know. Anko helped her get the grate open. There wasn't any water in the narrow pipe, which would make this easy. Sakura went in first, getting down on her knees. It wasn't a tight fit for her, but she heard Anko struggling behind her. As she crawled, Sakura tried to remember the last time she'd taken this route was. It had been more than a few months ago, for sure. Before Kabuto had given her the remote reporting book and back when they had regularly met somewhere on the monument. If you knew where to look, there were hundreds of nooks and crannies that several people could fit into among the faces. Even at the very top, it wasn't a flat plateau like most people thought. There were the remains of the carving process strewn all around, with lots of places to hide. And Kabuto had known most of them. Every time they'd meet, he would have a new location, given to her by some roundabout method or, most distressingly, left on slips of paper around her house. Back then her only worry had been being found out by the village and locked in prison, or Kabuto deciding she wasn't worth the trouble and killing her himself. Now she had already died once, had a brand new body, which was still something she couldn't properly think about without existential dread creeping in, was a double, or triple, agent, and was on a mission to help stop the Fourth Ninja War. And on top of all that was a quest given to her by God to save the world. But here she was, still crawling through the same sewer pipes. Anko grunted. "What the hell do you have to be laughing about up there?" Sakura hadn't even noticed she'd let out a giggle. "Just thinking about the last time I was down here," she whispered back. "So much in my life has changed since then, but I'm still down here, crawling in the mud." "Welcome to adulthood," the woman growled. "Now hurry up and pray this thing isn't locked at the end." Thankfully for the pair, the grate was open. Anko crawled over Sakura to go first, poking her head up from the shelter of a hidden alcove in the rock. "We're pretty well covered back here," Anko called back down to Sakura, sounding a little annoyed that everything had worked. Sakura pushed her way up, trying to squeeze past Anko. "You don't know the best way up," she growled when the woman tried to push her back down into the ditch. Sakura angrily pinched her in the thigh and the woman's grip slackened enough for her to squirm out the grate. On the rocks, Sakura felt more confident. She had climbed routes like this on the monument without any chakra and in about the same shape as this new body dozens of times. She was small enough to stay in the U-shaped carving as it took her higher and higher on the cliff. Anko, though, was having more trouble. She was a solid foot taller than Sakura and more generous in the chest and hips, so she couldn't stay as hidden. "Stop looking back at me," Anko huffed at Sakura when she'd caught the girl glancing over her shoulder. She was clinging to the rock well enough, aided with chakra, but she was pressed up against the rock as much as flat as she could be and she still seemed dangerously exposed. The effort of staying that flat against the rock was making even the woman sweat from the exertion. Sakura remembered this section of the climb. They were right under the lowest face, the fourths, and Sakura knew that there was a carved-out resting place right behind one of his bangs that the workers had used to rest. They were scattered all over the monument, in fact, but the nearest one was easily big enough that Anko could rest in. But it meant leaving the drainage channel. "Do you need to rest?" Sakura called back. The late summer breeze in the village was a hot wall of air, flattened and compressed by the sheer wall, so Sakura had to yell to even be heard. 20 feet below her, Anko just angrily shook her head, but Sakura could see the beads of sweat on the woman's face. It would be her choice, Anko had to follow her route up the wall. Sakura leaned out so she could see around the lip of the drainage channel. They had maybe another half hour of climbing to get to the top, but only a few minutes to get to the resting spot. And there were spots to stay hidden, even out there. Sakura swung herself out onto the wall. Anko shouted something, but it was lost in the wind and Sakura motioned her to follow. It really wasn't that far. Sakura could already see it after a few minutes of climbing, a large shadow, right under the fourth's longest strand of hair. Maybe IWA could even find them there and they wouldn't have to go the rest of the way. Maybe. The rock under Sakura's fingertips suddenly lurched. She lifted her hand and nearly screamed when a Suna-marked face appeared right under her. Its eyes opened and focused right on her. Long arms burst out of the rock and caught Sakura around the middle, choking the life out of her. But then Anko's foot stomped right into the man's face and he let Sakura go. She fell until her fingers caught on a jutting rock a few yards down and she swung painfully back into the cliff. For a moment all she could do is gasp for air as the cotton between her ears faded into a heart-pounding adrenaline haze, but when she gathered her wits she turned her face skywards. Anko was grappling with two Sunanin. One, the man who had grabbed Sakura, was sinking in and out of the rock, tripping up the Umbu as she fought another man, lankier and armed with a long sword. The woman jumped off the rock as the big man's hands tried to catch her as well, but she had to block the second sword swing with a kunai. Sakura clung to the rock as Anko went hurtling downwards past her and she tried not to make a sound as the thin Sunanin darted downwards on the pursuit. But the big man hiding in the stone had caught sight of her a dozen feet up. He popped out of the rock and ran down the cliff at her, kunai out. Sakura swung up on the rock and kicked out at him, which threw him off long enough that she could leap to a new handhold. The only saving grace with this younger, lighter body was that it made jumping for her life easier. A kunai skittered across the rock a foot from Sakura's face, but she caught it by the handle as she monkeyed her way upwards. The man could run faster than she could climb, but Sakura knew this section of the wall more than he did, especially where the drainage ditch was. Sakura saw the lip of the wash a few feet over from her. She had to hope that the man chasing her didn't know the monument well enough to know what she was doing as she vaulted toward it. Just as he was reaching out to her, she swung into the narrow slip in the rock and he ran past her, stumbling. She gripped the kunai and swung back out. She crouched on the drain's lip and coiled her legs like tension on a spring. Just as the big man tried to whirl back around, Sakura pushed with all her might, sailing through the air like an arrow. The top of her kunai caught him just under his shocked jaw and pushed. A sword cut through the air between them, knocking her kunai hard enough to send it sailing off into the air. Sakura watched it in horror as it fell down, down back to the village. A half-dozen yards down the swordsman took a hard left hook from a bloody Anko for his trouble, but Sakura had been doomed. The big Sunanin's panic turned into a grin as his huge hand caught her around the throat. He lifted her off the side of the monument as he stood horizontally on it and Sakura was both hanging onto his arm to take the pressure off her neck and out of an instinctual animal panic of having hundreds upon hundreds of feet of empty air below her feet. Just a little genin, the man rumbled. Out here for 3 hours just to catch a little genin. He didn't sound annoyed. Instead, Sakura could see the cruel pleasure in his eyes as he squeezed the life out of her. Can't even use chakra to save yourself, can you? Too bad. Maybe if it just been me, you and your teacher could have gotten away. Just bad luck, I guess. He held her out all the way, a good 6 or 7 feet from the cliff. Far enough out that there wasn't anything Sakura would be able to catch to save herself. I'm going to die. With singular clarity, Sakura knew that was a fact. There was no way out, not with this body. Maybe Anko would catch her. Maybe Anko wouldn't. If she had been in her old body she could have used a Doton or fought using chakra to stick to the rock, but she was back at square one. Back to being a weak little 10-year-old. Back to being Haruno Sakura. The man squeezed. Sakura's vision went dark and her weak grip fell away. His fingers were like iron around her throat. At this rate he would strangle her instead of letting her fall. Maybe that would be better? To not see the end come. But is this all a descendant of Miyajura can do? Sakura's eyes struggled open. She was still on the mountain, still dangling over oblivion, but the wind seemed to have stopped. It was deathly calm. Quiet. The pressure on her throat was gone even though Sakura could see that the Sunanin had a hold on her still. A hazy outline was hanging over the man's shoulder. A long, wrinkled face was all Sakura could see, but she knew it was frowning. I expected more, it said. Sakura grunted at it, annoyed. More? How much more did she have to give to people until they were satisfied? Everyone wanted more and more from her. Wanted to use her up until all that was left was cold ash. Wasn't it enough that she was trying? That she'd taken the first step toward making things right? Good intentions are never enough, the ghost told her. Great evils have entered the world through good intentions, much of them from my own. The first step is important, but no more so than the last. Every journey has a destination that you must see to the end. The world started to creep back in. The heat of the summer wind, the sensation of calloused fingers on Sakura's throat. Time was lurching back into motion once again, and the wispy ghost was seemingly blown away with it. His outline grew thinner and thinner until only his ringed eyes and haggard face remained. He mouthed something, his voice already gone. Then, like great rusted gears finally breaking free, all sensation came flooding back. Sakura let out a strangled gasp. The Sunanin blinked, eyes glossy. His face drew up as his eyes cleared, like his brain was telling him he'd just missed something important, something amazing. He let out a haggard breath. I usually don't play with my prey this much, he muttered, unnerved. Gotta go see if Hiji needs help with that Jounin-sensei. His eyes focused back on Sakura after she started clutching at his fingers again. Oh, but I forgot about you. Sorry about that. Been up here too long, I guess. Any last words? Sakura mumbled, her lips cracked and straining. The man frowned and brought her a little closer. What was that? His fingers loosened. Sakura's hands fell down. To the big man, it seemed like she was trying to push him away, feebly pressing against his chest like that. He craned his neck out, mockingly. One more time, kid. Shinra-tensei. There was a moment when the Sunanin felt something had gone horribly, horribly wrong. A moment when his body seemed to be caught in something that felt like water, but lighter. A moment when his insides lurched like he'd just jumped from the top of the Kaze Cage Tower. And then the moment passed, along with his life, as his body went from 0 to 60 in the blink of an eye, and his bag of skin, blood, bones, and organs slammed into an unyielding stone wall and popped like a water balloon. Sakura screamed as she fell, flailing around until her fingertips caught stone. Her body swung painfully into the rock face, but it was a welcome pain considering the alternative. She didn't think about the clumps in her hair or the gore on her face, she just focused on her 10 fingertips and her hold on the wall. Someone pushed her from behind. Sakura whirled, a hand flying out, but Anko caught her around the wrist. If you try and explode me, there isn't a force in this village that will stop me from slugging you, the woman warned. Anko looked worse for wear, cuts and blood all over her arms, but she was grinning. Got that bastard when he watched his buddy's impersonation of a soap bubble. Good show, that. Sakura slumped and Anko had to catch her. She had started to feel a little tired on the climb up, but that jutsu, that Shinra-tensei, had taken all of her stamina all at once. Even in her old, fake body, Sakura doubted she could do too many of those shots. Anko glanced around. Is there a resting spot close to here? We're pretty exposed and I don't know if either of those guys had time to signal for backup. Feebly, Sakura pointed to where she had originally been going. A momentary lurch and she was under the shade of the fourth's wild mop of carved hair. The alcove wasn't large, but Anko laid her down all the way in the back, where only a thin ribbon of light illuminated the narrow space. The Umbu laid out a pouch full of first aid supplies. I'll get to you in a second, Anko said as she threaded a needle with a field-grade spool of stitching. Sakura had to turn away when the woman started to work on her largest cut, a finger-long slash that ran up her thigh. It was quiet again like it had been before the attack. The only sounds were the wind outside the alcove and an occasional grunt of pain from Anko. Still got that tooth? She asked. The tooth? It took a second, but Sakura realized what Anko meant. She pulled back the robe she was wearing and checked the buttoned inside pocket. To her relief, she soon found the little porcelain crocodile tooth Kuratsuki had sent her. It hadn't fallen out. Anko made a little noise of acknowledgement when she saw it. At least we still have that. And it looks like Suna is as sloppy as ever. Reinforcements would have found us by now if they'd called them. The Umbu grinned. You have good luck, kid. And good jutsu. Sakura's fingers closed around the tooth. It's my only one, she muttered. And what good was it if, after every shot, it left her on the edge of exhaustion? What good was that in a fight? One enemy, that you may or may not hit. But Anko scoffed. Now you're just feeling sorry for yourself. I know what you're thinking, it's no good unless you catch someone off their guard, or if there's a group of enemies. Well, you might be right. Maybe not, though. I don't know how it works. But in terms of cost to performance, it's a damn good thing you got. A little slip of a genin like you can obliterate a chinin and not die in the process. Anko bit the end off another stitch on her arm and wiped the blood off her lips with her sleeve. Now come here. Where does it hurt? Miserably, Sakura pointed to her throat. Anko wasn't gentle when she jerked Sakura's head around by her chin, but she didn't go out of her way to be antagonistic either. Just some bruising, she diagnosed. Nothing serious. Hold still for a second. At first Sakura thought that the woman was ruffling her hair, which was as disturbing as it was out of character, but then Sakura heard the wet thumps smacking against the stone around her body parts. That guy had some big guts, Anko observed. She cleaned as best she could, even going so far as to give Sakura's face a good wipe down with some spit in her coat sleeve. She leaned back to admire her work, and then did one more polish on the middle of Sakura's forehead before she seemed to deem her job satisfactory. Sakura crawled away from the mess Anko had gotten off of her and curled up by the lip of the alcove. Anko lingered in the shadows as she finished packing away her medical kit. "Do you need me to tell you that those were horrible people and you did the right thing?" she asked. "Because I'm not Kakashi. I'm not good at the whole care and comfort thing." That got a small smile out of Sakura. Care and comfort were two words that would never be associated with Mitarashi Anko. "I don't care about killing them," Sakura said, opening up a bit. They were trying to kill her, so defending herself didn't even sit on her mind. She didn't know them personally or anything. "I'm just realizing how much I lost." "Small favors," the woman sighed. She flopped down next to Sakura, an open water skin in her hands. She took a long drink and pushed it into Sakura's hands. "Drink. There are some stimulants in there that will get you moving faster. And you're being pretty damn ungrateful, you know." Sakura suspiciously sniffed the lid of the skin. Smelled like regular water, so she took a drink. "Ungrateful? To who?" "You." She licked the inside of her teeth, tasting the powdery residue in the water. "Supplements never mixed right." "Fine. Thank you, Anko-sensei. Never call me that again." The Umbu snatched back the skin and drained it. "And I don't mean thanking me, although you should be kissing my feet for how many times I saved your ass in that fight. What I mean is, you were dead just a few hours ago." "Dead?" Anko poked Sakura in the forehead, pushing her head back. "There was nothing in there. But some Yamanaka magic and here you are. Second body, second chance. I saw some of the pictures from your first one. You know what 6 months of being stuffed into a toolbox, buried underground does to a corpse." Sakura shuddered. The thought of her original body being somewhere out there was begging for an existential crisis. Seeing that reaction, Anko grinned at her. "Didn't think so. You had a spare laying around and someone who could stick your soul, or whatever, into it. Then you're back to the land of the living with some new kind of jutsu from God that has everyone tripping over themselves to pat you on the back and you're here feeling sorry for yourself." Well, when Anko put it like that it did seem sort of silly, but losing all of her jutsu and all the hard work she put into them was just demoralizing. "Like you know how much I've lost," Sakura mumbled. "What would you know about losing anything, anyway? You're Umbu. You've already got everything you could want." "Such a brat," Anko exclaimed. "You think you've had a tough life? You think I couldn't understand what you're going through? How it feels to lose something?" Sakura glared at the woman out the corner of her eye. An old question popped into her head and Anko seemed to be in a chatty mood. "Were you married to Ibiki?" That got a laugh out of the woman. A deep, belly laugh that Anko had to muffle with her hand. "He would skin you for suggesting that," she said after getting herself back under control. "Like, actually skin you. You know he didn't have anything down there, right?" Anko vaguely gestured to her lower body. "Suna cut it all off when he got caught in the last war." An honest smile wormed its way onto Anko's face before saying, "He never broke, though. All that shit he went through and he never broke. He was a tough bastard." "But that's not what I was talking about." Anko groaned and scratched her mop of hair, a gesture that reminded Sakura of Naruto and how much of a pain it was to drag anything out of him. The woman mumbled for a few moments, hands fidgeting with this and that, before she suddenly tossed the water skin she was holding right out the alcove. They both watched it bounce its way down the monument. "You can guess I'm not the best at this kind of thing," Anko muttered. When Sakura turned to her, she made some vague gesture back and forth between them. "The mentorship thing, I mean. If I haven't opened up to the village shrinks in the last 20 years, I sure as hell aren't going to open up to some kid in the middle of a war." "But," Sakura coaxed. Her curiosity was piqued now. Anko made a face. "But you might have helped me out back there by saving your own skin. You staying alive and making it through this shit is kind of my first real mission. As an Umbu, I mean. The old man promoted me just before the war started. So maybe I can cut you some slack. So ask me something else and I promise I won't just brush you off like everyone else around you right now." She held up a finger before Sakura could open her mouth. "But just one. We're still burning daylight up here." Sakura considered that in silence as Anko fidgeted with her trench coat. She slowly uncurled and took a deep breath, one that felt like the first she'd taken since the fight. One question. What could she ask that she didn't already know? Maybe if it was Shikaku or the Hokage something would come to mind, but just Anko? But, well, there was one thing. "Why do you hate me so much?" Sakura finally asked. "I get that I'm a traitor, but with you it feels like it's personal. You were just waiting for an excuse to get to me when you were handing out assignments last week." "Shit, kid. You jump right to the worst question. You don't have to answer if you don't dash. Orochimaru was my Jounin sensei." Sakura's mouth closed with a sharp snap. "You mean, from when he was still in Konoha?" A curt nod from the woman. "And, you're still here. So." Anko clenched her fists against the stone of the alcove. "So he left me here. I wasn't special enough for him, and he left me. Just like that. Just like that." Anko stared off at the village, slowly smoldering far below them. "So I know what kind of bastard he is, and how he thinks. People are disposable to him." Sakura wondered how many people knew what Anko had just told her. Probably all of the adults, but did Ino? Shikamaru? An Orochimaru's student. Not his assistant, not just someone that worked for him, but his actual genin student. And he'd tossed her away so easily. But Sakura already knew that. Kabuto was something close to what Anko had been, and Sakura knew how the teen looked at life and other people. They were just tools for him, and what did you do with a broken or worn out tool but throw it away? "I'm working on a plan," Sakura said. Anko had shared something personal, hadn't she? Anko's head perked up, but the woman still didn't look at her. Well, maybe trust had to be a two-way street. "The Hokage, he mentioned that I might have some options, after the war. If I wanted them." The anger or ridicule Sakura had braced for never came. Instead, Anko was staring down at the stone floor, lost in her own little world. "The Hokage is a pretty great man," she murmured, without even an ounce of mockery in her voice. "He's good at giving people second chances." Silence descended on the alcove as Anko let the back and forth die. Sakura didn't feel like asking more questions, either. She still didn't know what she wanted to do. She didn't trust Konoha, and she knew that people in the village would never trust her again either. But the thought of going back to Orochimaru after everything was over didn't sit right either. Not one bit. She didn't want to give Oto her second life after they'd already taken her first. The uncomfortable pause was ended by a faint flash of heat on Sakura's chest. It wasn't blindly hot, but it was enough that it made the girl jump at the sudden sensation. "What is it?" Anko asked. Sakura reached into her robe and fumbled around until her fingers closed on the fake crocodile tooth. It was warm to the touch, like a low-power light bulb that had just been switched on. She could hold it, but not comfortably. But it was growing hotter. "I think it's transmitting again." But had it ever stopped? Anko looked just as stumped as Sakura felt, offering no explanation. Inoichi was probably the only one that could give an answer, and he was off with Shikaku and the rest of the command staff. An answer did eventually come, in the form of a doorway opening in the rock right behind them. At the first rumble Anko took point, kunai drawn, but no army of Sunanin immediately flooded out. All that had happened was a doorway, tall enough that Anko didn't have to stoop, appeared out of the cliffside. Sakura peeked out from behind Anko's coat. "I think IWA found us." Anko shot her a look. Observant. She reached into her coat with her free hand and drew out a little pen flashlight. It didn't do much to cut through the murk, but it certainly was better than nothing. What little it did reveal showed a perfectly cut corridor in the stone. Each side was smoothly etched, as if it had existed all along inside the mountain. Sakura knew that there were evacuation tunnels deep inside the rock, but she doubted one came out to this exact spot. But if it was a Doton, it was an incredibly perfect one. "Well, I guess we might as well do what we came here to do." The older woman led the way, kunao in one hand and flashlight in the other. Sakura followed close enough to touch the hem of Anko's coat every few feet, just to remind herself that the umbu was within reaching distance. The passageway was only a few meters deep and concluded with a dead end. Anko's flashlight didn't show any seams or doors and the thin light from the alcove was still visible from where they'd started. Anko reluctantly put her kunao away and started feeling at the stone, running her fingers along it, looking for any triggers or hidden buttons, but all she came up with was a small hole, set dead center. She leaned down and tried to shine her light in, but it only went a few inches into the stone. "Paranoid IWA bastards," she growled. Anko glared at the smooth stone like it was her enemy. "Come on, you wanted us here. Open up." Sakura had a thought. She stepped up to the little hole and slit in the fake crocodile tooth. The whole cavern seemed to shudder before the dead end fell away. Candle light spilled out of the new portal, which now led to a rather spacious carved room. A room currently occupied by someone. A short man, but stocky and thick of limbs. He had a jaw like cut stone and two beady little pebble eyes. It might have been a trick of the light, but Sakura could have sworn she saw his lip quirk when his eyes fell on her. His IWA forehead protector proudly glimmered in the lamplight. Sakura recognized the Jounin. He was Kuratsuka's father. The man who had become her savior in river to teach his daughter a lesson in not being outrun by someone younger and weaker. Sakura guessed he probably hadn't thought Kurotushi would have failed a second time, or else he might not have given her that head start. But he seemed friendly enough now. They were already well within his element, and he hadn't done anything but made them slightly more comfortable, so she walked in, ignoring Anko's warning hiss. This time Sakura was sure she saw the man smile. He gestured to the ground in front of him and a stone chair shot up out of the carved floor. "Make yourself comfortable, Harano Sakura. And you as well, Mitarashi Anko." Another, slightly larger chair shot up right next to Sakura's. "I prefer to stand," the umbu spat. She checked her corners before coming into the circular room, which probably made sense for her. Sakura was sure Anko had some kind of jutsu that could get her out of this situation if things went sideways, but for Sakura, without any access to Doton, she was screwed either way, so she just sat down in the offered chair. It wasn't comfortable, but it beat sitting on the floor. A third chair shot up for the man to sit in, which he did. "My daughter sends her regards," he said. "I thought it would be best if she wasn't immediately present during our talks. You being alive is proving to be a distraction for her." Sakura swallowed a lump in her throat, eyes darting around the room. Was Kuratsuka there, lurking behind the walls? Could she hear her? See her? Distraction. Right. Does she still? The big man grinned, but there was no kindness in it. "She begged me to let her find you before the invasion. Her grandfather wasn't pleased with her. She told him that you had died in river before Orochimaru revealed you were his primary contact in Konoha. The Tsuchikage is very traditional when it comes to training, especially for a potential successor. Are all the pleasantries out of the way, Kitsuki?" Anko interrupted. She was tense, pacing back and forth behind Sakura's chair like a caged tiger. Which was probably the best analogy, when Sakura thought about it. "We have a war to win, in case you didn't notice." "You have a war to lose, you mean, when Kirigakure crosses over into the land of fire. You're barely holding on as it stands against Suna even though they have been in decline since the last war." Sakura let out a hitched breath of air. "So Kirigakure is invading." The man, Kitsuki, gravely nodded. "They're massing in Whirlpool, or what is left of that place. It isn't the entire village, but it's enough to tip the scales here in Konoha for the worse. Then you want something, Anko growled. We know IWA is in Kusa, just like you were in the Third War. You want to split the Land of Fire into 3 pieces. The opposite, Kitsuka said. His words made Sakura's entire body freeze up. Anko's as well, if the lack of her sandals pacing against the floor meant anything. Konoha falling is not in our best interest right now. Not when it is Kumigakure that will profit most of all. Anko stepped up to the chair Kitsuchi had conjured for her, but stood behind it, hands clenched over its back as she leaned forward. So that's the angle? You want to use us as a shield so you can keep the wreckage from rolling over IWA like a pothole. Kitsuka didn't rise to Anko's bait. The Tsuchikage feels that a new war isn't in anyone's best interest. That's why we're offering you this. The Jounin reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a scroll, which he offered to Anko. Take it, kid. Sakura shot the woman a nasty look at having to be the one to handle an unknown scroll, but Sakura was reasonably sure it wouldn't blow up in her face. Probably. What is it? Anko asked. An offer of economic partnership and a defensive alliance. Suddenly the scroll seemed to weigh that much more in Sakura's hands. If the Hokage signs it, Iwagakure will work with you to expel Suna from the Land of Fire. We doubt that Kiri will continue its posturing after such an overt show of support from us. Anko reached down for the scroll and Sakura quickly handed it over. Without looking at it, the woman slipped it into her trench coat. I'll take it to my superiors. Ensure that Narashikaku gives it his full consideration, Kitsuka said. Sakura couldn't stop a surprised huff coming out, and the man didn't miss it. If he didn't already know for sure Shikaku's place in Konoha's hierarchy, he did now. Anko put a hand on her shoulder, letting Sakura know she should get up. Kitsuka gestured to another part of the wall and a door opened. This will take you to the base of the cliff, so you can avoid any more Suna patrols. Tell your leadership they can bring their answer to me by the same passageway. You knew those Sunanin were waiting on the wall, Sakura realized with a start. She squirmed out of Anko's grip. We almost died. He raised a thin eyebrow at Sakura's outburst. We are not allies yet, young lady. IWA has survived because we do not take swift, in-the-moment action. And we will not in the future. But you certainly did put on an interesting show. I'm sure my daughter will be mulling it over for hours. They knew about the Shinra Tensei. Gods, how much more did he know? Did he spy on their conversation in the alcove? Sakura wanted to ask Anko, or even just look at the woman, but Kitsuka was watching everything. And so was Kuratsuke, probably. Sakura's eyes went back to the walls around them. Kuratsuke was probably right there, watching her. Ready to finish their fight at just the slightest order from her father. Come on, Anko whispered in her ear, cutting through the oncoming paranoia. Sakura had to blink a few times just to clear her head. She was still staring at Kitsuka, who was observing her right back. Sakura felt a flash of shame when she realized she was shivering. It took a few more tugs from Anko before Sakura stumbled after her. Kitsuka didn't move, but Sakura couldn't stop thinking about what would happen if he didn't let them leave. If he just collapsed the tunnel on them, and they would be buried in the mountain. Her breath was coming out in quick puffs the closer to the new tunnel she got, and Anko was doing the majority of the pushing to keep her going. Young lady, Kitsuka suddenly called out. Anko tried to keep her moving, but Sakura froze up and the woman was forced to let her turn back. You forgot this. Something sailed through the air. Sakura caught it out of habit and her breathing hitched when her fingers went over the smooth white enamel. It was a crocodile tooth, but not the porcelain one. Sakura instantly saw all the little imperfections on the tooth, the wear, and the rot while the animal had still been alive. My daughter wanted to make sure you left with the real thing. Forceful pushing from Anko was trying to get her moving again, but Sakura felt transfixed by the little white tooth. Disjointedly, clinically, Sakura thought that it was a sorry souvenir because it couldn't have come from an animal more than a few feet long. The porcelain tooth had been made to look like a monster's, like the size of the nightmarish crocodiles Sakura had glimpsed only a few times in her week-long journey through the swamp. This one? This real one? It wasn't even an inch long. But why would Kurotoshi choose to take this one back home? Why would, oh. A puff of air came out between Sakura's lips. Then another, and soon she couldn't stop the giggles spilling out. She looked up at Anko and the ridiculous expression on the woman's face only added to her laughter. Soon Sakura was almost doubled over. What in the hell is wrong with you? Anko asked, incredulous. Sakura held up the teeny little tooth in her shaking hand. It bit her, she got out. She got bit by some little crocodile and got its tooth stuck all the way to IWA. Anko clearly didn't get it, but Sakura could see Kurotoshi's angry face clearly in her mind. That fall into the water hadn't been the end of her, but she'd gotten nipped for her trouble. Big, bad Kurotoshi had run all the way back to river with a baby crocodile tooth stuck in her. And it was hilarious. She was actually crying a little bit. It felt so cathartic to just have a simple laugh at the teen's expense, and the fact she could probably hear it was even better. Had she thought Kurotosaki was really going to ambush her down here? Right after her father had basically begged for an alliance to keep Kumo from gobbling up their village? Gods, how stupid. The teen was strong, she was great with Doton, had a Kekkei Genkai, good at Taijutsu, and everything else, but she'd still gotten caught by some opportunistic crocodile whose mouth was bigger than his stomach. Kurotsuka was still just another kid with no idea what she was doing. The tooth wasn't some psychological plot, it was just her trying to be a bully. A bully that could kill her, sure, but so could most everyone else. What made her so special? Sakura let out one last giggle and wiped at her eyes with her robe's sleeve. She ignored Kitsuki, who was stoically watching her without comment, and Anko, who clearly thought she was crazy, both. I'll give it back to you whenever you want it, Kurotsuki, she said, smiling. Smirking. We might be allies pretty soon, but if you want a friendly match without the swamp or the crocodiles, let me know. You'll win the first few until I get back in the swing of things, but I'll still give you a good workout. I promise. She waited for a second, expecting a huffy teen to immediately pop out of the wall or something, but apparently, the other girl had gotten better at controlling her temper. Didn't matter. Sakura jauntingly walked past Anko and into the exit tunnel. Tell her I said hi. She called out over her shoulder at Kitsuki. The man watched the odd pair leave. Mitarashi Anko, a former student of Orochimaru, and Harino Sakura, a current Oto double agent. A pairing that should have been at each other's throats, or even result in Anko disposing of the girl out of rage the second she was away from her superior's attention, but instead had defeated the Suna team he had let crawl around the monument. Interesting. A few moments later, the wall next to him crumbled, showering the room, and him, with dust and pebbles. His daughter stormed out of the little hidden alcove she had been observing the meeting in, kicking rocks angrily as she paced the room. Behind her, Akatsuki hung back. He'd probably been watching her rage build to a boiling point and wanted no part of it. I can't believe that little brat. Kurotoshi raged. She was red enough in the face that even in the low light of the tunnel he could see it. She laughed. She laughed at me. Kitsuki sighed. He knew the moment the girl had seen the tooth that his daughter's master plan wasn't going to yield the result she wanted. Kurotsuki had talked it up for days, though. She had gotten the idea from his father, during one of his long post-dinner story sessions. The old man had tormented one of his old rivals in IWA with mementos of his past defeats, leaving them lying about where they would easily be found. Unaki swore it had broken the man and ended his rival for good, but Kitsuki knew that was just his father's hubris talking. Elder Sojiro was still in the village, still had a high position, and had only bowed out of politics when he'd gotten married. He and Unaki still had a monthly breakfast scheduled, even. Kitsuki had held his tongue. His daughter might gripe and complain constantly about her grandfather, but she idolized the old man. Kitsuki wouldn't be the one to tarnish that relationship. But that didn't mean he would pass up a learning opportunity for his daughter. You impressed me with your ability to control yourself, he praised. She was still pouting and throwing a fit, but he saw the way she perked up. The first part of your shadow play was going well. The Harino girl's fear and trepidation were apparent when she first stepped into the mountain. And you successfully delivered a message to a cultivated contact deep within enemy territory. That is a major improvement for you. The teen pursed her lips, hovering in the distance. Eventually, hesitant happiness won over her annoyance and she slowly made her way over to him. You think so? Kitsuke nodded. I do. And you were correct about them choosing to go to the monument, which allowed us to gain some valuable observations. Explain your line of thought. Well, Harano is a coward. She used the Moguragaku no Jutsu all the time when I was chasing her around river, so I figured she would go to a place she could use it if she needed to and make us come to her. But she didn't use it, Kitsuke pointed out. Not once, even when it would have been beneficial to defend herself. What does that tell you? Kuratsuka's face scrunched up, but Kitsuke knew she needed the critical thinking practice. His daughter could think tactically in a fight, but the big picture often eluded her. And it was his job to ensure that any exposed nails were hammered in. Doubly so for someone Unaki considered his preferred choice to succeed him. Slowly, hesitantly, Kuratsuka said, I don't think she can use it anymore. She was clearly watching his face for any hints, but Kitsuke stayed neutral. He wanted her to work it out. I didn't feel one bit of earth-natured chakra from her. And she climbed up the mountain without using chakra at all. With one exception, Kitsuke coaxed. His daughter flinched. That jutsu. The Shinra Tensei thing. Kitsuke saw the brief flash of fear on his daughter's face, he felt her pulse quicken. She mastered her outward appearance in the blink of an eye, but she couldn't hide the tremor in her voice. And what did you make of it? Flashy, she immediately answered. Overkill. She exploded that guy somehow. I thought she'd used an explosion tag at first, but I didn't smell any gunpowder ink. And I was right there, too. I would have caught it. The man tried not to show anything when he learned how close his daughter had gotten to the fight. If that jutsu had been pointed in the wrong direction in the heat of the moment. He shook his head. His daughter wouldn't play with a defeated foe so carelessly, especially not after seeing what the Otonin was capable of. And if Konoha accepted his father's terms, they may not ever face each other in battle at all. It was a shameful thing, to want peace out of fear, but looking at his daughter, how even through feeling that unexpected stab of fear, was trying to work out a counter, Kitsuke forgave himself. Maybe it wasn't a horrible thing to want a better world for his child than he had grown up in. Kitsuke quietly scoffed. Onaki would have punished him for those kinds of thoughts when he was younger. If the old man had been here now, seeing what that Harano girl had done, he would have probably wanted her head, alliance, or no, to remove a future thorn. At the very least he would be encouraging Kuratsuichi to see the girl as a threat. Already he could hear the girl muttering about potential ways to neutralize the young Otonin and fulfill her original goal of getting revenge. Onaki would have been proud, but... Daughter. The girl instantly broke her train of thought, looking at him questionably. He never called her that on a mission. It only made her more worried when he put his hand on her shoulder. I was not lying when I told you I was proud of your growth. Do you believe you would have planned as you did without the Harano girl still being out there in the world? Being your rival? He asked. Think on that. He didn't say any more, even when his daughter looked up at him with all the confusion she could muster. It was all he would allow himself to meddle. One little nudge wouldn't disrupt the old man's plans. And before Kuratsuichi was the next Tsuchikage, she was his daughter. Chapter 44. Sakura dabbed her neck with the sleeve of her cloak. She had long since removed the thing because of the sweltering humidity in the forest, but even tied around her waist it was becoming an unneeded burden. She wanted to drop the thing somewhere, but it was Anko's and, annoyingly, Sakura knew she would feel guilty if she just dumped it behind a bush when the woman wasn't looking. So far the heat was the deadliest thing about the forest of death. Anko was leading the way through the underbrush, but the glorified training area was very clearly maintained by the village. There were clear paths through the enormous trees and, if you knew the correct route like Anko did, there was very little bushwhacking involved. Going was slow because of Sakura's chakra limitation, but it had only been a few hours since meeting up with IWA and they were already well into the forest. Anko had started to be more helpful, too. She'd even tried to reteach Sakura how to use chakra to climb, figuring that wasting a few minutes could make up a lot of time if the girl could grasp the concept quickly enough. Unfortunately for both of them, Sakura's new body was at square one when it came to developing its inner coils system. Sakura could do little more than get a dozen feet up one of the massive tree trunks before the coils in her feet couldn't handle the strain. Kabuto had really made a brand new body from scratch, no additives or enhancements, it seemed. Part of Sakura was ecstatic about that, while another griped that he could have at least thrown in something for the trouble. They had given up and started walking once it became clear Sakura didn't have a hidden talent for ignoring the physical realities of her body. Anko still provided some useful commentary when she could, though. So how do you think you're going to take down something the size of the Hokage monument with a jutsu that puts you on your ass after just one shot? So useful. I don't know, Anko-san. I'm trying not to think about it. The woman hummed and fell silent. Maybe she'd given up? Maybe. I mean, I would be thinking about it if I was the one who had to do it. If Sakura still had her long hair she would have probably pulled out a few fistfuls by now. She had thought Anko reminded her of Naruto before, but that had been too kind. Anko was Naruto with even less tact or ability to read a mood, which was downright impressive. I'm taking suggestions, Sakura growled. She slapped her neck and her hand came away bloody. Sakura added mosquitoes to things in this forest that she hated, right behind the humidity and heat. Anko actually seemed to take that seriously. Well, I was thinking about it since I'm probably going to get saddled with helping to train you and the Yamanaka. You both got those new jutsu from the same source, right? So obviously you're supposed to work together. Sakura snorted. The old man said Ino was supposed to watch me to make sure I didn't abuse his gift, she gripped, remembering the words of the sage. She wondered if Ino remembered what the old man had said or if the blonde had been too busy playing with her own jutsu. The better jutsu, if the old man was to be believed. And it was easy to see why. Ino didn't seem to have a problem moving around that little ball of black chakra that could devour anything it touched. Sakura knew that if she'd had something like that, she would have made short work of that Sunanin the second he got close to her. Her jutsu, her Shinra Tensei, exhausted her with every shot. She didn't think she'd ever be able to use it more than a few times, even in her last body. Well, Anko mused, you don't have the best track record of being responsible. Spy? Check. Liar? Sort of goes with being a spy, doesn't it? Check. Betrayed your teammates, sensei, and village by sending all those reports back to Oto? Check, check, and check. I'm trying to do better now. I told you, back on the mountain, that dash. Anko twirled around. She was walking backward now, but it didn't seem to bother her. Sakura wondered just how much time the woman had spent in this forest, getting it ready for the exam. Right, right. Anko bobbed her head, like she was explaining something to a child. For what it's worth, kid, I actually believe you. You were put in a really shitty situation and now you want to try and make everything right. But a whole lifetime of good doesn't outweigh the bad. Believe me, if anyone knows that, it's me. There was something in Anko's eyes that made Sakura think the woman wasn't quite as flippant as she wanted her to believe, but it was gone with a few quick blinks. People are going to judge you because you didn't happily die for the village back when you were basically a civilian, she continued, a sad smirk framing her expression. You can kiss rapid promotions goodbye, even if you manage to pull off this world-saving thing you say you need to do. Take a good long look at me, kid. You're basically the new me around here. Sakura gave the Umbu an exaggerated shudder. Going back to Orochimaru and being his guinea pig or staying here and becoming the next Mitarashi Anko. Tough choice. Laugh it up, you little brat. If I know Orochimaru, and I certainly do, this alliance won't last longer than this war. If you decide to try and stick around here in Konoha, you'll be at the top of his shit list. So you might end up becoming me and still get snatched for some tests. That managed to sober the girl up. The Sunin really didn't seem like the type of person to let an insult go unreturned. There was no doubt in Sakura's mind that Orochimaru hadn't planned for her wanting to defect back to Konoha, and after her behavior at the tower she was sure the idea that she couldn't be trusted was at the forefront of his mind. The question was, did he care about her enough to try and keep it from happening? Was punishing Sakura for defying him worth all the inroads he'd made with Konoha? Sakura didn't have an answer. She would have asked Anko, but it was clear that Orochimaru was the demon on her back. Anything that went wrong, it was a plot, any roadblock was put there by him. He was her blind spot. Seemingly aware that she'd gone a bit too far, Anko didn't try to fire up another argument until the central tower was in sight. By now the pair had been walking for hours and the sun couldn't be seen through the distant canopy. In the afternoon twilight, the shadows in the forest seemed to take on lives of their own and Sakura had to keep herself from jumping at every new sound. "We should already be on camera," Anko said. "I've spotted a half-dozen of them in the last few minutes. They know we're coming." Suspicious, Sakura looked around to see if she could spot one. Security cameras were pretty new technology and weren't used much in the ninja side of the village. Try as she might, though, she didn't catch so much as the reflection of a camera lens watching her in the foliage. Anko stopped a few feet ahead and Sakura instinctually got low to the ground. The woman was relaxed, though. "You took your time dealing with our tail," she yelled out. Someone stepped out of the deep shadows ahead of them. It was a tall, lanky Umbu. Sakura thought she recognized his bird mask, but she couldn't be sure. It was hard to tell one mask from another when you only saw them for a few moments at a time. The newcomer shrugged. There were 3 of them. One was a Jounin, so it was a bit of a hassle. He had a summon, too, so we had to track down a little salamander carrying a message. You know how much of a pain that is in this forest. Anko scoffed and crossed her arms. You should be thanking us you got to kill some Sunanin instead of warming your asses back at base. Where's Tenzo? The Umbu thumbed over his shoulder. At the central tower. He's been working with that Yamanaka girl all day. The man paused, shifting. Got any good news for us? That was the first time Sakura had ever heard an Umbu sound anything other than neutral, Anko excluded, and it unsettled her more than she would have thought possible. If it bothered Anko, though, the woman didn't show it, she patted her coat, right over the inner pocket where the IWA scroll was. Good chance of it, if those IWA bastards don't decide to double-cross us. We have secure communication with headquarters yet. The man quickly nodded. We lucked out with that Yamanaka girl being Inoichi-san's daughter. Everything's already dialed in and ready to go. Sakura had no idea what that meant, but Anko looked pleased. Guide us in, then, she said. Grab the kid, will you? Before Sakura could offer her thoughts on the matter she was scooped up bridal style by the Umbu. Hold on tight, he told her before the forest became a blur. Not too long ago Sakura thought she could perform a good Shunshin no jutsu. Not as fast as Kakashi, of course, but enough to impress someone. She could do the whole smoke exit and everything. That was nothing like a proper Shunshin from a trained Jounin-level ninja. Everything flashed by at speed and it was impossible for Sakura to orient herself. She feels the momentum shift and the strain on her body when the Umbu abruptly changes direction, but if someone held a kunai to Sakura's throat and demanded to know even which way she'd gone she couldn't have done it. And then, abruptly, it's over. The Umbu was letting her down and Sakura had to hold herself upright. She wanted to throw up, but Anko was right there and she refused to give the woman the pleasure of having a new thing to make fun of. About to hurl, huh? Go ahead. Sakura vigorously shook her head, which only made her situation more untenuous and amusing to Anko. She was chuckling all the way up to the base of the tower. Sakura had caught glimpses of the thing in the forest, the tower was still pretty impressive up close. It wasn't as big as the Hokage Tower, not by a long shot, but Sakura counted at least 5 stories up based on the windows she could see. It was a bit taller than the surrounding trees, but not by much. Directly overhead Sakura could see a balcony jutting out into the trees. The bottom was lined with doors. Anko picked one and pushed it open, beckoning over her shoulder for Sakura to follow. This was going to be such a great exam, she lamented. We were going to have some scroll battles, some survival exercises, and a big payoff at the end when you got some one-on-one time with an actual Chunin. I spent weeks setting this shit up. She pointed at something in the back of the room the door had opened into. It looked like a banner. We even had those made for the exam. The Chunin motto, straight from Hokage-sama. You know, this tower used to just be an old equipment storage depot before I got a hold of it. It still looked pretty ratty, but Sakura bit her tongue. Sure. It looks great. Very great. Anko grunted. Damn right it's great. I had this whole thing where it was a test of abilities on top of a test of being trustworthy. Guess it doesn't mean much now, though. Anko scuffed her sandal on the floor like a child who was just told they wouldn't get a reward for a passing test grade. Whatever. Come on. There was a door further in the back, halfway hidden behind one of the supporting pillars. This one was a bit heavier than the rest, and Anko grunted when she pushed it open. Now Sakura was impressed. This new room dwarfed the last room. It was well lit and obviously had been heavily remodeled from being just another storage depot. There was a massive stone statue of a pair of hands making a ram seal and something that looked like a fighting ring. On either side of the room were balconies for viewing, too. And in the middle of that ring, Ino darted across the stone, Tenzo chasing her. Her movements were labored and she was gasping for air, but she got her hands up in time to block a punch from the man. Tenzo pivoted, drawing back and chambering another, heavier punch, but Ino flicked her hand at him. Her Gudadama, the thing that the Hokage had called a truth-seeing orb, zipped out from behind her. Tenzo didn't dare try and block it. The man backed up, dancing back with the agility of a cat, but Ino was focused on him now. With various flicks of her hand, it attacked at all angles, from above, behind, from the side. Sakura couldn't keep up with it at all from a distance, considering it was only about the size of a grown man's fist. And it was fast. Its only limitation seemed to be how fast Ino could direct it with her hand, and that she had to concentrate on it. When Tenzo took a big jump back, the ball followed him in the blink of an eye. But Sakura immediately saw why Tenzo had retreated. There was a good bit of distance between Ino and the Gudadama now, and, while it wasn't any slower, its movements were a lot more imprecise. Tenzo didn't even have to work at avoiding it. And another limitation presented itself a moment later in the form of a clone rising from the ground behind Ino, putting a kunai to her throat. Dead, Tenzo said. Sakura looked back at the Tenzo in the distance and watched the clone disappear in a cloud of smoke. But when Sakura looked back to Ino, expecting the girl to be on the brink of a tantrum, she saw her smile. And then watched, in horror, as Tenzo was gored bottom to top by the Gudadama as it slipped out of the ground below him. Ino! Sakura screamed. What did you do? Both Ino and Anko were staring at her with almost identical looks of confusion. Sakura was just pointing at the dead body of Tenzo, laying on the floor, and certainly not disappearing like a clone, when she noticed that there was no blood. And that the man was still twitching. And that, across the room, another Tenzo had just appeared. It's just a wood clone, Forrid. Ino called out, sounding haggard but smug. She even gave the thing a solid kick for good measure when it tried to get up. She cocked her head at the real Tenzo. Finally got it. The Umbu nodded. I believe that's 1 win for you and 13 for my Mokuton Bunshin. Commendable for only a few hours of work, but you're still too stiff when you're controlling the orb. Still, it was clever to bring it back to you underground. A clone. Of course it was a clone. Sakura sighed. Ino had looked at her like she was an idiot, and Anko was definitely going to have a laugh about it later. Stupid, stupid, stupid. And Ino had beaten it, too. Sakura didn't know how strong a wood clone was supposed to be, or even what a wood clone was, but advanced clones tended to act like the person using them, and Ino had managed to both outsmart and outmaneuver it after only a few hours of training. And Sakura? She had only learned the name of her useless jutsu that could only be fired once before leaving her a floppy heap. Anko and Tenzo were talking in low tones, so Sakura wandered over to the other side of the room with Ino. There was a pallet of water bottles and a few chairs scattered around haphazardly. Ino had sunk into one and was killing a bottle of water, but she waved when Sakura walked up. Ino seemed completely gassed, but in a happy, accomplished way. Did you see that? She asked, as if Sakura hadn't completely embarrassed herself just a second ago. This ball can go through living things. We tested it on a giant centipede outside and it just cut straight through it. That Shikaka thing is a goner if I can get close. She seemed so confident. Sakura didn't think Ino ever doubted herself. You look tired, Forid. Was Anko-sensei a pain? Did you guys at least find the Iwanin? Anko-sensei. Anko hated it when Sakura had called her sensei, but Ino said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. We found them, Sakura muttered. They want an alliance. The blonde smiled. That means they'll need my help in a second. Sakura stumbled back when Ino hopped up out of her chair. Tenzo will have to talk to Papa. A hero's work is never done, is it? Pig, you're not that Emperor Dash. Yamanaka-san, Tenzo called out. We need a link with headquarters. Ino gave her a told-you-so look over her shoulder as she skipped over to the adults. Sakura sighed and sat down in the chair Ino had just vacated. She watched the blonde take the scroll her and Anko had worked so hard for without a second thought. And no one stopped her, either. When Sakura had asked to read the scroll, Anko had just laughed at her. Something by the palette of bottled waters stirred. If looks could kill, Ino would be a smoldering pile of ash. Shikamaru's head was only just visible from where Sakura was sitting. The boy was sprawled out on a little nest of shrink-wrapped plastic he'd pulled off the pallet. Sakura snorted and went back to glaring at the other girl. Ino was quiet, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed. Something was obviously happening with her, but Sakura couldn't even guess what kind of jutsu she was using. A link with headquarters? How was Ino supposed to do that? Behind her, Sakura heard Shikamaru grunt and sit up. It's some kind of long-range telekinesis with her father, he explained. Mostly her father. I don't think Ino knows how to do it on her own. Why are you telling me? Sakura grumbled. Because you two have that stupid rivalry thing going on, don't you? Did they? Sakura didn't know if that was still a thing or not. There had been the need to rub Ino's face in her improvements when Sakura had come back to the village after River, when everything was out in the open in regards to Oto and her promotion, but that had fallen away when Suna had invaded. We had a race, and I won. Ino couldn't keep up. That was right before Inoichi had been attacked. After that, it had all seemed so small and unnecessary. And Ino had been so mad at her at the hospital, but then she'd reached back out. They were sort of friends again, weren't they? Suzuki was somewhere outside of the village for who knew how long, so there was no real reason to bicker. Right? Shikamaru was looking at her. Studying. Sakura really didn't like it, but she didn't want to get up and move either. I don't know what we are, she answered him, hoping he'd drop it. Well, whatever, he decided, after an uncomfortable moment of silence. But he didn't seem willing to completely let the silence settle in. I guess it doesn't mean much when you have to save the world or something. Got any idea how to do that yet? Anko and Shikamaru should be comparing notes on how to read someone's face. Not a clue, Sakura muttered. She saw the boy nod out the corner of her eye. Perfect. Just great. He flopped back down on his nest. Annoyed, Sakura kicked Ino's half-drank water bottle away. And I suppose you don't have anything to add, do you? And what made you think I would? Shikamaru grunted. I'm just here because I was ordered to be here. Sakura turned around in her chair. And I guess it was just a coincidence that you were there with Anko and Ino in the Yamato works. And that you're here now, officially a part of the team with the two people who are supposed to save the world, and you're saying you're here just to observe. Her insights were rewarded with another wordless grunt from Shikamaru. Ever play shogi? He asked. You might be good at it. I like checkers, Sakura answered. She almost laughed when the boy flinched back in revulsion. It's fun. If I have to study and memorize a million different strategies to win, I'm not having fun. Well, you don't always have to win. Sometimes you can just play. Sakura rolled her eyes. What's fun about losing? Especially something like shogi, which can take hours. If you don't win, you wasted all that time. Something flickered in Shikamaru's eyes before he flopped back down on the ground. Sakura got the distinct feeling she'd failed some kind of test. Winning and having fun are two separate things, he said. There was definitely a distinct impression of go away coming from the boy now. Yeah, whatever, Sakura muttered. Let me know how the neck is next time you decide not to be a jerk. She heard Shikamaru grunt something, but it didn't matter. They weren't friends, didn't know each other. Sakura was already on her feet, walking away, before he bothered to even pretend to be sorry. And she didn't need validation. So what if Ino was Ms. Popular all of a sudden? Sakura didn't need other people to constantly tell her she was talented. If she wasn't talented, she would be dead. Simple as that. Simple as that. Well, don't you look like someone just smashed your favorite toy? Anko asked. Sakura automatically looked over at Ino. She was still with Tenzo, doing whatever it is he wanted her to do. It looked like she was whispering to herself. Anko shook her head. They're not ready for you yet, she said. But I did come bearing gifts. Here. Sakura caught a folded stack of clothes, a simple t-shirt and some shorts. It wasn't much, but compared to the grimy, too large set of clothes Sakura had been given at the Hokage Tower they were perfect. There's a shower in the back, if you want one. We won't be starting for a while yet. We. Sakura repeated. Isn't Tenzo going to train me? The woman rubbed the back of her neck, something Sakura had come to equate with her being decidedly uncomfortable. Well, here's the thing, she began, winding up. He's already got a pretty good training regiment thing going with the Yamanaka, right? I mean, you saw. So you're mine for a bit, I guess. Anko didn't sound too sure of herself. Like, I'm going to be the one teaching you some stuff, and trying to figure out more about that jutsu of yours. Tenzo had just passed her off. Sakura had spent enough time with Anko to know that she was a good ninja and that the woman probably had a lot she could teach. Logically, Sakura knew that. But she had very plainly been written off. Anko admitted freely that she wasn't a good teacher and Sakura had never seen the woman use any jutsu. She was clearly talented in taijutsu, but Sakura wasn't the physical type, at least not right now. All the physical training she'd done over the last year was gone, which made her feel more vulnerable than she ever had since the academy. Do you know any Sutin? Sakura asked. Demanded. Seeing Anko flinch was the answer to that. I'm water-natured now. Or, I guess I always was. I want to learn a Sutin. I can probably get the seals for one, Anko hesitantly offered. Something small. Tenzo knows a few. Sakura pressed, then what about my special jutsu? Have you ever seen anything like it before? Now Anko was starting to turn red. It's not a futon, is it? I guess it could be some kind of air pressure thing. I think I've fought someone before that used something like that. She didn't sound confident, which only made Sakura's frustration worse. The woman seemed to catch on to the harm she was doing, because she at least made the effort to smile in a way she probably thought was reassuring. We'll figure it out, though. I mean, look at that Yamanaka kid. She's doing fine, right? Not a futon. We'll figure it out. Look at Ino. That was the extent of Anko's insights. Something must have shown on Sakura's face, because Anko took a few steps back. That fragile, overwhelmed smile was stretched to its limit. You just hit the shower and give me a few minutes to get things together. Okay? Just a few minutes. And then she was gone in a puff of smoke. Mitarashi Anko had run away. Orochimaru's first student, the bane of the Chunin exam, a newly promoted Umbu just left. Retreated. Bailed. Sakura clutched her clothes close to her chest, clenching her teeth so hard she heard her jaw pop. Hey, forehead. Ino called out. She was done with whatever Tenzo wanted her to do. The man was on the opposite side of the training ring, waiting. Staring at Sakura, like Ino was doing. Did they want? You're in the ring. And so she was. Sakura muttered an apology and shuffled toward the showers. Chapter 45, Anko Interlude. Mitarashi Anko ran away. Normally she wouldn't be caught dead doing such a thing. Someone in her position, with her background, showing her back to an enemy? No chance her career or reputation would survive that. Almost traitors didn't get to be cowards when they wanted a second chance. She wasn't, too, bitter about that. It was just a fact of living in a perpetual state of war readiness inside of a secretive organization like a hidden village. She had her chance, once, and blew it. Now she was living on borrowed time. But it wasn't an enemy Anko was running from this time. It wasn't even responsibility for another person, something she'd actively avoided for the majority of her career, although that was scary as fuck too. Anko? Responsible for another human being? Hell to the no. It was just that brat reminded her too much of a 10-year-old Mitarashi Anko, angry at the world, feeling sorry for herself, and at a crossroads in her life. And the worst part was that Anko understood. She understood why Tenzo had split their duties, agreed with it, even. Ino's overall condition was in a better place than Sakura's, and when the fate of the village might be on the line, there wasn't any time for not bruising egos or hurting feelings. A Chunin or a Jounin wouldn't even need an explanation, because one of the most essential skills of a journeyman ninja was to rack and stack priorities. Evil thing that could only be beaten by mysterious god powers, plus one student already out ahead with understanding theirs equaled putting the most resources into that student and hoping it was enough. Easy. No issue. An adult would totally understand that and not get pouty about it, especially in the middle of a war. But that damn brat. Anko couldn't hate the girl anymore because of how downright pitiable she was. By all accounts, Haruno Sakura had been at the top of her game for the last year, maybe even having a hidden Kekkei Genkai, but all that had crashed down in just the last few days. Like someone had hit a damn reset button on her life and told her to deal with it. And Anko understood that. Damn, but did she understand that? Orochimaru had taught her lots of things, but most of them were either forbidden techniques or at least ones that marked her as being taught by the Leaf's greatest traitor, so she had to adapt late in her career, learn conventional jutsu and save the rest for a nasty surprise in the heat of battle. Everything had eventually worked out, with a lot of help from the few friends she had left, but it'd taken over a year of learning, starting from the simplest concepts they taught in the academy, to give herself a repertoire of jutsu and techniques that didn't involve her neck growing a dozen feet or snakes coming out of every orifice and freaking everyone out. Sakura was talented, Anko knew that for a fact after seeing the girl in action with just what she had available, but not that talented. Not a genius that could catch up to where she wanted to be in however long they had until Suna sprang its little trump card on them. It made Anko mad that she felt sorry for the girl. She was supposed to be some super smart brat from the academy, right? Why didn't she just get it? Just realize that Tenzo couldn't afford to split his attention when the Yamanaka girl was making real progress? Realize that the village was bigger than some bruised ego or hurt feelings. Why couldn't she just stop being a damn 10-year-old? Anko groaned. She could hear the old man in her head, see his patient yet stern face as he puffed that stupid pipe of his. We fought the last war so our children could grow up in a world where they need not sacrifice their childhoods, he would say. Well, why don't you come here and tell that stupid brat to stop looking like I gutted the family dog in front of her, you old goat. The forest tower was empty as Anko stalked through its empty rooms. In another life, these rooms would have been filled with anxious, excited kids, getting lectures from Chunin on how to behave, or getting their stupid little pats on the back from their teachers for making it past the second exam. There would have been support personnel everywhere, or medics in case they needed to thin the herd with some preliminaries. Now it was all empty. Anko's steps echoed through the rooms as she walked through them with a hurried purpose. But farther back, down a cellar door that led into the ancient foundations the tower had been built over, Anko heard signs of life. She reached into her coat and pulled out her owl mask as she walked into the Forest of Death's temporary Umbu headquarters. Down here things were a bit more active. There were crates of supplies being sorted, summoned animals running around with messages, and hidden sentries in every hallway. She was stopped and challenged at several junctures, but a quick call to Tenzo via her mask's transmitter cleared it all up after she told him what she wanted. He even sounded, well, not supportive, but understanding. You're wasting your time. Anko didn't need to turn to recognize that voice, or the eagle motif mask the man wore. Anko frowned when the lanky man started walking with her after going through the second checkpoint. He's not going to tell you anything. Even if he does, you can't trust it. I can be real persuasive, Okuda. The man grunted at the use of his name. Anko had quickly discovered that, even in the most secure buildings in the village, her fellow Umbu were amazingly uncomfortable at being reminded that they were actual human beings. Even though she'd been to his Demumbu promotion ceremony a few years ago, along with at least half of their academy graduation class, he acted like they didn't know each other if the mask was on. So, of course, she used his name as often as she could get away with. Especially when he wanted to act like a brat. Thankfully that seemed to be his only prepared comment as he walked with her through a few more security points. Deeper and deeper and deeper into the earth they went until, finally, a locked door. Okuda still didn't say anything. Nor did he leave. He might have been a brat, but he was anything if not loyal in his bratish sort of way. Anko did have to motion to the door to get him moving, though. The lock popped open with a wave of his hand. Anko stepped into the darkness first. Okuda stood in the doorway, blocking anyone from getting in, or getting out. It turned out to not be total darkness. There was a lamp hanging far above the room, giving off just enough light to make a prisoner think that they could see. Classic Umbu. Mitarashi-san, a voice croaked, surprised but polite. Of all the people I was expecting to open that door, you weren't the one. Anko reached into her pocket and pulled out a water bottle. It was only half full, but it was impossible to ignore the feral need in the eyes of Yakushi Kabuto as his head strained against the chain around his neck. Only the Umbu knew the Otonin was down here. Narashikaku knew that Kabuto was alive, but beyond that he didn't need to know, and the Hokage had never asked. Umbu killers didn't get things like rights or fair treatment when they were caught. They were starved, dehydrated, left in holes to rot, and Kabuto had killed more than his fair share of Umbu. And he was a traitor. Not just to Konoha, either, but Oto as well. He had been willingly working with Suna, betraying Orochimaru in the process. Not much common sense, this one. A medical genius, but dumb as a stump. Anko shook the water bottle. How much do you want this? She asked. Kabuto's tongue ran over his cracked lips. Signs of Umbu interrogation were all over him in the form of precision cuts, burns, rips, tears. A sealing expert had counteracted whatever regeneration he was using. Anko could see the sealing circle around the chained teen, and he was weeping blood. His chains rattled as he shifted. His arms were spread eagle, bolted to either wall. His legs were latched to the floor under him, so that he had to kneel on them and never get to sit. But he still had enough energy to smirk at her, even if it split open a cut on his cheek. Shouldn't a good host offer her guest a drink out of courtesy? He rasped. Anko unscrewed the cap. Wrong answer, she said as she slid up her mask and took a swig. Kabuto's chains rattled again and she could feel the desperation coming off the boy. There was no telling how many drugs and diet supplements he was pumped full of to magnify his hunger and thirst. She took her time with her drink, swishing the water around loud enough for him to hear. Then she just spat it out like mouthwash. Anko met his murderous look. Anything else? More quips? Jokes? You've got. She held up the bottle, about a third left? Maybe 2 mouthfuls. Another rattle from the chains, but Anko saw the slump of the shoulders. She didn't believe it, not for one moment, but it probably meant he was open to talking. She flipped the bottle around, letting the water swish. Tell me about Harino Sakura. Kabuto actually seemed shocked. You want to know about Harino? He repeated. A laugh tried to escape, but all the teen could manage is an ugly glob of phlegm. What a refreshing change from Umbu trying to tease the secrets of the world out of me. Okuda put his hand on Anko's back and tapped out a quick message in code. He hasn't told us anything about his work with Suna. If you knew what kind of things we did to him, I think even your stomach would flip. Well, I'm a different section of Umbu. Right now all I care about is Harino Sakura. Maybe you can not be difficult and I can give you this last bit of water. Anko could see Kabuto considering it, which probably only spoke to how much had already been done to him that he was even pretending to believe her. His chains rattled as he readjusted. What is it you wish to know? First, we've confirmed she has a regular human body, Anko said, leaning forward. What I want to know is everything unique or special about her. You built that body from scratch, so you know all her potential. Orochimaru could even tell what age one of his clones would hit puberty, so I'm guessing that you knew everything down to when her baby teeth are going to fall out. The boy was quiet, but Anko was sure he would talk. In fact, if there was one thing she was absolutely sure of, it was that Yakushi Kabuto liked the sound of his own voice. Especially if someone gave him the chance to crow about something dear to him. He might not have given one single shit about Haruno Sakura as a person, but Orochimaru never sank that much effort into a single test subject without a payoff, and Anko saw far too much of her old master in this kid. And, just as Anko had thought, she heard him draw in a breath. She's a very average kunoichi, Kabuto began. No inherent advantages in her bones, joints, or muscle structure for taijutsu, nor are her organs specifically advantaged for endurance. But that was precisely why I chose her over the other children in her class, her observed averageness. Her soul was not meant to inhabit an above-average body. I understand you, Anko said, evenly, smoothly, falling back into a role she hadn't occupied in years, one of a curious lab assistant. You needed a perfect control subject. Someone who would give you as close to an average baseline as possible, so you could trust your results to work on the widest amount of subjects. Exactly. And Haruno Sakura was ideal. She is a civilian entrant to the academy, so little risk of my switch being noticed at home. I expected the body to reject the soul I put into it, because it was somehow insufficient, but she thrived. Kabuto let out a pleased sigh which made even Anko's skin crawl. Perhaps it is because she is a child, and still mentally malleable, but within weeks she was building upon the test body. Enhancing it, utilizing it for anything she wished, performing jutsu, I had gone from expected failure to a success that eclipsed anything I had done previously. Keep him talking, Okuda tapped to her. The place was probably wired floor to ceiling with microphones and Kabuto was starting to lose his frame of mind. He was slipping. If you can get him talking about Suna. But Anko didn't care about Suna at the moment and she pulled away from Okuda. Kabuto sharply looked up at her when she walked into the room, seemingly coming to some of his senses, but when Anko put the bottle of water down on the floor in front of him his attention snapped to it. Closer, she could see the unfettered desire on his bruised and battered face for it. So she acclimated to the new body and you transferred the soul successfully. A modified Edo Tensei. Anko wondered. Either way, you're saying that there was nothing at all special about Haruno. Still staring at the water bottle, Kabuto jerkily shook his head as much as he could, bolted to the wall as he was. I dissected her original body later, he rasped. After the transfer. I confirmed what I initially observed about her, but I found that her internal coil system was very advanced. Thickness, length, and complexity. She would make an incredible medicnin, if her chakra capacity could be fixed. And that carried over into her new body. It's a perfect clone. No additives. It had to be perfect. Human. His eyes slid shut. An empty vessel, waiting on a fresh soul. Okuda would want her to ask why, but Kabuto was incredibly lucid for how much punishment he'd already been put through. He had already beaten Umbu's techniques so far when they'd pushed him, after all. So, Anko ignored the feeling of someone staring a hole in the back of her neck and straightened up. I don't care about why you did it. I want to know what she's capable of. Chakra natures? Genjutsu talent? What can her real body do, if pushed? The question threw Kabuto enough that he looked up from the water. Her regular self. He didn't seem to understand, which was just what Anko wanted. She's just a genin. Water-natured, with a further fire propensity with enough training, I suppose. Genjutsu would come easy to her with her pathways. And so would Taijutsu. Anko pressed. No joint issues? Higher chance for spurs. Breaks? Bone weaknesses. Kabuto shook his head, chain rattling. Perfectly average, as I said. I needed to be a blank slate. Her pathways. He blinked. She had to be as she was. I had to see if Sasori's method was possible for. Anko saw the moment Kabuto realized he was saying too much, the very second his pupils shrank and lucidity came back to him full force. Whatever mental technique he was using to forestall the Umbu interrogation had finally brushed up against Anko's questioning and had locked him down. Very clever of you, Mitarashi-san, he growled. Anko allowed herself a secret smile. She hadn't interned at torture and interrogation for nothing, after all. Well, thank you for all that helpful information, Yakushi. You're a real chatterbox when the mood strikes you, huh? Kabuto's lips were sealed. He glared hatefully at her as she sauntered back to the cell door. Anko winked through her mask at Okuda. Quickly, she signed, he's using a pre-programmed mental technique to not break. Keep him hungry and thirsty until Inoichi can get to him. I guess you're the expert here, the eagle-masked man signed back. Anko wondered if he was being sarcastic or not. What about the water bottle? Leave it to make him even more desperate. Ah, the water bottle. Anko turned around and walked back over to it. She picked it up, feeling a bit of sadistic pleasure when Kabuto's eyes flicked from hatred, looking at her, to longing, looking at the bottle. She toyed with the cap. I guess you were pretty cooperative with me, she mused. She let that statement hang. Kabuto wasn't going to answer her, but she saw the flicker of hope in his eyes. The small hope that maybe, just maybe, he would catch a break. And then Anko let the bottle tip over in her hands. The last few mouthfuls spilled out on the stone floor. Whoops. Sorry about that, she purred, giving the upside-down bottle a few shakes to make sure all the water was out. Guess I got a little distracted thinking about how you murdered a Konoha genin for a science project. Too bad. Let him rot in here, Anko signed to Okuda as she walked out. The heavy metal door slammed shut behind her. Chapter 46. The hot water felt better than mere words could articulate. Sakura put it on full blast and let it soak into her cropped hair as she just enjoyed the warm, blanketing feeling of having an industrial-sized water heater all to herself. A day's worth of grime and muck was scrubbed off her by the shower. Sakura shook out her hair and then opened her mouth, loving the way the heat pooled in her cheeks. The lingering taste of whatever medical fluid this body had been floating in was finally washed away with a few gargles. Her body still felt alien. That was the thing she hadn't mentioned to anyone yet. It didn't feel like her fake one, and she couldn't really remember any distinct feelings from as far back as before Kabuto. She ran her hand through the steaming water, unnerved at how the droplets felt against skin that was, according to Anko, only a few months old. Her skin, now. Her new skin. She pressed her finger against the ceramic backsplash of the shower, felt the pressure. Pushed until it started to hurt. It was painful, but it was her pain. She felt it because of her nerves firing and telling her brain that something was wrong. The shower had a small mirror on one side. Sakura wiped off the fogged glass and caught an unfamiliar reflection before it was gone again. Yes, she thought, that's me with the short hair. That's me with no scars. I am Harino Sakura. But a few times she'd caught herself thinking, was it actually her? Was she really Harino Sakura? Had it really been her soul, or had Kabuto created something from scratch, just like the body? Sakura tried not to think about such things. The Sage of Six Paths would have told her. Someone would have told her. The shower next to her turning on shocked Sakura out of her thoughts. I know you're taking all the hot water, Forid. Sakura let out a shaky breath. Just Ino, but the girl wasn't exactly her favorite person at the moment. She hoped that the lack of greeting would make Ino take a hint, it didn't. You wouldn't believe how much of a hard-ass Tenzo is. Ino complained. Nothing's ever good enough for him, I'm always doing something wrong. Asuma-sensei was a much better teacher. Sakura bit down the most scathing thing she could think of and instead tried to not let Ino ruin her shower. It sounds rough, she mumbled, hoping that Ino couldn't make her out over the running water, so the girl would just stop talking, but no luck, the blonde had picked the shower stall right next to her, despite there being a whole row to choose from. Oh, it is. Ino insisted over the hiss of the water. Like, he's teaching me other things too. You know, tactical thinking, dot. The girl's arms poked up above the rim of the stall to even do the air quotes. I just came here to learn how to control this Kyudama thing. And don't get me started on Shikamaru. He's been no help. This wasn't working. Grinding her teeth, Sakura angrily cut the water, instantly missing the heat. The shower room was big enough that it hadn't completely filled with steam yet, which made Ino's choice of stalls even more aggravating. Sakura snatched her towel and walked over to the bench where she'd tossed her new clothes. Baggy pants, baggy shirt, nondescript underclothes. Across from her was a neat pile that was probably Ino's clothes, nice, form-fitting shorts, a shirt that actually looked to be in her size, new sandals lined up perfectly under the bench. She wanted to steal them and leave Ino with the hand-me-downs, but the girl could definitely just run her down and take them back. Or tell Tenzo and get her in trouble. Still, Sakura did accidentally knock the blonde's sandals askew when she sat down to towel off. Petty revenge, but revenge nonetheless. Annoyingly, Ino's shower shut off before Sakura could even get her hair dry. At least this place has hot water, Ino said as she walked out in a cloud of steam. Sakura didn't make it a habit to stare at people in a public bath, but she couldn't help noticing the new thin ropes of muscle on Ino's legs and arms. Even her perfectly flat stomach looked more defined. She looked like a ninja. Or at least had the body of one. And, most annoyingly, Ino certainly was starting to grow up in other places. She snuck a look down at herself, and absolutely nothing interrupted the view of her skinny thighs. Sakura poked one of them and soured when her finger went right into her thigh like it was made of baby fat. Ino plopped down next to her clothes and started drying herself off. She'd gone quiet after getting out of the shower, which suited Sakura just fine. It was an awkward, ugly silence as they dried off, and Sakura wanted to do anything except be in the same room as Ino. She's going to get stronger and stronger while I just try and catch up, Sakura thought. All that work getting to the blonde's level, gone. Poof. The universe had decided that Haruno Sakura didn't get to beat Yamanaka Ino in anything. It wasn't fair. Sakura gripped her towel mid-dry. This is so bullshit, she whispered. What is? Sakura let out an angry sigh and went back to drying off. Nothing. It's stupid. Ino hummed and picked up her new shirt. She turned it over a few times then flapped it out in the air. Sakura kept her eyes firmly to herself when the blonde slid it on. She grunted and squirmed around, adjusting. It's a size too small, she complained, pulling and tugging. I wish Anko-sensei had found me some clothes instead of some guy who probably has never even talked to a girl. Trade you, Sakura sarcastically quipped, holding up her bargain bin shirt. She was surprised, then, when Ino immediately took the trade and plopped her too small one into her hands. The blonde looked much happier with the baggy shirt. I'm not going to complain, Forid. You have fun trying to breathe in that thing. Want to trade the pants? Better not, Sakura mumbled, wondering if she'd made a mistake. Feeling the fabric of the two, the pants were a nice, breathable cotton while the shirt was the same uncomfortable nylon a lot of ninja clothes were made of. It would be quiet and form-fitting, but comfort wasn't one of its strong points. And it was still wet from Ino putting it on before she was completely dry. Blushing, Sakura put it aside. Ino clicked her tongue at the declined deal. You're so lucky, she whined. You get Anko-sensei teaching you. She's a lot more fun than Tenzo. Training isn't supposed to be fun, Sakura replied. A thought, how do you know how Anko trains? And why do you keep calling her sensei? Ino turned her back to Sakura and slipped her new shirt on. She taught me some things when we were looking for you, the girl said, voice neutral. I started respecting her, I guess. You're supposed to call a teacher that if you respect them, right? I dunno, Sakura muttered. I never thought about it. A teacher is a teacher. You're supposed to call them sensei or they'll get mad and dock you points or give you detention. We don't get detention anymore, Forid, Ino sighed. She pulled her waterfall of blonde hair through the neck of the shirt and let it fan out behind her. Ino gave it a few fluffs and swiveled back around, pulling the bulk of her hair with her. As she dried it off she stared forlornly at something on Sakura's face. What? Ino pursed her lips. You're so lucky, she muttered, which made zero sense to Sakura. What are you talking abo-? Hey, brat. Anko shouted from outside the shower room. You fallen or something? Get out here. The training room is all ours. Sakura didn't care about that, she wanted to know what the hell Ino was talking about, how she was apparently so lucky when everything was handed to Ino on a silver plate. Ino used the interruption to get up and slip on her pants. But when she tried to grab her sandals and leave, Sakura caught her by the wrist. "What do you mean, lucky?" But Sakura couldn't keep a hold on the girl. It wasn't even a contest of strength as Ino easily ripped her hand away. Sakura caught her eyes and the blonde was furious, which only made Sakura angrier. What did Ino have to be mad about? She'd gotten everything she could possibly ask for. Ino's fists balled up at her sides. "I mean that you're acting like you did when you were a kid." Pouting. She angrily tossed her hair. Crybaby Sakura, always looking at other people and being jealous. Never seeing what was right in front of her big, fat, forehead. "What the hell is taking you brats so long in there?" Sakura ignored Anko, because all she could see right now was a red haze. "I had everything taken from me, Ino," she shouted, jumping up so fast she almost slipped, holding her towel in place. "Everything. I'm useless." Ino glared at her. Her lips were twitching, like she wanted to start throwing real insults, but something in her eyes sharpened instead. "Let it go," she hissed. "And get out of my way." "No!" Sakura screamed, setting her stance. Her chest was frantically heaving like she could either start laughing or start crying. Ino shook her head and tried to go around the other side of the bench, but Sakura hopped over it to get in her way again. "You're not going anywhere until you tell me what the hell you think I got lucky about." For a real second Sakura thought the blonde would actually do it. She could see the hesitation in Ino's eyes. But then her eyes flicked to something on Sakura's face again and her lips twisted into a snarl. Sakura did see the punch coming, it was just she couldn't do anything about it. Ino's fist caught her right under the left eye, punching down so hard that Sakura's knees buckled and her feet slipped on the slick tile. Her jaw hit the bench with the loud clap of teeth coming together. Sakura tried to get up, because fighting was how they worked out their issues, but to Sakura's shock her body wouldn't listen. When she tried to get her hands under her, all that happened was her chest lifting a few inches off the cold floor and then slumping back down. The pain hit all at once. Sakura resolved herself not to scream, but it was a close thing. She could taste the blood in her mouth, the throbbing in her jaw, the sharp, deep pain biting into the bone right above her cheek. It was excruciating. Unwillingly, tears started to leak out. It was the worst thing Sakura had ever felt. She rolled over and over on the floor, clutching her face and sniffling. Ino froze, arm still outstretched. Her shocked, horrified expression was all Sakura could see through her watery eyes. I. The blonde looked down at her clenched fist with real panic. She gulped, eyes darting around, and said, "I can't do this." And then she ran. Grabbed her sandals and bolted out of the bathroom like she was being chased. Sakura didn't try to get up again, the cool floor felt too good against her throbbing jaw. Someone walked in. Sakura didn't have the energy or motivation to see who it was and she only grunted in pain when a foot poked her in the ribs. "Well shit," Anko sighed. She didn't help Sakura up, but she did throw a towel over her before she sat down on the bench. "Didn't know what was going on in here. When Ino stormed past me like she'd seen a ghost, I thought that maybe you two had." She didn't finish the thought. "Well, never mind." Sakura made a pained noise, which turned into a pained discovery when her tongue slid into a new gap in her teeth. She felt around and sure enough, one of her premolars was gone, the first lingering scratch on her otherwise new body, and it'd been Ino who did it. "You two are like oil and water, huh? I'm not saying it's a bad thing to pick fights with each other, but at least have the sense to know when you're outmatched." "Shut up." Sakura struggled upwards, clutching her towel. Anko didn't move to help as Sakura stumbled over to the line of sinks opposite the showers. Her face was a mess, a massive bruise on her jaw, blood on her lips, and a welt under her eye that was surely going to be a shiner. Anko whistled. "You look like you got in a bar fight," she said, no tact at all, which turned into a laugh when Sakura opened her mouth to take a look at which tooth was gone. "I take it back, you look like you got mugged." "Did she take your wallet too?" "No, it was just one punch." Sakura remembered back a few weeks, to the last time she and Ino had it out. There'd been some stitches, and a lamp, but Sakura had given as good as she'd gotten. Those stitches had been worn with pride, even, because Ino had seen her. Sakura had forced her to see her, and how much she'd grown. Sakura watched Anko in the mirror. The woman was looking through the pile of clothes that had been strewn everywhere in the fight. She wrinkled her nose at the traded shirt, but didn't make any more jokes, which Sakura appreciated. When Anko threw it at her, she slipped it on. Ino was right, it did feel horrible. The pants felt better, though. Anko was frowning when Sakura trudged over to her. "What's all this?" she asked, gesturing at the girl. "You look like you're going to start crying." "I got beat up, Anko," Sakura sighed. "I feel sore." "Yeah, you got the shit kicked out of you, but that's not what I meant." "You don't look mad about it." Sakura shrugged. "Would it even help? Ino's stronger than I am. If I get mad at her and do something, she can do this to me again." "Dear God, what a sad sack you are," Anko scoffed. "Is this the first time you ever lost a fight? I didn't think you were such hot shit back at the academy. I remember reading that you were almost in last place when it came to taijutsu in your grade. Second to last." Anko threw up her arms. "So what's the issue? You got into some stupid brat drama and got your bell rang. Big deal. Bigger shit to deal with right now, in case you hadn't noticed." It was the flippancy that made Sakura snap. Anko's eyes widened a hair as the irate girl threw herself at her, but she easily blocked Sakura's sucker punch with the lightest flick of her arm. And her kicks. And even the desperation headbutt, which only sent Sakura tumbling back over the bench. "Feel any better?" Anko asked. Sakura forced herself up onto her knees. She wanted to take another swipe at the woman, but it would be stupid and a waste of effort. "Not really," she admitted. "I never felt better when I tried to take my frustrations out on my teacher either, especially when he would fight me back." There was a disdainful tone in Anko's voice and she was wearing a grimace. Sakura didn't imagine Orochimaru was the patient type. "What would you do?" Sakura suddenly asked. Anko raised an eyebrow, but motioned for her to finish her thought. Suddenly blushing, she continued, "If you had someone who you wanted to be equal with more than anything. Someone who was, like a promise to yourself, I guess. If I can beat them, I've proven I can grow. That sort of thing. And then you get past her, and it's amazing, and they're looking at you like they've really seen you for the first time in your life, but then you lose it. Well, did you expect to always be better than them when you passed them the first time?" Anko asked. "What?" The woman rolled her shoulders, suddenly uncomfortable. "I don't know about all that seeing me sort of stuff, but the rest, yeah, I think I get it. You see that Yamanaka brat is a rival, or some kind of a measuring stick for your own growth. Now, just when you thought you passed her, poof. All that hard work, gone. But think about it, even if it wasn't, did you expect her to just sit there forever and not try and get back in front?" Sakura stared at the tile floor. She hadn't thought of it like that. That Ino wouldn't just be in the background after Sakura passed her. She never. Isn't that how radio dramas went? The hero would vanquish the villain of the week, and then the villain was never heard from again. That's what was supposed to happen, wasn't it? But Ino wasn't a villain, and Sakura wasn't a hero. They were just two people who sucked at talking to each other. "Ah, I think I see you starting to understand something. Got a little bit of fire in your eyes again, don't ya? Wanna get up and see what I managed to scrounge up to teach you?" Surprisingly, the answer to that was an emphatic yes. Before Sakura could even properly think about the question. When her brain caught back up to her mouth, she was still smiling. "I mean, she can't beat me up any worse than what she did, right?" "Oh no, that girl could beat you like a rented mule," Anko said with a grin. She reached down and grabbed Sakura by the scruff of her shirt and hauled her back up to her feet. "But hey, I like your optimism. It beats you being a sad little shit while the village burns down around our ears." The village. Sakura had almost managed to forget. She wasn't here for her own gain, was she? Her and Ino had to work together. If they couldn't get on the same page, then what would happen? They had to talk, to work out whatever was their sticking point, but Sakura had to make sure Ino would listen. And Ino was very pig-headed, so it would be like pulling teeth, but she had to get the girl to talk. "We're going to stop Toby," Sakura promised. "Ino and we will do it. Even if we end up beating each other up right after." Anko stared at her for a long moment. Then her eyes slid closed and a soft little smile came across her lips. "Sure kid," she said, standing up. "If the Hokage believes in you too, I guess the rest of us have to. But, I'm not going to train someone who just gives up whenever she gets beat down, got it? And I'm not some nice sensei like that scarecrow, Kakashi, either. We don't have the time for any coddling." Sakura let out a hiss of air. She was getting goosebumps. "Give me your worst." Big words from a little brat. Anko praised. She looked around and spotted something at the far end of the room. "Come over here with me." Got the first challenge in mind. It turned out to be the cleaning hose for the showers. Anko kneeled down to hook it all up and explained, "I know for a fact that you are water-natured and fire-natured. That kind of opposing nature is rare, and it can cause a lot of problems when you're molding chakra, but the upside is you can match your own weaknesses." Made sense. "But what's with the hose?" Sakura asked, wary of how Anko was angling it right at her. Her fears were confirmed when Anko sprayed her with the freezing cold water. Sakura screamed and tried to shield herself with her hands, but Anko was relentless and made sure she got completely soaked before letting go of the trigger. The biggest problem with opposing natures is that they make it hard for you to get started. "So, I'm going to keep spraying you with this hose until you can at least mold the water around your body." She raised the nozzle threateningly. "So get to molding that chakra. This isn't teaching." Sakura complained, but all she caught for her trouble was another blast of water. "Pressure cooker system." Anko shouted, spritzing Sakura again. "Your body either learns how to mold that water-natured chakra or your body temperature falls. It's biology." Another shot of water. "Think about bringing your chakra to the surface of your skin." Not wanting another blast, Sakura dutifully made a snake seal and started molding, but then she shrieked when Anko hit her again with the hose. "Let me concentrate," she snapped. "Wrong seal. Suton mostly use a dog seal, not snake. You're not doing a Doton. How am I supposed to know what seal Sutons use if I don't know any?" Sakura thought to herself, but she quickly adjusted her hands. Dog was a strange seal, an open hand over a closed fist, only touching at one point. Running chakra through a circuit like that was a completely different feeling than with a snake seal, or a tiger seal. But, unlike when she tried to do a Doton, Sakura felt something pull from deep in the pit of her stomach. Grasping at it, Sakura molded more chakra, as much chakra as she could pull out. It wasn't much, but she gasped when she felt the telltale tingle of primed chakra, waiting for a jutsu. She looked around the room. There was a wash bucket a few feet away, so she quickly did the seals for a kawarmai. To her absolute shock, she was suddenly across the room, looking back at Anko through a small cloud of smoke. The bucket clattered to the ground in front of the woman. "Did you see that?" she yelled. "I did a jutsu." Anko rolled her eyes, but didn't immediately spray her. "We aren't here doing regular jutsu, kid. You're supposed to be molding water-natured chakra." Of course Anko didn't get it. That was the first actual jutsu she'd done in this body, not counting that weird Shinra Tensei technique the hermit had given her. A kawarmai was simple and basic, but it was hers. She had learned it years ago and now Sakura was certain she could do it again. She didn't even feel tired. But then Anko leveled the hose and Sakura ran back over to her. The woman was smiling, but with Anko a smile could mean anything. "Dog seal," she ordered. Sakura went back to the unfamiliar seal and felt the chakra well back up instantly at her call. It'd always been there, Sakura realized, but there was just so much less than she'd grown used to over the past year that she'd overlooked it. What she thought had been just a lingering trickle of chakra turned out to be just all that was there. But no matter the amount, it was moldable. Sakura didn't have much trouble, after discovering the knack, moving it around her body as long as she kept her seal. What little chakra she had slid as easily from her stomach to her arms as it did to her legs to her feet. She wanted to try and walk up a wall, because Sakura was fairly sure she could at least get a few steps up now, but Anko was ready with the hose whenever she lost concentration. Nature manipulation was a different story. Sakura remembered what earth-natured chakra felt like, sturdy and heavy, for lack of a better term. This chakra, though, wasn't anything like that. It was easy to mold and move around, but whenever Sakura tried to force it to sit still and go outside her body, it slipped away. Between that internal struggle and Anko hitting her with the hose every few minutes, it was enough to drive her to distraction. Sakura cracked in frustrated, waterlogged eye at the woman. "Don't you have any advice at all? Haven't you ever used a Sutin in your life? Maybe if I had some kind of jutsu to try it would go easier." Anko scratched her head with the nozzle. "Well, maybe I managed to remember one. I never could make it work, but hey, I'm not water-natured. It's just the Mizu Bunshin skill, Orikaramu used to make water clones for cleaning up the lab." The woman set down the hose and started mumbling to herself as she slowly worked through a set of seals. "I think it's dog, horse, and tiger. Feels sorta right, anyway." Sakura let out a sigh. Incorrect seals could mean a failed jutsu or unintended consequences, but what other choice did Sakura have? And Anko seemed reasonably sure. Dog, horse, tiger. Sakura felt her center lurch, but to a larger degree than just using a kawarmai. The chakra that had been so difficult to grab hold of suddenly flooded into her skin from her center and then out into the air around her. There was a certain point when Sakura could tell a jutsu had enough chakra, and for this it came along longer than she had expected for just a clone. She let out a hissing grunt as she let almost her entire reserve of chakra flood out into the air, but the feeling of all the water logging her clothes shoot away from her was almost worth it. Anko whistled. "I thought you would pass out," she said, taking in the glob of water wobbling in front of her, gradually adding more liquid to itself and gaining lines and definition. In a matter of moments there was a water bunshin standing next to Sakura, looking down at itself. Sakura collapsed onto the bench, breathing hard. What rank is that, jutsu?" she rasped. C rank I think." "C rank?" Sakura shouted. "I could have really hurt myself, Anko." "Well, you didn't, so stop yelling at me." It was absolutely official, the woman was an adult female Naruto. Instead of yelling at the umbu with a water hose and an itchy trigger finger, Sakura studied her bunshin. She'd never seen a water clone before, and it seemed sturdier than the regular bunshin they taught at the academy. What was most surprising, though, is that the bunshin was studying her back. Sakura felt a faint chakra tether to the clone, just like she did with a regular bunshin, so she thought about going to turn on one of the showers. Amazingly, the water clone immediately nodded and ran off to the shower to twist the water on. It can actually do stuff. Anko looked at her strangely. Yeah? It's a solid bunshin. They don't teach anything about solid clones at the academy. Solid clones. We learn how to do the bunshin no jutsu, Sakura answered. What's the difference? Yeah, but that's just a bunch of air and summoned smoke pushed into a shape by chakra. It can't actually do anything. This thing is made out of water. You can touch water, can't you? So it can do a lot of stuff. Sakura looked over at her clone. It was still standing in the shower, right in the spray, but it didn't seem to mind at all. But it did look bored. When it noticed Sakura looking at it, it shrugged. Sakura waved it over and it plodded out to her immediately. So you're saying it can fight? She wondered. The clone rolled its eyes at her, but Anko nodded. Right. They can fight, follow you around, do simple tasks. Anko counted off the things on her fingers. You know, basic physical clone shit. The clone sighed. Or at least, mimicked the noise of sighing. Sakura didn't really know how that worked. You can make a normal clone made of smoke run around and do things, right? It asked her. She's saying it's the same principle. Okay. The clone had gone from creepy but interesting to downright unsettling in the space of it opening its mouth. I don't sound like that, Sakura grumbled. Yes, we do. The voice you hear when you talk sounds different because the sound is traveling through your head to get to your ears. Oh, right. Sakura remembered learning that in one of her biology lessons. It's always funny the first time someone makes a semi-sentient clone, Anko snickered, watching Sakura's sour expression. They have such an attitude, don't they? They're technically copies of you, but they know they're clones and that they're going to go pop in a few minutes. Like, it's you if you knew you would die. Anko sounded far too chipper when she said that. I don't want to learn that much about myself, Sakura snapped. She turned to the clone. Don't talk again until I tell you to. The clone flipped her off, but it didn't say anything. So it had to follow commands, but it didn't not have to be a bitch. Good to know. Might be for the best. When I was a genin, a fun thing to do was to get a Yamanaka who knew how to make a shadow clone, have them possess someone who was asleep, cast it, then wake them up and tell them one is a clone and the other isn't and let them try and work it out. Both Sakura and her clone turned to Anko in horror. You call psychologically torturing someone fun? Sakura boggled, letting out a disgusted sigh when the woman only shrugged at her. Whatever. Are there any limitations to this thing? Distance? Physical capabilities? If I tell it to go and fight someone who's obviously a lot stronger than me, will it still listen? Well, it is you. So the question is, would you, knowing that you're a clone, go and suicide yourself? Like I told you, you learn a lot about yourself with a physical clone. Sakura looked at her clone stared back at Sakura. It didn't really look happy, which was understandable given its brief lot in life. Sakura knew how she would feel if left to her own devices with a limited lifespan. Go attack Anko, she ordered it. Seriously? Anko drolly asked as the clone very begrudgingly dropped into a taijutsu stance. The woman plucked its fist out of the air like it was a toddler's. She grabbed the thing's leg with her other free hand and the clone was left struggling on one foot. These things only have 1/10 of your chakra in them. It can't do much if it's made by a kid like you. The clone swung its head around, smashing its forehead into Anko's arm. The woman didn't even look like she felt it. Sakura sighed, 1/10 of someone like her wasn't much use for more than a distraction. Okay. Stop attacking her. The clone glared. And I guess you can talk again. You're an idiot. The clone spat when Anko let it go. I like this you. Can we do a trade where I train this one? Sakura felt a massive headache coming on, and not just from chakra depletion. You're technically me, so all you're doing is calling yourself an idiot, she told the clone. Idiot. The clone raised one perfectly pink eyebrow at her. This wasn't fun, or educational, or good for her mental health. Sakura let out a sigh and pointed at the door. Just, go get me something to drink, or something. Yes, master, the clone muttered while Anko just snickered to herself. It didn't get far. The shower room was a long row of sinks and the clone didn't get more than a few steps out before it suddenly lost all its definition and disintegrated back into a huge puddle of water. Sakura wasn't exactly sad to see it go. So there's a distance it can be away from me. Anko wiped away a tear that had leaked out. I forgot how much that was to watch. You get the gist of it, though. They're a lot more useful than a bunshin, but don't expect one to fight a battle for you. At most, it can be a distraction or a mobile bit of fuel for some other Sutin. I guess, but it doesn't need to be physically strong, Sakura mused. She cocked her head and started pacing around the room, thinking out loud. I could give it a weapon pouch and it could throw things at someone during a fight, or I could use it for a kawarmai. Or recon. Or dash. Sakura's train of thought was broken by Anko giving her a big slap on the back, which nearly knocked her over. What the hell was that? She demanded. A pat on the back. The woman said, smiling. Look at you, Miss Jutsu theorist. Feel better? Don't still want to stick your head in a sink and drown in a dramatic, preteen final act of angst. Remarkably, Sakura did feel better. In fact, despite the exhaustion from casting the jutsu, she felt better than she had in days. She hadn't thought about Ino in at least a half hour and she knew a jutsu again. I know a jutsu. She realized, the fact of that hitting her harder than Anko's pat. I can use ninjutsu again. You never stopped being able to do ninjutsu, Anko corrected. She walked up to Sakura and poked her in the chest. And this isn't some kind of science experiment body, either. This is you. Hara no Sakura knows a jutsu that uses your chakra nature. Get what I mean, kid? Sheepishly, Sakura nodded. I've been stupid, haven't I? 100%, was the immediate answer. Anko ruffled her hair before she could feel too bad about it, though. That's what little brats do, though. You overreact, you complain, and you give us adults a few laughs along the way. Now, I have one more surprise for you tonight, before you go to sleep. Surprise? Wary, Sakura took a cautious step forward. What kid of surprise? So suspicious. I just got done giving you a good lesson, didn't I? She easily got around the girl's guard and poked her in the ribs. Huh? Huh? Even you have to admit that, right? Come on, say it. Say, thank you for your instruction, Anko-sensei, and I'll give you that surprise. There is no way I'm calling you that. Sakura shouted, flushing. You told me to never call you that again. Anko pouted. I don't remember that. On the mountain. You ordered me to not do it. I can change my mind, can't I? The woman crossed her arms. You're not going to get your surprise if you don't say it. I don't care how much you beg and cry. I don't cry. It's not gonna happen, kid. It's probably not even a real surprise. Well, that's where you're wrong. It's something you'd really want. Sakura frowned. There were only a few things she could think of that she would really be surprised with, and Anko didn't have access to many of them. But, Anko had taught her a jutsu and maybe knew some more. If she could get one Suten, couldn't she get a handful? It was a very difficult decision, but the lure of more jutsu was too sweet a call. It was annoying that the woman seemed to realize her victory, because that smug look just got smugger as she puffed herself up and preened her mop of hair like a bird would its tail feathers. Come on, just say it. Thank you for your instruction, Sakura mumbled through clenched teeth. Anko-sensei. The woman clapped. That was just perfect. Just the icing on top of a great day. Okay. Close your eyes and hold out your hands. Sakura complied, if only so she could stop seeing the woman's grinning face. This had better be worth it, she warned. She perked up when she heard the pop of something being summoned. What was that? Is that my surprise? Can I dash? Not yet. Anko snapped. Something tapped her hand and Sakura slowly reached for it. It was wooden, but it felt like a polier more the hilt of a wooden sword. There was a heavy weight at one end. In her other hand, Anko closed her fingers around a steel ring. It wasn't nearly as heavy, but there was something hanging from it. Sakura heard Anko take a few steps back. Wow, that really looks good. I can even surprise myself sometimes. Okay, you can open those eyes. She would never admit it to anyone, but Sakura's heart was going a mile a minute, and the second Anko said to her eyes flew open, eager to see what the woman had given her. Was it a spear? A training sword? Was it a mop? Sakura wondered. The mop was longer than she was tall. And in her other hand? An empty metal bucket. Anko? What? But the woman was gone with only a lingering cloud of smoke marking her exit. In the fogged-up mirror across from Sakura was written, "Clean up your own training messes before you go to sleep." And below it, a little heart with Anko-sensei signing it, which was rapidly fogging back up. Oh, this is bullshit. Sakura screamed, her angry voice carrying all the way out into the hallway. It took every stitch of Anko's self-discipline not to start laughing loud enough to wake the dead. That little brat was an absolute riot. Having fun, Mitarashi. And then the riot stopped. Tenzo, mask still in place, was silhouetted in the doorway. His head tilted when another round of Sakura's ranting sounded and the echo-y showers came out. Walk with me, he said, turning. Anko reached into her coat for her owl mask and slipped it on while she caught up to her superior. That jutsu you taught me really did the trick, she told him as they passed into the living areas of the tower. You were right about teaching her that clone jutsu. The man hummed. She's less likely to harm herself with a clone than with an offensive Suten. If your chakra is depleted before creating the Bunshin, it simply fails. If you are casting an offensive jutsu and you hit your limit, the chakra could get away from you, he explained. Anko slowly nodded in understanding. She hadn't thought of it like that. Well, the brat really likes it. I guarantee she'll try another clone before she's done and I'll have to carry her to bed. She seems to have grown into that type of person. Tenzo stopped short and motioned for a stop with a small gesture. It took a second, but Anko heard it too, labored breathing and small grunts of pain. Anko reached into her coat for a kunao, but the older Umbu shook his head and motioned her forward. The hallway ended in the large main training area and Anko caught glimpses of Ino flashing across the narrow doorway as they approached. The girl was chasing the Kyuudama. It was floating all over the room, forcing Ino to springboard off the walls or jump her way up to the balcony for even bigger leaps. She was working up a hard sweat, too. She'd probably started right after the fight she had with Sakura in the showers. Damn brats, Anko thought, starting to get attached despite her better judgment. Was this the mouthy little blonde who hadn't even been willing to spar with Ichin just a few days ago? Now she was sneaking out of bed to go train. Although, it wasn't just about burning sweat. The girl ran through a slow set of seals and pointed a finger at the ball. Rightin'. Thunderclap arrow. Anko expected it, but the crack of lightning still made her muscles twitch. A jagged bolt of electricity shot from the genin's fingertip and hit the Kyuudama like it was a floating target. It absorbed the entire charge, which from Anko's perspective was probably only enough to stun anyone not a kid. Still. Her father is going to murder you when he finds out you're teaching her elemental ninjutsu, Anko whispered as she watched Ino collapse to her knees with exhaustion. She knew the kid was lightning-natured, but knowing and doing something about it were two different things. As much as Anko might like to play a good prank on her nominal superior in interrogation, she would have at least ran it by the man before teaching his daughter any ninjutsu. It was only polite, when it came to clans. The Kyuudama floated back down to Ino and she actually used the thing to stand back up. That actually did surprise Anko. Was the ball solid? What was holding it up, if not Ino's own will? Tenzo was still staring out at the girl. Anko saw why he'd decided to only train Ino, now. Compared to Sakura, that weird little ball had a lot more mystery than something that seemed like Onaki's gravity manipulation powers. You don't like wearing your mask around them. Anko blinked. She thought she'd imagined Tenzo saying anything, especially something like that, but the man's head was slightly tilted in her direction, so he was expecting an answer. Geez. Was this some kind of test? Well, I think they respond to me better if they can see my face, Anko murmured. I remember seeing Root back when, you know. I want the brat to trust me when I'm teaching her something. Another hum from Tenzo. How very Kakashi of you, he said. Anko wanted to point out that Kakashi had worn a mask for as long as she'd known him, but she also knew that wasn't the point. The man's teaching methods were the stuff of Umbu legend. Well, if the system works. They push each other enough that I don't need to help much. Just mitigate some of the fallout afterward. You know how brats act. They take everything personally like it's the end of the world. Anko, I grew up in Root. Danzo was my father figure. He looked at her over his shoulder and Anko could swear that mask of his could convey emotion. So no, I do not know how children act. Shit. Way to make an impression on your boss, Anko. I'm just guessing here, she said, backtracking. I mean dash. Tenzo sighed. I'm saying you're right, Mitarashi. You know more than I do about teaching. He reached up and undid the straps of his mask without any preamble. Anko had seen his face before, but not enough that it was completely nonchalant to her. He wasn't smiling, not exactly, but at least he wasn't scowling. That man could be downright terrifying when he was scowling. No more masks. And tomorrow we'll begin working with them in structured blocks, so we can maximize our time with them. Even without his mask Tenzo showed very little emotion, but Anko could see a few telltale signs of worry on the man's face. We don't know when they'll be needed. Anko slid her own mask off and put it into her coat. The Yamanaka had gotten back up and was going through another round of catch the ball, so Tenzo motioned for them to take another route. If the girl wanted to train, it was probably best to let her train and patch her up in the morning. How is the war going? Anko asked as they backtracked. Half the village is ours. Well, that was good. Suna is still all over the land of fire, but we expected that. Nara-san is working on fully securing Konoha, but there's a stubborn cell in the West Village. He thinks their operational headquarters is there. And what about IWA? Are they going to help? Anko asked. She didn't need to be a master at reading people to see the tension marring Tenzo's face. Nara-san has tentatively agreed with their demands. Kyuzagakuer will be in their sphere of influence. In return, they are going to publicly declare the defensive alliance. If Kiragakuer does not vacate the islands off the coast, they will begin to move forces. IWA in the Land of Fire for the first time since the last war. Anko couldn't believe it, not after all the death and fighting to keep them out the last time. We actually trust them that much. There is nothing stopping them from moving a force into the Land of Fire now, beyond the Fire Daimyo's personal forces. And a civilian National Guard would be no match for Iwagakuer after so many years of preparation. The fact that they are asking, and working with us. Well, holy shit. Iwagakuer keeping its word? Kyumo must scare the shit out of the Tsuchikage. They were nearing the kitchen and Anko could already smell the leftover bulk noodles they'd stocked the tower with months ago. Tenzo let her go in first and Anko was gratuitous enough to throw a bowl into the microwave for him. As she watched the crappy ramen spin around, Anko had a thought. A lingering concern. Have we heard anything from the old man? She didn't need to clarify which old man, anyone who knew her knew which old man she was talking about. Tenzo was quiet, which prompted Anko to turn around and look at him. A spear of fear shot through her. He's still. That got her a look. More faith in our Hokage, Mitarashi. Nara-san tells me that the third checked in with one of the western city patrols only a few hours ago. He's hunting the puppeteer. That wrinkled old bitch, Anko snarled. Isn't it enough that Cho made hundreds of orphans in the last few wars? Now she's helping to destroy the world by working with that piece of shit we have locked up in the basement. The microwave beeped and Anko angrily yanked it open. She slammed it shut so hard the little plastic hook broke off. Cheap piece of shit. She grabbed the hot cups and stormed over to the little table Tenzo had set up. She tucked into the garbage ramen with a vengeance, ignoring how hot it was. Tenzo was more sedate, taking the time to evenly open the pack of chopsticks and let the steam boil itself off before he started. Anko was done in a few mouthfuls. When she was nervous she always ate fast. Do you think he'll be alright? She wondered. He's fought her before, right? During the war. Tenzo just quietly ate his noodles. Anko let out another sigh which started out angry, but ended in a sad little puff of air. She slumped back in her chair. He's all we have left in the village, she said. If he goes off and dies a hero, all we'll have left is Danzo. And I'll die before I work for him. Anko honestly didn't know if she was being dramatic or not. She also knew that whatever her hatred of the Root Commander was, the man sitting across from her must feel it a dozen times over, but Tenzo was quiet and calm. He finished his dinner a minute later after Anko's declaration and neatly laid his chopsticks down across the empty cup. Considering. He looked at her. Anko squirmed, she didn't like being studied. Had she been talking too much again? She almost apologized, but Tenzo laced his fingers and leaned slightly across the table. Anko, he began, slow and measured. Still watching her. How much do you know about what Kakashi Teiku is doing outside of the village right now? And for the next hour, Mitarashi Anko let her dinner settle and was told the most interesting story. Chapter 47. Sakura trudged into the bunk room. An hour of mopping, drying, and then another shower to get clean later, she was finally done for the night. Never mind that it had taken Sakura an extra 15 minutes to find the bedrooms, never mind that the beds weren't even made up yet, and that all the bedding was that scratchy, military surplus type of hard blankets and thin sheets. Never mind any of it. What mattered was that here, now, was a cot, some blankets, and enough stolen pillows to smother an elephant. Sakura had robbed the entire row of beds for them and she felt zero remorse for her actions. She peeled off her nylon shirt and had half a mind to throw the thing across the room, but instead she just tossed it onto the next bed over. Sakura had found some actual nice hospital gowns during her search of the tower and had cut one right above the hip into a rough pajama top for the night. It felt worlds better than the nylon, and mostly protected her from the world's scratchiest blanket. That, along with the pillows, made the cot serviceable. When Sakura slid under the sheets she instantly fell in love, despite the bed spring poking her in the back. An actual bed was heavenly after so much cleaning and training. It felt like she hadn't put her head on an actual pillow in forever. If this is the first time I've slept in this body, does that mean I haven't been to sleep in a year? She snuggled deeper into the mound of pillows and thought about it. She'd been in a fake body, right? This body was a genetic clone of her original. So, technically, Haruno Sakura the body hadn't been to sleep since the academy. It was a bit of a scary thought. It had been years and years since she'd needed anyone to sing her to sleep, but Sakura wouldn't have minded her mother appearing with her soothing, off-key voice. Just this once. I swear to the gods you've gained weight. Sakura went still as Anko approached. Oh, that old hag. Sakura owed her a return favor for that mop trick. Maybe she could sneak out of bed and surprise her in the hallway? Or if she came in to check, Sakura could jump up out of the bed and give her a real scare. She could. If you're huffing and puffing this much just holding me up, maybe you're the one who needs some extra training, Anko-sensei. Any thoughts of a trick went out the window the second Ino opened her big mouth. They were getting closer, Sakura could hear their footsteps, and she guessed Anko was going to dump the blonde in this bunk room. Ruined my shower, ruined my face, and now she's going to ruin my sleep. Sakura sat up, looking around the room with the aid of the light out in the hall. She'd stripped all the beds of their pillows, so Sakura grabbed two from her stash and flung them at the bunk across the room. It was a good thing her aim was so good because Anko's shadow spilled across the door a moment after Sakura's head hit her own pillow again. She didn't open her eyes, but Sakura heard the woman pause. Had she heard something? Come on, I'm so tired. Just dump me in one of the beds, Ino urged. A heartbeat. And then another. Sakura kept her breathing even, but mixed in a louder sigh or two for good measure to really sell the deception. It seemed to work because Sakura heard the shuffle of sandals move once again. She took all the pillows. Ino complained, not even trying to be quiet. It looked like nothing had changed with the girl over the years. When they were little, and Ino would come over, she would never be considerate when she had to get up. She would always take my pillow when she slept over, Ino continued, surprising Sakura. She hadn't thought the other girl remembered. And my blankets. And she'd kick me and talk in her sleep all the time. And drool in my hair. I never drooled in my sleep, you pig. And you snored worse than one of Kiba's dogs. You said you don't have enough energy to crawl back here on your own, but you find some to complain. At least Anko's voice was a lower octave than her usual loud. Look, there's a bed with pillows right there. Satisfied, princess? The springs creaked all at once. Ino had probably thrown herself down on it, like she always did. Sakura was proven right when she heard Ino mutter, blankets, like her face was covered. Sakura fought down a smile when she heard Anko snort at the blonde. Hell no. I still have work to do before I can pass out for a few hours. There are blankets around here somewhere, because Sakura is wrapped up like a caterpillar. Go find them. MMMHF, Ino angrily grunted. Yeah, whatever. You're welcome, by the way. Tenzo was going to let you sleep in the training room all night. He wanted me to tell you that he's going to wake you up at 5. Another unintelligible noise from Ino. Sakura heard the umboos cough again, but then went still when the woman shuffled a little closer to her bed. Had she messed up? Had her breathing broken rhythm? I wanted you to train me. That didn't sound quite like Ino's normal whining. The girl actually meant it. If Anko could read Ino that well yet or not, though, she kept to herself because Sakura could hear the teasing in her voice when she replied, I'm getting pretty popular these days. I mean it. You're supposed to be my teacher. Tenzo didn't want me, remember? What in the hell was Ino talking about? Sakura knew for a fact that Tenzo had specifically taken her because she was just oh so better with that stupid little ball of hers. Sakura was the one Tenzo didn't want. Anko sighed. She sounded a little farther away now. What is with you two? You're mad because I'm not teaching you and she's mad that she's not with Tenzo. Have you forgotten why we're here, instead of on the front lines helping to take back our village? I just dash. No, I think you forgot. There are a dozen Umbu here, not counting Tenzo and me, watching you two in this forest so that you can get some kind of handle on those weird jutsu before whatever the thing Suna was messing with down there in the sewer shows up to destroy the world, or something like that. She heard a rustle of cloth, which Sakura imagined was Anko literally throwing her hands up. The woman was animated like that. Come on. Keep your eyes on what really matters here. You want to beat the shit out of each other later? Fine. I'll even convince the Hokage to let you use the stadium if you want. Right here and right now, though. You're ours. You're going to work yourself to the bone because if you don't it could be the end of all of us. Silence. Even Ino wasn't so much of a brat that she could say anything to that. Well, you know. If you two weren't just having fever dreams about gods and demons and shit. I don't know. Way to spoil your moment, Ino grumbled, but Sakura could hear how subdued she was when she said it, and it wasn't just from being tired. Yeah, well. Never liked being an adult, but here we all are. Get some sleep and don't kill each other, Anko said as her footfalls retreated. Or, if you do, wake Tenzo up instead of me. I'm too damn tired to deal with it tonight. And tell Sakura she sucks at playing at being asleep if she doesn't hear me. Caught. Sakura winced as the door to the bunk room slammed shut, sending the room into darkness. Maybe Ino wouldn't push it? Maybe she wasn't listening to Anko in the first place? You never were good at faking being asleep. Maybe not. Sakura sighed and sat up. It was pitch black, but she knew right where Ino was and felt like the blonde was staring back at her as well. Things felt awkward. Not at all like any of their other post-fight talks had gone, because they hadn't settled anything this time. Ino had just decked her and left. No explanations, no shouting, no screaming, just laid her out and ran. Not even a gloat. Ino, Sakura called out. Can we stop being weird? You're the one being weird, Ino shot back. Even though she knew Ino couldn't see her in the dark, Sakura still rolled her eyes. Really? I'm the one being weird? You beat me up in the shower, Ino. So we had a fight. We always fight, Forid. You punched me in the mouth the last time you slept over at my house. Sakura shot up, ready to catch Ino in the lie, until she thought back to their last fight. Ino was right. Sakura had swung first, but only after Ino had said some nasty things about Hinata. It was annoying that the blonde was right about that, though. You hit me with a lamp, Sakura reminded her. I had to get stitches. And you chipped one of my teeth. Had she? Sakura wished she'd looked closer at the blonde now. And who did those stitches for you, huh? Silence, because Sakura didn't have much to say to that. Instead, I really chipped one of your teeth? Was it permanent? One of my canines, Ino hissed. And yes, permanent. I had to get it filled. And don't think I don't know you're smiling about that. It was so dark that Sakura didn't bother trying not to. Chipped one of her permanent teeth. She's going to have to think about that for the rest of her life. Sakura didn't know why that made her feel so giddy, but it did. Still, she felt around in her own mouth for her missing premolar. You know, when you hit me in the showers I lost one of my baby teeth. The first one of my new body. Something popped across the room and a blue light suddenly blossomed. Sakura shielded her eyes for a moment, and soon she saw Ino holding a small hand lamp. How in the world had she lit it, though? Did I really? Ino asked. She sounded, well, not sorry, but not crowing about it either. Sakura opened her mouth wide and tilted her head while Ino crawled to the foot of her bed, holding out the lamp. It hurt, Sakura muttered, because she couldn't think of anything else to say with the blonde staring at her like that. Ino flopped back on her bed after an uncomfortable moment, taking pains to keep the lamp upright. Do you actually want to talk, Sakura? We haven't talked in years. All we do is fight. Her head craned up and her frown caught in the lamplight. We're good at fighting. Not so good at talking. I'm not really good at the fighting thing right now. Not that it didn't hurt to talk, too. She'd cracked her jaw after Ino's sucker punch, but talking seemed to be the responsible thing to do. We have to work together to beat that Toby creature. Ino let out a loud groan that came out half little girl, half wild boar. Sakura knew that sound. It meant the girl knew what the right thing to do was, but really didn't want to do it. When did you start thinking like an adult? Ino muttered, sidestepping the bigger issue for a moment. You've always been a stick in the mud, but lately you sound just like my dad or Asuma-sensei. I thought I could, still act like a kid with you. We're 11, Sakura. This body is actually 10, so you're going to get old first. Sakura smiled in the dark when she heard Ino's breath hitch. Ino Bazin. The blonde shot up and threw one of her precious pillows at Sakura's head, which did nothing to stop the younger girl's giggles. You're such a pain. Ino groaned. The lamplight flickered and moved as Ino sat back down on her bed. Her face was pensive. Sakura saw her pale eyes flick to her. I'm not going to promise I won't slug you again if you say something dumb. And I won't promise I won't try and hit you first. Deal. Fine. We both reserve rights to punch each other first, Ino declared, with all the seriousness of a princess. But I want my pillow back before we start. You stole every pillow in this bunk room, you pillow hog. Sakura aimed right at Ino's face, but the blonde was annoyingly prepared for such a thing because her hand was already coming up before the fluffy missile even cleared the foot of her bed. With that stupid smirk Ino always had when she got something over on someone, the blonde stacked her pillows and leaned back on them, contentment showing in the lamplight. So, she cooed, to recap, we both reserve the right to slug each other. Anything else? No lying, Sakura instantly shot back. And no going out of our way to insult each other. Ino lazily waved her hand. Fine, no lying and no insults. The wave became a finger held up. But, it's late and I want to get some sleep tonight, so why don't we do this? 3 questions each. And they can be about anything we want. Wait, anything? Sakura didn't know how she felt about that because there was a lot Ino could ask about that the younger girl really didn't want to go into. But, just as she was about to tell Ino no, she caught Ino's victorious smirk in the lamplight, which, really, decided it for her. Deal. Ino's face soured at her bluff being called. Are you serious? You were supposed to say no. Sakura scoffed. Which is why I said yes. Now it was her turn to smirk. Are you saying you want to back out? And just like clockwork, the girl got right back up, back ramrod straight, mouth twisted in a competitive frown that slowly, so very slowly, settled back into a suspicious thin line. You're trying to bait me, she said, voice even with only a tiny twinge of a growl. Okay. Sakura hadn't thought the blonde saw through it because Ino hadn't noticed for the last few years. Apparently Ino was getting a bit cagier. Was Tenzo teaching her stuff like that, too, or was it just because they hadn't spent this much time together in years? Either way, it made Sakura fight back a smile. You're the one that brought up the 3-question rule in the first place, she said, trying to sound exasperated. All I said was that I agreed, but now you don't want to? It just seems like you're not taking this seriously. Oh, it was a lot more fun to watch Ino squirm when she knew she was being verbally led by the nose. Sakura resolved to do this much more frequently, at least until she got back up to the place she needed to be to fight Ino fairly. It was almost as much fun as punching the blonde. I'm asking all my questions first, Ino demanded through clenched teeth, which suited Sakura just fine. Ino was mad, so she'd go right for something personal, like what happened out in the desert, because that's what Ino did when she smelled blood and Sakura was ready for it. Question number 1, do you want to come back to the village? The cockiness drained out of Sakura. You're going with that first. She blanched. She'd been emotionally ready to talk about Hinata, but this was hitting far too close to a sore spot. Sakura didn't even know what she wanted to do yet, and now Ino was nodding back at her with all the seriousness she could muster. Sakura bit her lip. She could lie. Ino might be more on her guard, might be getting a bit emotionally clever, but Sakura had been lying and pretending to be someone else for the last year, and no amount of body swaps could take that experience away from her. She knew just how to keep her breathing even, how to keep her heart rate down, which way to look during an answer so that she could fool interrogation. Hell, if Sakura just got up and tried to hit Ino right now, the blonde would probably forget all about the questions. Ino looked tired, and if she'd been doing extra training ever since getting out of the showers, then she probably didn't have much left in the tank. It might even be a close fight this time. But that defeated the whole purpose of her wanting to talk, didn't it? And Ino wasn't being an ass about it, either. She was just sitting there, waiting. I don't know. Her eyes flicked up to Ino's, holding her gaze at her in the lamplight, then looked past her, focusing on the wall. The blonde had gotten better with her poker face, which annoyed Sakura to no end. I want to? The Hokage, he told me that Konoha would help, if I wanted to come back. So did Anko. But she said I wouldn't ever advance if I did. That the village would never trust me. Ino sighed. I didn't ask what would be good for your career, Sakura. I asked if you wanted to come back. It's yes or no. It's not yes or no. Sakura snapped. The village has hidden so much from everyone. Did you know that I met Danzo months ago? He was talking to Orochimaru for almost a whole year, back and forth, about a civil war, Ino. And everyone told me Kabuto was dead. Everyone. And then he just... Sakura thought back to the way the teen's hand had slid into her head, yanking and twisting, and felt sick. She hugged her stomach. I don't feel safe here. Ino laughed. It wasn't a friendly one, either. You don't feel safe in a village you spied on for a year? Oh, I feel real sorry for you, Sakura. You asked me how I felt. I thought you had an actual reason for not wanting to immediately come back to Konoha. Not just because you're mad that we won't roll out the red carpet for you. Sakura saw red. I had two choices back then. Die or not betray the village. Sakura threw her arms wide, knocking her pillows away. Which one, Ino? Die? You wanted me to die. The blonde was actually shaking, she was so mad. Sakura didn't care if Ino wanted to fight, because right now she felt so angry that anything the other girl could do to her wouldn't be enough to put her down. Ino tensed. Second question. She snarled, surprising Sakura. Did you have anything to do with my dad getting hurt? Sakura rocked back on her knees. What? No. No, Ino. Your dad was practically my dad growing up. I lived half of my life at your house for, 3 years. You lived in the village for 10 years and it didn't stop you from betraying that. Ino shot back. Did you know anything about Shikamaru's house? Did you know they were going to burn it down? That. We will continue to take targets of opportunity. Beiki's words flashed in Sakura's mind from when she had met the Sunanin in their hotel a week ago. The Rutombu had gotten angry at him for burning the Nara storehouse the first time, but Beiki hadn't promised to stop. In fact, he'd said he'd keep taking targets of opportunity before the invasion. Sakura hadn't bothered to say anything to Shikaka when she'd moved in with him because there had been so much more on her mind at the time, but what if she could have warned him? Ino saw the realization in her eyes and her face went slack. Quickly, Sakura held up her hands. I just knew that Suna was going to keep sabotaging the village. There was Numbu there too. I thought he'd said something to someone. It was after your dad got hurt, Ino. I swear it. The blonde was quiet, which for Ino was usually the terrible calm before the storm. The worst part was, Sakura didn't even feel the urge to protect herself. If she had told Shikaku everything about Suna, and Beiki, would he have done something more? Moved more people out of the compound? Put up better defenses? Sakura had no idea, but that was almost as bad. She would never know what he would do because his home had already been burnt to the ground and his family killed off by the dozens. But Ino didn't lunge at her, nor did she start screaming again. She actually seemed too shocked to do anything other than just lay down. Which she did, curled up into a little ball on her covers, after snuffing out the lamp. And, to Sakura, that felt worse than 100 sucker punches because she'd done the impossible. She'd broken Yamanaka Ino, the indestructible girl, with her stupid need to talk. Everything was in ruins now. Sakura crawled under her blanket and clutched a pillow to her chest, praying that the sleeping medicine she took earlier would kick in. The next morning wasn't a pleasant wake-up. Anko had to come and get her, which was strike one, and then spend more than a few minutes shaking and threatening to get her moving, which was strike two. In between rushing to get her clothes on, Sakura snuck a look at Ino's bed. It was already made and Ino was nowhere to be seen, so that meant Sakura had also slept through Tenzo coming in. Worse than all the griping, though, was that Anko stole her sleeping pills. "These aren't meant for kids like you," she said, pocketing the whole bottle. "Don't go digging through the medical supplies." Sakura didn't bother mentioning she'd already squirreled away another few bottles, along with antiseptic medicine, bandages, field stitches, and everything else she'd need for a field medic kit. It would be better to ask for forgiveness from her teacher in the future than permission right now, in case the tower had to be evacuated in a hurry. She wanted to ask how Ino was as they ate a quick breakfast of dry cereal and a glass of that powdered orange juice that had hit the village a few months ago. It wasn't real juice, and it tasted horrible, but apparently you could mix it easily with vitamin supplements and it lasted forever, so the village had a lot of it stored up. Powdered eggs, too, but Anko told her that since she'd slept in so late they didn't have time to cook any. What they did have time for, though, was Anko spending 10 minutes looking for a clipboard. Not just any clipboard, Anko snapped as she flipped the mattress in her little private room. "Your training schedule. Tenzo made it up last night and he'll murder me if I've lost it." Truthfully, Sakura had found the thing a few minutes after walking into the pigsty that was Anko's bedroom, but she let the woman sweat it out for a bit. Anko had looked at her with more than a little suspicion when Sakura found it under one of her shirts, but the woman couldn't prove anything and Sakura didn't feel much like gloating after the night she'd had. Her little prank on Anko hadn't even made her feel better. The day's training started with laps around the tower, which Sakura did without complaint. Laps were easy, she didn't have to think with laps. Her brain just switched off and took all the crappy thoughts about Ino with it. The blonde had been a ghost this morning. She was off with Tenzo, doing whatever it was her training boiled down to, and Sakura hadn't gotten so much as a glimpse of the girl. It felt weird, being the offending party in their relationship for once. Usually, it was Ino who said, or did, something that made Sakura want to avoid the blonde, not the other way around. Sakura discovered that she really didn't enjoy the switch too much. On Sakura's last lap, Anko had tossed her a water bottle. Sakura had prepared herself for more of the bitter, grainy supplement powder that had become synonymous with drinking at the forest tower, but she was visibly surprised when it was normal water. Anko was fixing her canteen as well, and Sakura watched her dump some powder in and give it a hard shake before taking a drink. Sakura didn't really want to take supplements, but she was also curious. Eventually, the curiosity won out. No supplements in the bottled water anymore. Anko shook her head. She frowned at her canteen and shoved it back into the messenger bag she was using to hold all her training stuff. "I hate that damn powder," she muttered. Louder, she said, "You don't need them today because we're doing something different. Trust me, you're going to get all the vitamins you can stand in just a few minutes." That was ominous, but no matter how much Sakura prodded her, the woman wouldn't say what she had planned. Given how much Anko seemed to be enjoying her secrecy, there probably wouldn't be any further hints, either. Things were even more curious when Anko finally did bring them back inside. The main training area was clear of Tenzo and Ino, thankfully, but the balconies were decidedly not unoccupied. Umbu. Dozens of umbu. Every shape and size and every conceivable mask were represented in the 24 or so hunternin lining the room. Sakura had never seen that many in one place before, and given the last time she'd even seen more than a handful at once had been during her interrogation a few weeks ago, Sakura had some serious reservations. Anko was nonplussed by the new audience. In fact, she might have waved to one or two of the masked observers. She went out to the center of the ring and impatiently motioned for Sakura to join her, which the girl did only reluctantly. "They're not going to bite," Anko told her when she was close enough to hear. It wasn't their teeth Sakura was worried about, her teeth ached just looking at them. "What are they doing here?" "Observing. I don't think you realize it, but Umbu are some of the best minds in the village when it comes to identifying jutsu. It's part of their job as investigators, you know? Today, we're going to find out what that push thing of yours actually is." That didn't sound too bad. Sakura would be lying if she said she wasn't a little bit curious about the Shinra Tensei as well. But, a thought occurred to her, "Isn't that why we wrote the Fire Temple?" Anko rolled her eyes. "You want to wait on some monks to tell you a bunch of old superstitions?" she asked. "We have something called the scientific method these days." Sakura would never, ever say it out loud, but maybe years of being Orochimaru's student had rubbed off on the woman after all. The way her eyes got a weird sheen when she said scientific method didn't make Sakura feel all that secure. Instead, she asked, "How is this going to work? Do they just want me to start shooting?" That didn't seem like the smartest thing, given they were currently inside. Sakura didn't want to test just how sturdy this tower was with so much of it stacked overhead. Anko flicked her thumb over her shoulder. Sakura looked past her and saw, at the very back of the room, a stuffed scarecrow target stuck in the floor. "You're going to get some control practice in at the same time." That was all well and fine, but the woman was overlooking one very crucial detail. "I can only fire one shot before I'm out of chakra." "Such little faith you have in your sensei," Anko said. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small black bag, which she tossed to Sakura. "Open it and tell me what you see." Well, the bag wasn't hissing or ticking, so Sakura tipped out its contents into her hand. 3 little black pills rolled out, completely without symbol or marking. Anko was looking at her smugly, but Sakura already knew what it was Anko wanted. "You know genin aren't supposed to take soldier pills," Sakura said, smiling a bit when she ruined Anko's chance at lecturing her. "I took so many of these things in Suna that they had to give me a new liver." "Sorry that I didn't buy your autobiography," Anko petulantly groused. "Still, Umbu medics cleared you for using these and they figure each pill would give you 1 extra shot of that Shinra Tensei thing. So don't take one until I tell you to." The last point was driven home with more authority than the woman usually put to an order. "What aren't you telling me?" Sakura asked. She'd become somewhat of a journeyman on reading when Anko was holding something back and, sure enough, Anko's eyes darted around, a clear Mitarashi tell. "I don't. I mean, there might only be 3 of them." Anko rubbed her neck. "In, like, the whole tower? Maybe." Suddenly the little bag felt much heavier. "How do you only have 3 left?" "Because the clan that keeps all the raw materials for these things burnt to the ground. We can't store them forever, since they're made from natural ingredients. All of the main stock is being used for the war." Now Sakura understood why Shikaka had put so much importance on keeping the Nara clan's medical storage guarded and intact, and it served to make her feel that much more guilty about her talk with Ino the night before. There were bigger issues right now, though. Anko motioned to the training dummy. "So yeah, treat those things like they're precious, but the important thing right now is that you show the Umbu exactly what you can do. I want you to hit that target like normal for the first shot." Sakura held up her hand. The scarecrow was a long way away and Sakura honestly didn't know what her blast would do from this distance. She glanced nervously at Anko, who thankfully took the hint and edged behind her. She rotated her wrist and aimed in the space between her middle and ring fingers. A familiar tingle of chakra pooled in the upper half of her body, focusing right behind her eyes as she locked onto the dummy. Shinra Tensei. The recoil nearly knocked the girl over, but Anko put a helpful hand on her back. Whatever the force was, it had exploded out from Sakura at speed and plowed into the dummy a heartbeat later, snapping it right off its pole and throwing it against the far wall. The shockwave that had been carrying it hit much harder, seeming to shake the whole tower. Anko whistled. "I didn't know you could make them that strong," she admitted. "How do you feel?" Sakura wobbled unsteadily on her feet, which was enough of an answer for Anko. With surprising care she lowered the girl to the ground. "Sit tight," she said. "Sure," Sakura grunted. She didn't feel like doing much other than sitting right now anyway. It was incredibly annoying how much energy this jutsu took from her, even if it was pretty impressive. She saw Anko appear up on the balcony, and a few of the Umbu huddled around her. She assumed they were discussing their findings. As scary as they were, she really hoped they could tell her something about her gift. They probably already knew everything about Ino's because how mysterious was a black ball of chakra that ate everything it touched? Anko was back in a moment. She didn't look happy. Okay, so they want you to try and make the next one less powerful. They think you should be able to control its output, if it's anything like Onaki's rock lightning jutsu. They know what it is? Sakura asked, surprised. Well, I wouldn't go that far. They have an idea that it might be gravity-related, because they just confirmed you are not using air pressure or wind manipulation. There's only so many things it could be after that. To Sakura, that was still a pretty massive leap in understanding. Eager to learn a bit more, Sakura asked, would it help if I told them where the chakra was pooling before I activated it? Anko scratched her neck again, which she always did when she was agitated. Maybe? I don't, let me ask. And then she was gone again. When she returned she wasn't alone. A thin, lanky Umbu wearing an eagle mask was there as well. He reminded Sakura a little of Kakashi-sensei, in the way he carried himself, but the similarities ended at his appearance. When he spoke to her, his voice was even and professional. Where is the chakra originating? He asked, without even introducing himself. Sakura frowned slightly, but she pointed to her chest. It starts here, she said, hand hovering over her heart and lungs. That's typically where most chakra began, but then she slowly moved her hand up her throat. I feel it in the back of my neck and then it ends up behind my eyes. Eagle's head cocked. He squatted down and then slouched, because he was still too tall, looking close enough at Sakura that she could see his eyes through his mask. Do you get headaches after you channel it? Sore eyes? He asked. Sakura shook her head. How many times have you actually performed the jutsu? Mentally, Sakura tallied it up. 3 times. Kabuto, the Sunanin, and just now. The Umbu looked over his shoulder at the destroyed dummy, then back at Sakura. 3 times? Are you sure? Well, technically I've only been me again for 3 days, so I'm pretty sure. Anko stifled a snort, but Sakura held the Umbu's eyes, daring him to try and second-guess that. Eventually, he slightly dipped his head. Very well. One moment. He turned his head and Sakura knew that she heard him mumbling in his mask. It had to have been a transmitter because a second later another Umbu appeared, this one shorter and just as thin. She, and Sakura was sure it was a woman because of her long black hair, squatted down next to Eagle Mask. Watch her eyes close, he told her, and the woman, wearing a badger mask, nodded. She made a strange seal, her index finger being the only finger up, right in front of Mare Mask. It was a seal Sakura recognized. She had seen it, once, months ago in the Suna Desert. It was the seal Hinata made when she activated her dojutsu. Badger Mask was a Hyuga. Sakura looked down at the ground, knowing that it wouldn't help any, but she didn't want to look the woman in the eye. She hadn't met any Hyuga after coming back from the village, they probably all hated her. Eagle clicked his tongue to get Sakura's attention. The back wall, he said. Can you fire another shot like the last one? I feel pretty tired, Sakura said. She reached into her pouch and pulled out the little black bag. Should I? Anko sighed. The sound made Sakura's shoulders slump, but it wasn't Sakura she was aggravated with. You didn't have a Hyuga watching her for the first one? You know we only have 3 soldier pills, right? The lanky Umbu stood back up to his full height. Badger was watching, but there's something particular I'm looking for now. You were going to have her take one for the rest of her training anyway, right? We can look for it while you do that. So, Sakura was told to take a pill. Crunch it, Anko told her, laughing a little at the sour face Sakura made when she did. As much as Sakura remembered the rush of taking a soldier pill, their taste was terrible and there didn't seem to be a difference between Oto or Konoha recipes in that regard. but the taste was soon burnt away by the overwhelming power Sakura felt wash over her. Oh, she's feeling it now, Anko laughed. Like it? Feel like you could take on the whole Suna invasion by yourself, don't you? But it was so much more than just that. Sakura didn't just feel strong, she felt like she had all of last year. Powerful, confident, body tense and ready for action. Even though Sakura knew it was a fake feeling coming from a drug, she eagerly raised her hand for another blast when Anko gestured to the wall again. Shinra Tensei. The rush of chakra filled her like a hurricane and she was grinning like a fool in the eye of it, feeling like a tool of God himself touching the face of the earth. She felt dash. She felt. Anko caught Sakura as she vomited all over the floor. Everything was coming up and it was terrible. Sakura knew that someone had just punched her straight in the gut when she was concentrating on the blast, because everything under her ribcage felt sore. Off in the distance Sakura heard her push hit the wall, but she didn't have the strength to look up at it. All she wanted to do was collapse, but Anko wasn't letting her. Weaker than the last one, Eagle said. That did make Sakura look up. She had expected to blow out the far wall, but there wasn't even any sign that she'd hit it other than the last scraps of the ruined training dummy being knocked away. What had happened? Anko was still chuckling as she dragged Sakura away from the mess she'd made. I want you to remember this feeling, she said, chipper. Soldier pills are fake. Never, ever, let one tell you you're invincible, especially when you were running on empty before you took it. That's the difference between whatever that old body of yours was and this one. Now, drink this. The woman thrust a water bottle under Sakura's nose and she snatched it. She washed out the horrible taste of bile from her mouth, then downed the rest of the bottle. The nasty taste was still there, though. The Umbu were conferring with each other, so Anko helped Sakura back to her feet. Take another one, she said, which surprised Sakura. That would leave only one left. Don't look at me like that. What do you think the training is for? I'm going to get it so you can do a few of those things before you get tired. Was that even possible? Anko looked cocksure, but Sakura, every time she'd used one it had completely drained her. Sakura rolled the next to last pill out into her hand and considered it. I felt like I used to when I took the last one, she told Anko. I felt strong again. Like I could do anything. It was all fake, though. Just like the body was. It just lets me pretend I'm not me for a few minutes. Anko didn't immediately respond to that. Sakura looked up at the woman, expecting to see her laughing or rolling her eyes at such a dramatic thing, but to her surprise Anko was just staring off into the distance, rubbing her neck right under her coat collar. Wasn't even listening. Never mind. It's stupid, Sakura muttered, blushing. Just yesterday Anko had said she was too serious and then Sakura drops that on her. Anko must be thinking she's a total kid. But, then Sakura felt a hand rest on top of her head. It wasn't Anko's usual ruffling, either, but a soft, hesitant, almost gentle, touch. It's not stupid, she said, thickly. Sakura had never heard Anko like that before, so she was quiet while the woman gathered her thoughts. Listen, I know that your whole situation is pretty weird, but I understand you more than you think. Tenzo didn't stick you with me just because he wanted to hog the Yamanaka's time for himself, he thinks I'm better for relating to you. Sakura frowned. Ever lose your body and have to relearn everything you thought you knew? Sakura asked, feeling a twinge of annoyance. What did Anko know about something like that? What did anyone? Anko's coat shifted as she stepped around to face Sakura, squatting to look her in the eye. The woman's pale eyes were unusually serious, which looked frightening from the Umbu. Not like Naruto at all, Sakura thought as she stared into those eyes. Anko was a laughy, jokey, prank-loving type of woman, yes, but in her face now Sakura could see something deeper, with a lot more sharp edges than her teammate. Power doesn't come from nothing, Anko said, her hand coming down to rest on Sakura's shoulder. You're feeling bad because you lost all that fake power you had for the last year. That's a fine way to feel, and I would be pissed about it too, but think about what it wanted you to give up. It took your humanity from you. You weren't Haruno Sakura, little kid from Konoha. You were whatever kind of lab experiment that bastard Kabuto cooked up in his spare time. It wasn't you. Anko looked over her shoulder at the other Umbu. They were still talking amongst themselves. Okay, so I want you to keep a secret, she told Sakura, looking back. Slowly she tugged down the collar of her coat. Sakura felt her mold chakra and then a strange seal appeared on the left side of Anko's neck. It was a strange, three-tone pattern, surrounded by a circle of writing. She made sure Sakura got a look before it disappeared and she pulled back up her coat. What is that? Sakura asked. She'd never seen a seal like that before. Power gained for more than I was willing to pay, Anko told her, sighing. She rubbed the spot on her neck where the mark was and Sakura realized she'd seen the woman doing it all the time. Like I said, I understand you more than most of the people in this village. Kabuto learned from Orochimaru and Orochimaru used me as a test subject for a lot of his work. Did I get strong in a short amount of time? Sure. Did it end up costing me years of work? That too. Sakura sagged. Orochimaru, Kabuto, they cast a shadow over everything, didn't they? Years, huh. Years, but I started late. You? You're already stronger than the Harano Sakura you were before you met Kabuto, aren't you? Hesitantly, Sakura nodded. Right. And right now you're probably stronger than the Yamanaka Ino of a year ago, aren't you? Another nod. Anko smiled again and used Sakura's head to push herself back to her feet, ruffling the girl's hair as she went. So there you go. All you have to do is put in more effort than anyone else you know and you'll catch right up in no time. But remember what I said last night, she won't be sitting still either. So I want you to take this training seriously, right? A nod from Sakura, but Anko glared down at her. I want more enthusiasm than that from my student. When I say right, you say. Right, Anko-sensei, Sakura muttered, blushing. Well, I was just going for a shout or something, but sensei works too, the woman teased. Then, she turned to the Umbu. We're done over here. You can stop pretending to be considerate. As they walked over, Sakura tugged on Anko's sleeve. Does Ino know about? She vaguely pointed to her neck. Anko put a finger up to her lips, winking at Sakura's surprised look. Nope, and let's keep it that way. She already has enough dirt on me. Sakura didn't miss the way Eagle looked at her and she hoped against everything she wasn't blushing too hard. What's the verdict? Anko asked the pair. Undetermined, Eagle said, before Badger could answer. More testing will be needed, but Badger is fairly certain you can regulate that Shinra Tensei Jutsu. We would like you to try, with Badger helping you regulate your chakra. So that's what Anko had meant earlier. Being able to do more than one push a day sounded like a pretty good deal, so she pulled out the little bag of soldier pills and fished one out. Badger stepped forward before she could take it. May I try something? She asked Eagle. Some nonverbal permission must have been given between the two, because after a moment she stooped down to Sakura's level. Please, just relax. I want to do a chakra exercise that may help with the after effects of your jutsu. The woman's hands were glowing faintly with chakra, which reminded Sakura of Kabuto's hands in the Yamato works. She shied away at first, looking to Anko for help, but the woman just smiled lopsidedly at her. They know what they're doing, kid, she said. So, Sakura forced herself to stay still as the masked Hyuga reached out to her. The woman put a hand on either side of her head, right at the corner of her eyes, and started working the skin in slow circles. A soothing feeling of chakra started to pool up and down her face, but mostly right behind her eyes, which was a weird feeling at first until Sakura got used to it. After a while it started to feel really, really nice. This is an exercise that many young Hyuga use when they first develop the Byakugan, because that can be a very painful process before the proper chakra pathways manifest themselves, Badger explained, still massaging. It felt amazing and all the tension Sakura was still feeling in her body was draining away. It felt so good, in fact, that Sakura couldn't even find the words to ask why the Hyuga would use this just for their dojutsu and not for everyday aches and pains, because it made her feel 100 times better than before. She's like a happy cat, Anko laughed. Sakura didn't even budge when Anko plucked the little soldier pill out of her hands and slipped it between her lips. Here, take this now while you're feeling good. Chakra exploded back into her system, but it wasn't painful like before. Badger's glowing hands soothed and regulated, turning the wild river into a gentle stream, filling everything the Shinra Tensei had drained dry. Sakura didn't have that immortal feeling now, only a sense of completeness, like she'd had the best night's sleep of her life and a huge breakfast. Then the hands were gone and Sakura sorely missed them. Badger stepped back beside Eagle. I have done what I can, she said, more to the tall Umbu than Sakura or Anko. The rest will develop. Badger, Eagle cut her off. The radio, if you would. Sakura was still too out of sorts to really notice the sudden tension in between the two Umbu, but she did catch the suspicion in Anko's face as the pair stared at each other down from behind their masks. Eventually, though, Badger did dip her head in deference, which seemed to be the end of the standoff. Eagle gestured with his hand. We will continue to watch from down here, he said, the pair walking well back from Anko and Sakura. Anko blew out a huff of air as she watched the two walk away, but didn't elaborate on what she was thinking. When she turned back to Sakura, her attention was back and the weird look was gone. Whatever. Feeling better? Ready to try this out? Sakura still didn't know what Anko wanted to do, but after that massage and soldier pill she was ready to give just about anything a try. Anko clapped her on the back and she gathered up another training dummy from the edge of the room, over by that massive statue of a man making a tiger seal. This time Anko only put it around half as far away as the first one. Sakura could see individual bits of straw sticking out of it, she was so close. It's not going to be hard to hit that one, Sakura pointed out. Anko fussed with the armor it was wearing. Goal isn't just to hit it, she said. I want to see how lightly you can hit it. See if you can just push it over. Shrugging, Sakura raised her hand. Just knock it over, she told herself. That should be easy, shouldn't it? All she had to do was release the jutsu sooner, like the difference between a fireball and a flamethrower. Sakura settled into a firm footing and started gathering chakra, focusing on the dummy. A little push. A little push. A little. Harano-san. The concentration, and chakra, was gone. What? She snapped, but felt a little bad when she realized it'd been Badger who had called out to her. Am I doing something wrong? Badger walked up to her. I believe you will simply waste your chakra this way, she said, walking behind Sakura. Out the corner of Sakura's eyes she saw the woman's glowing hands, which instantly made her feel better. May I? Yes. Sakura happily chirped, but realizing she sounded a little too anxious, she cleared her throat. I mean, sure. If you think it'll help. Once again the Umbu went for the spot right at the corner of her eyes, almost right on top of her temple, but there wasn't any massaging. Instead, Sakura could feel the alien chakra going deep down behind her eye sockets. Focus on drawing out that new chakra, Badger whispered. Mold as much as you can, but don't fight me when I try to guide it. It was a little weird channeling chakra while someone else's chakra was messing around near her coils, but Sakura still had amazing chakra control if nothing else, so it wasn't too difficult for her to separate the two chakras. When she molded for the Shinra Tensei, she felt Badger's chakra weaving in with it behind her eyes, thinning out how much she was needing. Shouldn't she be fixing it in my arms? Sakura wondered. The Shinra Tensei was released out of her fingertips, wasn't it? That was how she aimed, but Badger wasn't the least bit interested, focusing all of her attention behind, and even in, Sakura's eyes, which was just about the weirdest feeling Sakura had felt since Kabuto had stuck his hand into her skull in the Yamato works. Try activating the jutsu, Badger told her, which made Sakura blush. She'd completely lost focus for a second. Shinra Tensei. Immediately Sakura knew something had gone differently, because she was still on her feet. And while she felt a bit tired, she didn't want to sink to her knees and start wheezing. And the target had been blown clean in half. It hadn't been pushed over like Anko wanted, but the whole thing hadn't been pushed away either, and Sakura felt like she could do another one. Good job, kid, Anko called out. She and Eagle had retreated a safe distance away while she'd fired. Knock over the other half now. Oh, Sakura felt up for it. When she raised her arm, Badger pulled back her chakra. "If you need the help, ask," she said. But Sakura was determined. She molded her chakra in the small amount Badger had done earlier, pooling it in and around her eyes and regulating the flow to just a trickle. She held up her hand and focused on the remains of the scarecrow. Shinra Tensei. The chakra flowed from her like a wave and the bottom half of the target went flying just a heartbeat later, spinning off through the air. Badger caught her when Sakura collapsed. The second shot felt like her limit, but it was better than only being able to do one. Sakura was happy with it, and even happier when she felt the Hyuga Umbu's soothing chakra flood back into her. "Very good work, Harano-san," the woman said, and Sakura smiled, but she heard something else besides Badger's gentle breathing. A crackle of static, coming from the woman's mask. "Her growth is uncanny." That was the eagle-masked Umbu's voice. Sakura looked up sharply at the Hyuga woman, but Badger gently forced her head back straight and applied more of her chakra to fight off the worst of Sakura's fatigue. "Do you have an idea what we're dealing with?" Anko asked over the radio, her voice tight. Across the room, Anko and Eagle were standing casually near each other. Sakura couldn't even see their lips moving. "It's not a futon, or any other nature manipulation we can detect. Nana believes it's an undeveloped dojutsu and her treatments seem to enforce that." Sakura went rigid, despite the massage. Her eyes flicked up to the Hyuga, but she was staring straight ahead, her pale eyes only just visible behind her Badger mask. Those eyes met Sakura's and an extra cool touch of chakra seemed to say, "Just listen. You're telling me that the kid has an undiscovered dojutsu and nobody caught it? And you're not going to tell her? That's pretty shitty of you, Okuda. You and Nana should compare notes, but it's not your call. Not my call, either. Or even Tenzo's. Danzo doesn't want even a whiff of this getting to Suna, or Orochimaru. Danzo's been placed in charge of the Umbu, so there's nothing I can do. And that Yamanaka girl dash." Suddenly the feed cut out. Subtly, from across the room, Anko caught Sakura's eyes, and smirked. It hadn't just been Nana sharing her radio channel. "Mitarashi-san and I are more on the same page than Okuda-san believes," the Hyuga said, not doing anything out of the ordinary, looking straight ahead. "We both do not feel that the spirit of the Hokage's orders are being carried out if you are left in the dark. Neither does Okuda-san, although he has taken enough of a professional and personal risk already." Sakura swallowed, feeling lightheaded. A dojutsu. It was a type of Kekkei Genkai that manifested in the eyes of a person, but Sakura was sure that her father hadn't had one. And her mother's side of the family were all civilians. There was no one in the Harano line with a Kekkei Genkai so. Oh. There was one person Sakura knew of with a dojutsu she was related to. He had told her himself. The ringed, pale eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, who had said that both she and Ino were his descendants. Did that mean that Ino also had a dojutsu? What would that even mean for them? Had the sage anticipated this? What part did Danzo have in any of this? He'd washed his hands of them, hadn't he? Sakura had no idea of the answers to those questions, because Hyuga Nana wasn't talking and the sage hadn't appeared to her since the fight on the cliff. Maybe he couldn't appear anymore? She didn't want to think about it. She closed her eyes and drifted off while Badger did her best to stop the chakra headache brought about by the pathways in her eyes growing and rearranging themselves into something completely foreign to the girl. Chapter 48. The prey was cunning. He had been shadowing the Suna group for hours now, as best he could without using shadow clones. Even if he had been physically able to, his quarry was too cagey for such brute force tactics. They were vigilant and even a few Bunshin would set off more warnings than he could afford. How many ninja had been defeated before a single blow was exchanged for underestimating, or not understanding, the power of the Kugutsu no Jutsu that Suna puppeteers used? How many young men and women had confidently leapt to their deaths following the textbook notion that a puppet user was always behind their puppet, or that a puppeteer was otherwise useless outside of a fight? Sarutobi Hiruzen had lived long enough to learn the actual lesson: puppeteers were incredibly dangerous opponents. He had fought Suna in 3 different wars, across as many different countries, across as many generations, even, and knew precisely what dangers he faced. But the young generations, they didn't know. The academy didn't even teach specific village techniques, instead leaving that sort of thing up to their Jounin sensei. Because it was too political to train their children how to properly kill their neighbors. Because they were supposed to be the children of a better world, where there were no more great wars. Because it was distasteful. Because no one wanted to think about it. Because we are all cowards, Sarutobi thought as he crawled along the floor of some burned-out building. A little civilian clothing shop, if he had to guess. The fake marble tiles were cool against his belly, and he slid easily across them, pushing aside stylish jackets that had been thrown from their clothing racks. Where was this store's owner? Evacuated? Dead? Sarutobi didn't know. Didn't want to know. Knew it was foolish to think about it right at this moment. He let out a quiet huff of air, halfway between a sigh and a hiss. What shinobi rule was it that spoke about keeping the mind clear of distracting thoughts? Who had even created those stupid rules in the first place? Probably some retired chunin who thought to make a quick ryo selling a textbook to the academy. As if you could codify the million little things that made you an effective killer. But then, how many of his academy teachers had actually taken a life? They were all career chunin. The smell of burned flesh finally reached Sarutobi's nose. Well, that solved the mystery of the owners, then. The lifeless face of a small child, half burnt under a heap of clothes in the corner of the room, stared back at him. It'd been there so long the smell had already started to clear. We were not ready for this war. The old Hokage finally reached his destination, the corner of the building that had gotten blown away by an explosion, giving him an excellent view of the adjacent road. Of course, he didn't have such a location to himself. There was a two-man Suna team a floor above him, looking the other way, down the secondary artery leading into the center of the village. Sarutobi wasn't worried about them. They were chunin, jounin at best, and the third had faith in the techniques his former student had taught him when it came to remaining undetected. A few hundred feet away was the one thing he was worried about, though. He could only just see the back of her head as she rested against a crumbling wall, listening to some report another ninja was giving her. Sarutobi couldn't read lips at this range, but he could guess what was being discussed was likely the destruction of his home. Suna was losing. For all their ferocity and guile, their invasion wasn't a success. Konoha, though undeniably a shadow of what it had been, was still strong enough to fight off a half-dead village like Sunagakure. This one military force wouldn't be the final dagger in Konoha's heart. But, it was probably the first. Konoha was now a softened target, a juicy target, and the other cage hadn't let their fangs dull like he had. Iwa, Kiri, Kyumo, all of them eclipsed Konoha in sheer military strength, and they would all take meaty chunks out of his village until there was nothing left but the gristle. Then the entire land of fire would become a battleground for another war. A playground of nations. A place to have their fights, but not track the blood and gore back to their own homes. Suna would carve off its piece later, when it had time to reap the rewards of an era without a strong neighbor. It was a brilliant plan, and Sarutobi wondered who had originally pitched it, Raza or Orochimaru. Raza was clever, but this had the telltale taste of a bitter pill dreamed up by his former student. Despite himself, despite everything, Sarutobi had to smile. I would bet Ryo that this is all some plan of that student of mine that ballooned too large even for his spindly fingers to grasp. Ah, well. The die was cast either way, now. All that was left was to reap the whirlwind and save what could be saved. And that meant killing Cho. A mop of pink hair crossed his line of sight, unmistakable in all the village. That hair was. Sarutobi had forgotten the girl almost as soon as she'd left his office, all those months ago. It was a necessary sacrifice in his position, because he personally met every new graduate, at least for a few moments, when they came for their official registration. It was a ridiculously wasteful use of his time. Tobirama-sensei would have scolded him, and even Hashirama-sensei would have given him that fatherly smile he used when one of his little villagers was being especially precocious. The Hokage meeting every little kid to make it out of the academy, how cute, but that was the part of the job that Sarutobi loved the most. He loved meeting the people he led, talking to them. Not having to think the worst of them. Not having to look for enemies in every shadow. Coward, coward, coward. Harano Sakura. Or, at least, the creature that had taken her last body. He had seen it a half-dozen times now, following Cho's mobile headquarters. It was wearing a Sunachin vest, it had a weapons pouch, it went through the motions of being a ninja, but it wasn't. It wasn't anything. Sarutobi was offended by its very existence. It was some sort of monster wearing a human face, going through human motions. Mocking them all with its very existence. Tobi, that's what the girls had called it. It had called itself the Will of Madara, whatever that meant. The name had shaken Sarutobi when he heard it fall from that Yamanaka child's lips. He had thought, naively, that the village had moved past that monster. That Danzo had buried all of it under a stack of dead bodies 20 feet deep. But, like a twisted, murderous tree, it had sprouted through those bodies and was crawling back into the daylight. It had been over 3 years since Uchiha Itachi had been in contact with the village. That was the nature of his mission, his exile. They had already asked so much of him that no one had the right to demand more, least of all Sarutobi himself, but he wished that there had been some indication that the stranger calling himself Uchiha Madara was once again moving. If all this was another scheme of the Madara that had helped eliminate the Uchiha, that had likely been involved with the Kyuubi attack that had taken the lives of the fourth and his wife, then there was no telling what would happen if the Shikaka was fully under his power. The fourth was dead, after all. There was no one left in the village that could match a Biju or a fully capable Jinchuriki. Sarutobi desperately hoped that the thing wearing the skin of Haruno Sakura wasn't a Jinchuriki. Sabaku no Gara, the Kazekige's son, had largely been a failure. Konoha had known about him for years, had known about the flawed ceiling that left him unable to sleep without rampaging out of control. So far, the creature wearing Haruno's face hadn't slept. Or eaten. Or spoken to anyone. It just followed, staring off into the distance at nothing. More often than not sitting, when it could. Always on the dirt or grass, too. Never sitting on a bench or a chair, even when they'd been readily available. Sarutobi didn't know what to make of that. Cho, though a frightfully talented shinobi, was not from Uzushiagakuer. Her sealing methods were different. Inferior. Suna had declined a tailed beast from the Shodei Hokage and thus also a sealing method from Whirlpool. As was often with the Land of Wind, they went their own way. Developed their own jutsu. It's too much to ask that something went wrong with the transfer, Sarutobi told himself. Though, if something had gone wrong, it might explain why Cho had yet to retreat from the village. She could be scouring the village for a better sealing method or studying Orochimaru's old laboratories. If she was trying to fix the thing, did that mean she was set on using it to destroy Konoha? Would she actually go to such lengths? And that brought up an even deeper question, what could Raza have offered her, to get that woman to involve herself with the world of shinobi again? Had he appealed to her patriotism? Sarutobi didn't think Cho had a patriotic bone in her body, but when was the last time they'd spoken at length? Decades? Things could have changed. But then, Sarutobi remembered the woman's promise during the first real battle of the Second War. How she had promised all of them all death, as calm and serious as you please, because Hatake Sakumo had killed her son. Denied that by Sakumo's suicide, she had taken her rage out on hundreds of Konohanin and thousands of Land of Fire civilians. Even decades after her last appearance on the battlefield, Sarutobi had always had the last say on sending Kakashi anywhere near Suna, just so he could weigh the benefits of the mission versus the tiny chance Cho could finally get her clutches on her enemy's son. Could revenge really be the reason? Surely, she knew that Sakumo was dead? But what other slab of meat could Raza have dangled in front of her to make that crone jump? Questions for later, Sarutobi thought. Right now, Cho was back on the move. The Hokage had already decided that an ambush was the ideal plan of attack. Things being what they were, Sarutobi knew that he could not fight a protracted battle of attrition with the woman. In addition to being the most talented puppeteer in the world, Cho was also one of its foremost poisoners. Without Tsunade, or even Orochimaru, at hand, Sarutobi had no illusions about his chances of survival were he to take a hit, and at his age, he would take hits. He had to kill Cho quickly, within the opening moments of a fight, to have any hope of walking away afterward, but the woman was wary. Footsteps inside the room. Sarutobi stilled his breath, even his heartbeat, and trusted in the transparent escape jutsu that Jiraiya had taught him. By how much noise the sentry was making, he wasn't anything more than a Chunin, but even a Chunin could sound an alarm if Sarutobi was unlucky. "The hell are we doing here?" the man muttered, stepping around the store in a mockery of a traditional sweeping pattern. Sarutobi heard him thumbing through racks of clothes and nudging boxes around with his feet, the telltale signs of a lax ninja dissatisfied with his assignment. But he was still drawing nearer to where Sarutobi was laying. There was a possibility that he already knew the old man was there, due to some inborn ability, and was about to call for aid. That would set the Hokage back by hours. It was a small chance, but a chance nonetheless. There was no helping it. Sarutobi was quick and professional when he quickly twisted the man's neck around, making the death instant and painless. The impulse to make it a lingering, painful death was there, nagging the old man in the back of his mind, but he ignored it as always. This man had invaded his home, killed his precious family members, but he had only done so because his own home had asked it of him. Everyone was fighting their own battles. Sarutobi didn't wish to make those battles any bloodier than they had to be. Now, though, now he was on a clock. The scout was dead. That set things into motion. Sarutobi knew from his shadowing of the group that they didn't use radio transmitters, but instead physically checked in with their superiors. That would work in his favor. The Hokage gently laid the body out and studied the man's face, his body, and his limbs. Looked at the solace of his feet to see how his sandals were worn so he could mimic the man's style of walking. After a quick henge, Sarutobi gave himself a few moments to get used to his new center of gravity and practice his walk and posture. Relaxed in his posture, but twitchy in his movements. Restless. "The leaves of the tree are lush in the spring," Sarutobi recited, trying to mimic the sound of the Sunanin's voice. It was supremely fortunate that the man had spoken to himself. It made things easier. Sarutobi, the excellent mimic that he was, felt he had the gist of it after a few minutes. The burned clothes were another godsend. He folded the dead man up as much as he could and hid him under the heap of clothes where the child had tried to hide from the smoke and flames. The smells would mingle, making it hard for anyone to pick out the new corpse. "Forgive me, little one," Sarutobi murmured as he gently moved the other corpse around to make room for the new one, "but you will have to share your grave for a while." Someone waved to him from the Suna camp a few minutes later, after he casually walked out into the open gap in the wall. Lazily, Sarutobi waved back and tried a few Suna hand signals he'd learned. "Want me to come down?" "Yes," the figure signed back. "We're moving." Already other ninjas scattered around the area were converging on the camp in the center. They would pick up stakes, just like they had the last half-dozen times in as many hours, and go to another part of the village still under their control. Then they would wait while Cho fussed over her science experiment. Then it would repeat. Time to find out what was really going on in his village, and head it off as best he could. Loyalty Chapter 48. Sakura was sneaking out of the tower. Well, sneaking wasn't the best word for it, she thought, because there was Nambu tailing her. They hadn't even been trying to stay sneaky. Sakura had spotted them standing on a tree branch 10 minutes ago, just staring down at her in that creepy eagle mask. Okuda, or so Anko had called him the day before. She'd waved at him, trying to show that, "No, I'm not deserting the village again," and he'd disappeared. Sakura assumed she was in the clear. It wasn't like she was too far away. She'd just needed some space. Ino had locked the bunk room they'd been sharing, so Sakura figured that putting some space between them was for the best. Anko had given her the afternoon off too, because Sakura had been wiped out by the testing. 3 soldier pills and all those Shinra Tensei shots had taken their toll. "I don't need you collapsing on me today," Anko had told her that morning, when she'd found Sakura sleeping on the break room sofa. "Go find a new bedroom or something and be ready for tomorrow morning." The woman had been distracted. Sakura had lost all of her physical training, but she hadn't lost the experience from being a spy. Anko wasn't difficult to read when she wasn't on her guard, either. Something was happening in the tower, something that had everyone preoccupied, so Sakura had taken the chance to work on her own side project. Not that it was going very well, though. Sakura frowned down at her hands. "I know it was dragon, tiger, and hare." The girl forced her fingers into the complicated positions for each seal, carefully making adjustments when she needed to. These new hands were completely novice when it came to seals, her fingers didn't want to bend and often cramped up when she tried to do a jutsu. At least the setting was pleasant. Sakura had found a small creek almost immediately and followed it a short way out, a half-mile at most. Here the giant trees of the forest had smothered almost all the undergrowth and created a perfect open space for practicing. They also blocked a lot of sounds, which would be a great thing, if she could get this jutsu to work. It seemed like a great idea at first. Sakura had a photographic memory and remembered the powerful Suten Kuratsuki had used against her in river, right down to the teen's posture and seals. There were only 3, so Sakura had assumed it was a simple jutsu. It wasn't. Not by a long shot. The chakra in Sakura's stomach squirmed like a basket of snakes when she reached for it. The jutsu failed, just like the last few times Sakura had tried. The circuit collapsed in her chest and the chakra she'd been molding slithered away. Exhausted and disheartened, the girl collapsed on the creek bank. She wished Anko were here. Whatever was distracting the tower couldn't be more important than her training, could it? The only thing Sakura could think of was the war not going the village's way, but surely someone would have mentioned the village losing ground. Maybe they wouldn't mention it. Sakura wondered aloud. Bad news could be a distraction, and the eagle-masked Umbu seemed to be under strict information blackout orders. Maybe Danzo didn't believe in the Sage of Six Paths, but it was clear he didn't want Sakura learning anything she could pass back to Orochimaru. Sakura was pretty sure war details fell under that umbrella. Sakura dipped her hand into the creek, paddling through it with her fingers. The water was cool on her skin, especially compared with the muggy fall weather of the forest. It was surreal to think that there was a war going on just a few miles away. That the village she'd grown up in, the only one she'd known her entire life, was burning. She couldn't really connect it, in her head, the memory of the ruins she'd traveled through alongside Shikamaru with her older memories of Konoha. The pictures refused to overlap. Shinobi Rule 25, a shinobi must never show tears during a mission. Sakura splashed her face with the creek water. She'd come to resent all those stupid rules she'd learned at the academy, but sometimes they were still helpful. Sakura got back to her feet. If she wanted to help the village, she had to expand her catalog of jutsu past one unreliable, unknown dojutsu power and a water clone. Kuratsuki's jutsu was the perfect new addition, if she could master it. Sakura forced her fingers through dragon, tiger, hair again and reached for her chakra. "You're pulling too harshly." For the first time since she'd left the tower, Eagle had decided to say something. She didn't bother looking for the lanky Umbu because Sakura knew she'd never spot him. Instead, she took the advice at face value. She slowed her breathing, relaxed her muscles, and just tried to passively gather chakra, which went against everything she'd ever been taught or learned. Nothing was happening. Sakura was holding the chakra circuit in her chest, but her chakra wasn't rushing into it. She tried her best to mimic the feel when she used the Mizu Bunshin, but that didn't work either. Whatever made this jutsu work was much different than putting water-natured chakra into existing water. Sakura was mildly surprised she could sense the Umbu as he appeared a few feet away from her, which was probably politeness on his part. His mop of brown hair shook as his head cocked to the side, reminding Sakura very much of a bird studying a worm right before the peck. "It's an advanced jutsu," he told her. "I recognize it. Suten, Mizurappa, the water trumpet. You should have started smaller." Sakura clenched her teeth. It was hard to concentrate and carry on a conversation with this weird, new chakra. "I did start smaller. I can use the Mizu Bunshin already, and I remembered the seals to this one." The spindly man nodded. "Fair enough. Remember that the water you want to use for your jutsu doesn't want to condense out of the air, because that's not its natural state right now. And think about how much water you need for the jutsu. It's more water than probably flows in that stream in 10 minutes. That's a lot of water. You can't force it with just the little bit of chakra you have available to you, so you have to find another method that plays to your personal strengths." Her own personal strengths. Sakura wanted to snap that she didn't have any personal strengths anymore. That all of that was gone now and she was back to being just an academy student in almost every way. "Do you even remember what you were like as a kid?" Sakura hissed instead, frustrated. She didn't expect an answer, and Okuda didn't give her one, but the longer the silence stretched out the more embarrassed Sakura got at her outburst. Anko would have been up for a round of insults after that, the woman would have made a game of it, but the eagle-masked man didn't say a thing. He just stared at her with that mask of his, making it almost impossible for Sakura to focus on the jutsu. With a ragged, annoyed sigh, Sakura let the chakra disperse. She wasn't going to get this jutsu today. It was another reminder that she wasn't the same person she used to be, where she could get a random Doton scroll, go out into the woods, and then keep throwing her body at the problem until she learned the trick. Giving up? The man asked. There wasn't even a hint of emotion in his voice, but Sakura imagined she could hear the challenge there. If Okuda thought he could goad her, though, he had another thing coming. She wasn't Ino. Sakura sniffed. I'm tired and I don't want to hurt myself. Anko-sensei will make me get up to train tomorrow morning whether I'm feeling rested or not. Sakura gathered up her things and started walking back down the stream, toward the tower, but the Umbu suddenly appeared, blocking her way. We're taking a detour, he told her. We're short-handed at the tower and there's new personnel that need to be guided in from the north gate. I volunteered us. Because of course he did. Sakura looked longingly through the trees, where she could see the narrow little path leading her back to a warm shower, a soft bed, probably, if Sakura could find one, and lunch. Can't I go back with one of the other Umbu? She asked. I'm the only one assigned to you at the moment, he told her. Part of the reason why you leaving this morning was originally an issue for us, but Tenzo decided that you should be allowed to roam. Tenzo decided? Probably wanted me out of Ino's way so they could train more, Sakura bitterly thought. And just a single Umbu watching her? What would happen if Suna attacked the forest? Could one single Umbu protect her? Especially one that didn't seem to want her back to the safety of the tower as soon as possible. Who are we getting? Sakura asked. Demanded. I want to know. You don't need to know. The girl crossed her arms. Then I'm not going. I was told to stay at the tower by the Hokage. You were told to stay in the forest, Okuda countered, voice still neutral. And you will stay in the forest. We're only going to the outer edge. Now come along, or I'll carry you. Sakura actually thought about digging in her heels so much that the man would have to physically take her to wherever it was they were going, but she decided that she could be the bigger person here. Really, she was only being so bratty because of how unhelpful the man's advice had been with her training. It wasn't fair, he wasn't her teacher, and he'd tried to give her advice. Maybe not especially good or clear advice, but advice nonetheless. So, the girl sighed and walked over to the Umbu. I still have to concentrate a lot to use chakra for climbing, she warned him, so I'm not fast. Just follow as best you can. I won't let you get lost. As best as she could, turned out to be a workout Sakura was not physically ready for. True to his word, Okuda never got so far ahead that Sakura didn't know where he was, but his pace was back-breaking. Sakura had only recently gotten comfortable trusting her significantly lessened chakra pool to hold her up on a short wall or tree, but Eagle had taken straight to the canopy, forcing Sakura to crawl and climb her way to the tops of the massive trees. From the ground the trees had been impressive. Among the treetops, the branches and trunks were mind-boggling. They twisted and twined with each other, creating roads as wide as Sakura was tall, which made running and jumping easy, if you ignored how far up you were. How long have these things been growing? Sakura wondered. Nothing growing in the village was nearly so large. Even in the land of rivers, deep in swamps no human had probably traversed in years, nothing grew like these trees. With a start, Sakura realized that she wasn't even paying attention to her jumps anymore, her mind was just going on autopilot. It was a small thing, but it was definitely a step in the right direction. Grinning, Sakura put more chakra into her legs, thrilling at the way it responded. Her Sutten might not work correctly, but physical strengthening was like slipping on a well-worn glove, albeit one that had less leather than she was used to. Her chakra reserves were nothing compared with the fake bodies, and she had to be precise with each pump of the legs, but she could increase her speed and jumping distance as long as she had the chakra for it. Which wasn't very long. 30 minutes of running and jumping at even Okuda's casual pace had Sakura panting. When the man finally held up his hand for a stop, Sakura could have collapsed. She killed half her water skin in a few gulps. How far is? Another kilometer, but I'm going first. Okuda passed over his own water skin, which was almost full. Sakura hadn't seen him drink out of it. Make a camouflage blind. Only wobbling slightly when she stood up, Sakura began gathering branches and limbs for a good hiding spot. The academy had taught all sorts of concealment techniques, and Sakura had taught herself more than a few over the last year, so she was careful not to cut any living limbs with her kunao and broke the ones she did need in a believable way that wouldn't look too suspicious. She gathered everything up on one of the smaller trees, one that would probably break the canopy in another few decades. Its top was scraggly but leafy, which was perfect for blending. Sakura carefully twined herself into the branches and constructed a tiny, form-fitting space just big enough for her to contort herself into. Okuda made a few adjustments from the outside, but he didn't have to do much. Very serviceable, he praised. Wait here for me. If you need assistance, fire a flare. You have one with you. Sakura said she did, because she didn't really have the space to nod. I'll return when I can. That was it, no goodbyes, no last-minute advice, no lingering, he just vanished as he moved faster than Sakura could track. The next few minutes went by very slowly. Sakura kept her breathing suppressed, didn't mold even the tiniest speck of chakra, and didn't dare move. Even when ants started crawling over her legs she didn't try and dislodge them, and also because she knew that there weren't any stinging tree-dwelling ants in Konoha. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. All around her the forest seemed to make all kinds of noises. Sakura recognized the calls of no less than a dozen different bird species, 3 of which she could do very good mimics of, and all manner of insects and things that she couldn't exactly place. She even spotted a striped tree scorpion which, if it had gotten any closer, she would have had to deal with as it was extremely territorial and venomous. Clack, clack. Sakura's ears perked up. That sounded close, whatever it was. Was her tree not as stable as she'd thought? There wasn't much wind this deep down into the forest, but maybe her added weight was too much for the willowy trunk to take? Clack, clack. But, that didn't sound like cracking wood. Sakura strained to listen and decided that, no, it wasn't wood breaking, but instead wood hitting another piece of wood. Like 2 branches clunking into each other in the wind. It would take a lot of wind to make that happen, though. Clack, clack. And it was moving. Slowly, methodically, but undeniably growing closer and closer to Sakura's hiding spot. This close, the little nuances in the sound were more distinguishable, like the dead, hollow tone in the different clacks. Like wooden sandals. Clack, clack, clack. A white-haired giant walked across Sakura's vision. 2 trees over and far to the left Sakura spotted him, a man taller than Okuda and broader at the shoulders than anyone the girl had ever seen. Ibiki, from Sakura's vague memories of the man, had been tall and huge, but this white-haired man might be even bigger, because his bulk wasn't hidden under a trench coat. And his hair, which fell down his back like a cloak, made him seem even more massive. He lumbered among the branches, quiet as a cat except for the clacking of his wooden geta sandals. He seemed undisturbed, but it was clear, as his head turned back and forth, that he was searching for something. He's still pretty far away, Sakura thought. I can get the flare up, but he'd find me instantly. He didn't look like someone Sakura could fight. And he'd gotten past Okuda, which either meant the Umbu had been avoided or that he was dead. Neither one was appealing, but if Okuda was alive the flare would be the best option. Maybe even if Okuda had been killed, because a flare would definitely be seen by the other Umbu in the tower. It all came down to whether or not Sakura could avoid being captured or killed in the span of time it would take someone to get to her. The man was big, and he looked strong, but how fast was he? How agile, in the thick twist of branches a few dozen feet below her, could he be? Sakura eased her hand down to her pouch, taking pains not to rub against the wood or make any noise. When she reached the flap, though, her heartbeat sped up, she'd left it pinned shut. Lazy. Stupid. A million other insults went through Sakura's head as she dared to try and snap it open without any noise. One little click of the snap fastener and she'd have the flare. She opened it. Barely a sound escaped. She watched the big man for any signs that he'd heard. Heartbeats and muffled breaths stretched out like thread being pulled tight from both ends, but the man didn't make any sudden moves. He just kept walking around the trees, searching, his geta clacking against the branches. Sakura waited for him to step behind a tree trunk before she ripped the flare out of her pouch. She broke out of her blind, raised the rocket to the air, and pulled the string. A blinding flash of light, then the high whine of the powder burning. She felt the heat of the rocket and was already dropping down to the lower branches when something caught the back of her shirt and yanked her back up. With one hand the giant man held Sakura in place, with the other, he held the flare, plucked out the air like a fly. It sputtered uselessly in his hand until the last of its powder burnt out. "Oh ho! Almost got me," he said, crushing the smoldering flare in his massive hand. Sakura bent her body up to kick at his face, but he just held her out at arm's length. He was that big. "Got some real fire in you, huh? Want to fight a bit?" He dropped her like it was nothing. Sakura jumped off the spindly little tree she'd been hiding in and back onto the thick branches of the bigger trees. The man followed, but he stayed a few feet away, taking a loose boxing stance. He gave the air a few jabs, grinning. "Come on, let's see if you're worth all the trouble." He laughed. There wasn't any escape. He'd moved so fast that Sakura hadn't even felt the air move around her when he'd caught her flare. This was not someone she could fight or run from. But he hadn't managed to stop all its noise. There was a chance help was coming. If she could keep him occupied. He laughed again when Sakura ran at him, brandishing a kunai. He easily parried her thrusts with chops, ducking and dodging her kicks with all the grace of a house cat. It was uncanny how quick the man was for his size. He was moving so fluidly that even his absurdly long hair didn't get hit, and Sakura tried more than once to get a fistful. But he wasn't attacking and that gave Sakura more latitude. She jumped and tried to hit him with a wild heel drop. He dodged, of course, but the motion of it let Sakura reach into her pouch without him seeing. She swapped her kunai over to her other hand, sticking the explosive tag she'd palmed on its hilt as she did. Sakura lunged at the man. He was having a great time toying with her and leaping back to make her stumble was just part of his game, but it did leave him dangerously close to the trunk of the tree they were fighting on. When Sakura righted herself, she threw the kunai at his head, just a little off-center so that he would dodge instead of catch it. He did. Sakura grinned when it sank into the wood right behind the man's head. He grinned back at her, but there was a flicker of confusion and uncertainty on his lips. Then, he heard the hissing of the tag. Sakura was already running when he spun around. The single explosion tag wasn't enough to topple the tree, but surely the man wasn't in a condition to follow her. He had at least been crippled, if not outright maimed, right? "Almost got me." Sakura couldn't stop the scared quiver of her jaw. The big man was hunched over, his hair spreading over his whole back like some kind of spiky shell. Bits of charred wood were implanted in sharp clumps of hair, and some strands were even bent or smoking, but he was alive. Whole and unharmed, even. His hair started moving, shrinking in size, until it was back into the enormous ponytail it originally been. He stood. Stretched. Rolled his neck, worked out the kinks. Then he dropped down off that branch and onto Sakura's new one, sending the whole thing wobbling dangerously. And that grin was back. "Anything else?" he asked. "I'll give you one more shot. I won't move. We can even drop down to the ground if you want to use those Doton I've heard so much about." He didn't know. Not sooner, then. Sakura's mind raced, eyes flitting around the man, trying to pick out any details. No village symbol on his forehead, only a headband with the kanji for oil on it. What did that mean? Was there some kind of oil village out there that Sakura had never heard of? And that big scroll across his back, what was that? He hadn't used it even once. Too many questions. Too many unknowns. Too powerful. Too quick. Sakura only had one chance left, and it relied on the man being just that cocky. "You move and you're a coward," she growled. The big man grinned and dropped back into his lazy boxing stance. Sakura raised her hand. He was a dozen feet away, she couldn't miss. Her breath came out in little puffs as she tried to rein in her fear. He didn't know about her new jutsu. She spread her fingers, putting the grinning man right between her index and middle. Everything she had into one shot. Her chakra swelled. Shinra Tensei. The chakra poured out of her all at once. She saw the moment realization hit on the man's face that he'd made a mistake when the wave hit him. As he was blasted off his feet, his wild mane of hair grew again, this time covering his whole body like a cloak, but the push was irresistible. He flew back and slammed into the trunk of the big tree, and then further into the wood like a finger being pushed into wet sand. The bark around him buckled, then cracked, the branch they were standing on snapped and bowed all the way back until it broke into 2 more pieces, then 6, then nothing but a storm of splinters that shredded everything in their path. When the jutsu tapered off a heartbeat later, the entire tree lurched back over. It had been too much strain for such an ancient thing, though. A terrific, deafening crack thundered through the wood as the sheer weight of the tree made its recovery impossible. When it swung back, a jagged crack wider than a grown man split it from crown to root. Sakura had tried to run when she heard the first crack. She had tried, and failed, because the bow shock of the tree righting itself made certain that the massive thing was going to fall right on her. The shadow of it was enormous, too big for her to avoid, even if she had the energy. A shower of bark and limbs fell on her, the prelude to something much worse, but she still ran. Clack 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 clack. It was the man, jogging alongside her. Sakura looked over her shoulder at where the man had been a moment before and only saw a lingering cloud of smoke in the deformed crater of the tree. Kage Bunshin. But there was no time to be shocked. The tree was coming down. "Color me impressed with you," the man shouted over the cacophony of noise. He held out his hand, which spread out looked as big as a dinner plate. "Want me to get you out of his mess?" Sakura opened her mouth to ask who he was, or what village he belonged to, but she was running out of both time and branch. Judging by the shadow covering as far forward as Sakura could see, this whole area was about to be flattened. "Anywhere's better than here." She nodded, furiously, and all but jumped into his arms. Anywhere, even the middle of Asuna camp, was better than being squashed. "Thought so. Hold on tight." They disappeared right before the tree crashed through the canopy. Check the description for the links to the author.